While still in their mother's womb, the two were already a pair of conjoined twins. Every day, they battled each other to fight for nutrients and life. The mother's life force was increasingly drained by them. After they were born, the mother also died from exhaustion. From a young age, the two displayed an extremely aggressive and cruel nature. They were willing to torture servants and slaughter animals without any hesitation. When their father asked for the reason, they simply replied that they did it out of curiosity. When he grew up, the black demon mastered the demon spirit technique. Anything he touched would explode into pieces. The white demon possessed the ice god technique. A single slash could freeze everything. But during one hunting trip, they massacred an innocent village. Realizing his two sons were demons in human form, the father wanted to eliminate the threat for the sake of the martial arts world, even if it meant killing his own family. But it was too late. In the end, even he himself lost his life at the hands of his two rebellious sons. From that day on, a pair of cruel twins appeared in the martial world, committing every evil deed imaginable. People called them by a name that spread terror throughout the martial arts world, the Black and White Twin Demons. Now, they had appeared in Harmony Valley. The once peaceful village suddenly became suffocating. Seeing these two bullying the children right after entering the village, Xiao Ma couldn't hold back and stepped forward to reason with them. Then, he was suddenly patted on the shoulder by the black demon, and his entire body quickly swelled up like a balloon, looking as if he was about to burst. But the young man just let out a burp, and his stomach deflated back to its original state. Seeing this, the two brothers were stunned, their faces frozen in utter confusion. How the hell is this dude still alive? This is unreal. Who on earth is he? This goofy-looking young man's name is Xiao Ma. Because he had nothing but superhuman strength, he often had to do manual labor to make a living. You have to work to eat, but this guy caused more trouble than he did actual work. When hired to wash dishes, he helped the owner replace the entire set with new ones. When transporting wood up the mountain to build a house, he nearly sent the entire village to meet their ancestors. Far away in the shade of the trees, the spies from the Martial Arts Alliance were holding their breath, observing. There was no mistake. It's them, the Black and White Twin Demons. The intelligence was not wrong. The black demon gestured with his chin towards Xiao Ma and said to the white demon, "I've already called dibs on that brat. Don't you dare try to compete." The white demon, with an ice-cold expression, smirked. "I don't care. I'm going to fight for him anyway, so what?" An invisible wave of killing intent clashed between the two brothers. The black demon let out a cold snort, and then both of them spoke in unison, as if they were all too familiar with this situation. "If we're men, why not settle this with our fists?" Then, the two cruel individuals held out their hands and began to play rock paper scissors like two children to decide the winner. While the surrounding atmosphere grew as tense as a violin string, the guards from the Martial Arts Alliance decided to intervene. The captain stepped forward, his voice firm. "You two, please stop. Harmony Valley is under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Alliance." The innocent children beside him, not understanding the situation, tugged at his shirt worriedly. "Brother Xiao Ma, those four uncles look so fierce. It seems like they're about to fight. Let's hurry up and hide." The Martial Arts Alliance captain remained resolute. "It is unclear why you two have come here, but without permission, you have no right to set foot in our territory." In response to the warning, the black demon turned to his younger brother with a mocking expression. "White demon, what are these flies babbling about? They probably want to chase us away." With that, they completely ignored the presence of the Martial Arts Alliance and returned to their unfinished game. "Ha ha, I won!" The black demon cheered victoriously. The defeated white demon's face contorted with anger. He took his frustration out on those who dared to interrupt their fun. Roaring, he shouted, "You insects! It's because of you." The captain remained calm. "May I ask, does the Lord of Demon Spirit City know about this? I fear that your thoughtless actions will ignite a war between our two powers." Before he could finish his words, a cold flash of light appeared. The white demon licked his lips, his voice cruel, too noisy. You just keep babbling. I'll send you on your way to find some peace. It's all your damn fault that I lost at rock paper scissors. The terrifying scene made the 3 remaining guards' souls leave their bodies. Their limbs trembled, and their faces turned pale as a sheet. Xiao Ma acted immediately. He patted the children's heads to reassure them, his voice low and firm. Listen to me. Run from this place now. As far as you can. His eyes, fixed on the 2 demons, glinted with a chilling hatred. The remaining martial arts alliance guards were like turtles hiding in their shells, indignant but powerless. They knew that staying would only make them cannon fodder. This place is too dangerous. We have to lure them away, one whispered. Immediately, all 3 turned and fled for their lives. Oh, running already? Being cowards so soon? The white demon sneered. The black demon licked his lips, his smile turning wicked. Then that brat will be my share. Let's just decide it that way. As he finished speaking, the white demon channeled his power, his body transforming into a white shadow that shot off in pursuit of the 3 men from the martial arts alliance. Now, only the black demon and Xiao Ma remained. He turned back. Hey, brat. It seems you've got some guts. What's your name? In a flash, Xiao Ma vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of the black demon, delivering a thunderous punch straight into his opponent's throat. It was a sudden and absolute attack. The black demon only had time to feel a horrific force hit him before his entire body was sent flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut, soaring for dozens of meters. The children panicked and scattered in all directions, their terrified screams echoing. They're fighting. Run! Someone's been killed. The black demon staggered to his feet, dizzy from the piercing pain in his throat. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Just now. I didn't see his movements at all. Was I being careless, or am I being toyed with by this country bumpkin? His face was still contorted from the punch, but then a dark shadow struck again. A powerful kick, accompanied by the whistling wind, roared straight for his face. Danger, he roared in his mind. Instinctively, he raised both hands to defend himself. The horrifying sound of breaking bones echoed as a terrible pain washed over him. But Xiao Ma didn't give him a second to breathe. He was like a ghost, constantly closing in, unleashing a storm of attacks. Not a single opening. You're quite resilient. Xiao Ma growled, and another punch crashed into the black demon's chest. Crack. The terrifying force penetrated through flesh and skin, transferring directly to the bone frame. Wherever Xiao Ma's fist passed, it left behind deadly fractures. The black demon couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't feel even a trace of internal energy from Xiao Ma's fists. Yet, every punch that landed made his entire skeleton feel as if it were being violently shattered by an invisible iron club. Each impact carried a brutal, pure power, making him, a practitioner of the demon spirit art, feel utterly helpless. But the most terrifying thing wasn't the pain, but the fact that he couldn't dodge this country bumpkin's fists. The black demon clutched his cramping stomach, his mind in chaos. His punches contained a strange hidden energy that directly shook the Dantian, causing my true chi to scatter in chaos. If I take another punch, I'm afraid my life will be forfeit. Realizing he was at an absolute disadvantage, the black demon hastily used his lightness skill to quickly retreat and create distance. What should I do? Why can't I see the trajectory of his attacks? From his appearance, he has definitely never trained in any formal martial arts. He doesn't even have proper footwork. In his panic, the black demon tried to analyze the situation, but the more he thought, the more stumped he became. Suppressing the pain, he growled and asked, "You brat, what kind of god are you?" Xiao Ma casually rolled his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. "Your bones are quite sturdy. Are all the people from Demon Spirit City as capable as you?" As he spoke, he rubbed his slightly reddened fist. His gaze suddenly turned ice cold, Alright, that's enough for a warm-up. From now on, I won't hold back. That statement was the ultimate humiliation for the black demon. His eyes widened as he roared, "Are you kidding me? Have you just been playing with me this whole time?" As soon as his roar faded, a dark shadow rushed forward. A punch, carrying the force of a sledgehammer, crashed straight into his jaw. In that dizzying moment, a distant memory suddenly surfaced. That day, in a quiet forest, the two children, the black and white twin demons, were sitting on a rock. The black demon raised a tiny finger, condensing a dewdrop into a large water sphere that hovered in midair. "Look, this is the demon spirit art." The white demon glanced at him with an indifferent expression. The water sphere in the black demon's hand suddenly burst. "Your new move?" the white demon asked. "Yeah," the black demon replied. Another, even larger water sphere appeared. "It's like an explosive. Just a little dangerous." Before his smug smile could fade, the water sphere detonated. Hundreds of water droplets shot out in all directions like a storm of bullets. They pierced through ancient trees, leaving countless deep holes. The white demon had to use his full power just to block a few droplets that flew towards him. Its destructive power was like fireworks compressed to the extreme and then released in an instant. They call it sky-filling bursting thunder. Back in the present, the black demon's eyes blazed with a desperate and crazed light. He knew he had only one chance. One touch, just one touch was all he needed. As Xiao Ma rushed in to deliver the finishing blow, the black demon summoned all his remaining strength, twisting his body to dodge by a hair's breadth. And in that fleeting moment as they passed, his hand managed to touch his opponent's chest. Internal energy. Die! The black demon roared, pouring all his internal energy into Xiao Ma's body. He shouted the name of the technique, sky-filling bursting thunder. A dazzling light erupted from Xiao Ma's body. The black demon's internal energy was like a bomb detonating from within. The ground shook violently, debris flew everywhere, and trees within a 10-jong radius were pulverized into dust. But when the dust settled, the sight before him left the black demon stunned. In the epicenter of the destruction, Xiao Ma's figure appeared without a single scratch. His eyes were now as cold as ice, carrying a pressure that could suffocate a person. His voice was low. "Is this all you can do?" The black demon's whole body trembled, not from his injuries, but from a primal fear that was squeezing his heart. No, it can't be. How could he withstand the sky-filling bursting thunder? The black demon pointed at Xiao Ma, his voice trembling. "You. What in the world are you?" In response to his question, the space behind Xiao Ma suddenly rippled. A majestic and ancient phantom of a giant jade blue dragon coiled there. Its brilliant golden dragon eyes looked down on him as if he were a mere insect. A heavenly dragon. The black demon was stunned. The warning of a mysterious person from years ago surfaced in his mind. Your demon spirit divine art is tyrannical, but if you encounter a master who doesn't use internal energy, it will become useless. If the enemy can absorb your power, or if your attacks on them don't inflict even a sliver of damage, then run. Don't try to fight to the death. Because that is a master of the transformation realm, those who have transcended the constraints of internal energy. Before them, your demon spirit divine art is nothing more than a clay chicken or a ceramic dog. The transformation realm? How could this nameless nobody be a legendary master of the transformation realm? He has no internal energy, no reputation. He's just a country bumpkin, nothing more, nothing less. The black demon's thoughts were a tangled mess. Resentment and despair drove him nearly mad. A monster like you, why are you hiding in this godforsaken place? Who are you, really? Xiao Ma didn't answer. To him, the defeated don't need to know too much. He rushed forward, his fist carrying the draconic might of the heavenly dragon, and his cold voice rang out, "It all ends here." But Xiao Ma's punch came like a whirlwind. In that moment of life and death, every cell in the black demon's body screamed, warning of the danger. He knew if he took this punch head-on, the only path awaiting him was the yellow springs. This brat's movement technique is uncanny, but perhaps he isn't skilled in lightness techniques. That's right, lightness skill. If I can't attack his upper body, then I'll aim for his lower half. A frantic idea flashed through the black demon's mind: mutual destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a roar and slammed both hands onto the ground. The surging internal energy of the demon soul technique was channeled directly into the earth, turning the ground beneath Xiao Ma's feet into a deadly trap. The ground began to tremble. Xiao Ma frowned, sensing the chaotic energy surging from below. But before he could react, the demon soul divine skill, thunderclap divine palm. The black demon poured all of his power into a heart-wrenching shout. Boom! The ground beneath Xiao Ma exploded. A colossal cloud of dust rose into the sky, carrying with it dirt, rocks, and terrifying destructive power. The shockwave spread, creating a deep crater where Xiao Ma had just been standing. Hearing the earth-shattering explosion, the white demon, who was chasing the martial arts alliance guards, was startled and turned back. He smirked with satisfaction. This black demon, why did he have to go so big? But since it's come to this, I can't be outdone. The martial arts alliance guards couldn't help but turn pale at the power of the wretched attack. They're closing in. Realizing the situation was dire, they immediately signaled to each other, splitting into 3 different directions in an attempt to escape. But the white demon would not let his prey escape so easily. His figure was like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he had blocked the path of a fat guard carrying a 3-pronged spear. Perhaps because of his oversized body, he was the slowest of the 3. The fat man looked up in horror as he saw the white demon descending from above like a bird of prey, bringing with him a chilling sword aura. I can't let that black demon have all the fun. Swish! A line of icy sword light flashed by. Back on the main battlefield, from within the thick cloud of dust, the figure of the black demon staggered out. He was covered in wounds, his breath heavy and ragged. Sweat poured like rain down his pale forehead, showing that the last move had drained nearly all of his energy. He had poured the entire essence of the demon soul technique into that one destructive blow. You little brat, even if you were a god at the center of that explosion, you'd be turned to dust. But his joy didn't even last a second. Right before his eyes, amidst the gradually clearing dust, a figure emerged, standing tall and completely unharmed. Not a single scratch. Before he could even process it, Xiao Ma swung his fist again. Thud. A dry, crisp sound rang out. The punch didn't hit his head but struck the black demon squarely on the chin. The terrifying force caused his neck to stretch out, and then his entire head was slammed straight into the ground, leaving only his body convulsing unconsciously. Xiao Ma stood there coldly, not even glancing at the defeated foe at his feet. Meanwhile, after killing one person, the white demon continued his pursuit. He stood leisurely on a rooftop, the sword in his hand vibrating slightly, emitting a cold aura. Did you think splitting up would let you escape me? How naive. As soon as he finished speaking, his body dissolved into the air, disappearing on the spot. The 2 remaining guards only felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat dripping down. Before they could realize what was happening, the white demon had appeared right next to one of them. A bewitching voice whispered in his ear, "It's your turn." Slash. The sword strike was too fast for the naked eye to follow. The white demon was like a deadly shooting star, gliding back and forth across the rooftops, hunting his prey. Finally, he stood atop the highest tower, scanning the area. Let's see, there's one last one running in that direction. Suddenly, a hand reached out from thin air and grabbed his face tightly. It was Xiao Ma. No one knew when he had appeared. One hand gripped the white demon's head, while the other carried the unconscious body of the black demon like a chicken. A terrifying force erupted from Xiao Ma's hand. Crash! The tallest tower in Harmony Valley, the symbol of the entire village, was shattered in 2 by the force of his blow. And the white demon, who had just been on top, was now slammed straight into the ground by that same hand. lying sprawled amidst the rubble. The white demon was furious to the point of boiling. He trembled as he struggled to sit up, feeling as if every bone in his body was shattered. Damn it, what the hell just happened? Why was I pulled down so absurdly? He looked up and froze. Lying not far away was his twin brother, the black demon, with his head stuck in the ground, his body twitching like a fish out of water. Be black. Black demon. The white demon stammered, unable to believe his eyes. What happened to him? As the last of the dust settled, the figure of Xiao Ma appeared, as steadfast as a mountain. He casually brushed the dust off his shoulder, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, stabbing straight into the white demon. The rage within Xiao Ma erupted like a volcano. He growled, "You bastards! Is human life so cheap in your eyes? How can you just take it away so easily?" In response to the sharp accusation was a cold, savage laugh. The white demon glanced at the motionless black demon in the distance, his voice filled with disbelief. Am I dreaming? Someone like the black demon could actually be defeated? I don't care what you two bastards dragged yourselves to Harmony Valley for, Xiao Ma roared. Of course. How could a country bumpkin like you possibly understand? The white demon screamed in reply as he lunged forward with his sword. But it was too late. Whoosh! Xiao Ma's fist carried not just muscular strength. It pierced through the white demon's flimsy defense. The terrifying force continued, demolishing the solid stone wall behind him, creating a gaping hole. Xiao Ma stood there, majestic and imposing, his voice filled with authority. Listen carefully. Don't you ever show your faces in this Harmony Valley a second time? Otherwise, I swear I'll send you to meet your ancestors for real. The white ghost slid down from the wall, his knees buckling onto the cold ground. His hand still tightly gripped his beloved sword, like a final shred of pride. He refused to accept it. From childhood to adulthood, he had never thought anything of martial arts. In his eyes, martial arts was something lowly and foul-smelling. It was dripping sweat and filthy brawls. It was too far from the concept of beauty that he worshipped. Because the only beautiful thing in the white ghost's world was women. He still remembered those moments vividly, when a few beautiful young maidens happened to pass by. Their eyes flashed with surprise, mixed with admiration upon seeing the bizarre twin brothers. But beauty, ironically, is only truly perfect when one cannot touch it. In the study back then, the black ghost had once asked him, "You say you despise martial arts, so what are you doing here?" At that moment, the white ghost clutched the secret manual in his hand, his eyes burning with a fanatical flame. If my swordsmanship reaches its peak, I can freeze an entire rushing waterfall. I can even freeze a blazing fire. But does the book say it's possible to freeze fire? The thought flashed through his mind. He subconsciously turned to look at the candle flickering on the table, then slowly extended his index finger. An invisible stream of cold energy radiated out, and the blazing red flame instantly transformed into an exquisite ice flower. He gave a faint smile. It turned out to be nothing special. He succeeded after just a few tries. That's right, in just one night, the white ghost had mastered the ice-white divine art. He was a genius among geniuses. But deep within his soul lay a sick desire. He yearned to possess beauty, an eternal beauty. A beauty that only he alone could enjoy. For that reason, he began to freeze the women he deemed beautiful, turning them into ice sculptures in his secret room. To him, martial arts was not a bloody life or death battle. It was a form of art. And anything he considered not to be art, like Xiao Ma's brutish strength, should be chopped up, crushed, or simply erased. Now, facing Xiao Ma, his artistic rage was stirred. He despised this raw power. Swish! Xiao Ma threw a kick, but the white ghost gracefully glided away like a leaf, his movement unusually elegant. He gripped his sword and dove down from above. The cold energy from the blade radiated a biting chill. It is because of trash like this that my art is tainted. How can I accept this? He roared in fury. How can a country bumpkin like you be stronger than me? An exquisite sword strike was unleashed, carrying the power to freeze all things. But it only struck an illusion. Xiao Ma's figure blurred and then vanished into the air. But in an instant, Xiao Ma had appeared right above the white ghost's head. At this point, the white ghost's sanity completely crumbled. He looked up at the sky, his mouth endlessly cursing, "You damn brat. That will be your grave." Suspended in midair, how will you dodge this move? Ice White Divine Art, Ultimate Killing Move. Snowflake Chaotic Dance. The space around the white ghost suddenly crystallized. Thousands of beautiful ice flowers bloomed. Then from each flower, sharp ice swords shot out, weaving a net of death. The number of ice swords increased exponentially, from a few to tens of thousands, screaming as they rushed towards the single target in the sky. Yet, facing this devastating technique, Xiao Ma remained terrifyingly calm. Below, the white ghost growled, his face twisted in triumph. Die! Tens of thousands of ice swords submerged Xiao Ma, forming a giant sphere of ice suspended in midair. The white ghost's smile had just formed when it instantly froze. Boom! A giant hole suddenly appeared in the sky. His entire killing move had been blown into another dimension. Xiao Ma landed gently on the ground right in front of him, without a single scratch. Utter fear appeared on the white ghost's face. He could not believe that his most perfect technique had been broken so easily. And then, another punch was thrown. This time, it aimed straight at his artistic face. Boom! The white ghost was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for hundreds of meters, piercing through dozens of fortified city walls before falling to the ground with a thud, lying motionless like a pile of rags. 4. Amidst the gaping holes left by the white ghost, Xiao Ma slowly walked out, as majestic as a war god descending to the mortal world. Demon Spirit City, Rank 7, the white ghost, utterly defeated. Hiding behind an ancient tree, the guard from the Martial Arts Alliance had witnessed the entire horrifying battle. The man's chest heaved, and cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. Unbelievable. That young man defeated the black and white twin ghosts with just one punch each. A master of this caliber, how could he appear in a backwater place like Hua Nhac Lung? The man's mind reeled. Until now, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Demon Spirit City had always been in a stalemate, like water and fire. Their strengths were equal, and neither side dared to rashly mobilize troops. But the appearance of this mysterious individual had shattered that fragile balance. If this news reaches the Demon Spirit City, he muttered, they will surely not sit still. A full-scale war will be hard to avoid. I must report to the Alliance leader immediately. I cannot delay for even a moment. With that thought, the guard's figure turned into a blur and quickly disappeared deep into the dense forest. Down below, the old carriage driver had grabbed the collars of the two unconscious evil ghosts. Before leaving, he looked up at Xiao Ma, his eyes filled with respect and curiosity, and he spoke, asking, "Young brother, this old man is just a humble driver. May I be so bold as to ask your esteemed name?" Xiao Ma turned back. Xiao Ma. Just two simple words, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Without asking further, he quickly dragged the two crippled black and white twin ghosts away. 7. Defeated so miserably like this, it's unlikely they will have a good end upon returning to Demon Spirit City. Perhaps taking them to seek refuge for a while is the best choice. The 13 cities of the northern continent are not a single city, but a powerful alliance formed from 13 fortified strongholds that guard the northern continent. Demon Spirit City possesses 100,000 elite iron cavalry, with a population of over 10 million people. It is one of the most fearsome forces of the current era. In a magnificent palace in the central city, a figure was frantically running down the corridor, shouting while running, "Lord Quang Ma. The city lord summons you urgently. Please wake up quickly." As the heavy door creaked open, a wave of cold, sinister killing intent, as thick as congealed blood, poured out, enveloping the entire room. On the magnificent bed, a muscular figure with muscles rippling like blocks of steel was fast asleep. That was Kwang Ma, one of the 10 great masters of Demon Spirit City. But when the subordinate's gaze swept to the side of the bed, his face suddenly turned pale, and he stammered, unable to form words. Could it be Lord Kwang Ma? Lying next to him was a woman who was nothing but a dry skeleton wrapped in skin, her life force completely drained. The noise woke Kwang Ma. He wearily sat up, looking at his handiwork, then looked at the woman's rapidly aging body. A flicker of self-blame appeared in his eyes. It happened again. I couldn't control my killing intent again. The subordinate tried to suppress his horror, saying, "My lord, once or twice is one thing, but if this continues..." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly coughed up blood. The invisible killing intent of Kwang Ma was eroding his internal organs. He quickly knelt down, pleading with difficulty, "My lord, please put on your armor quickly. Your killing intent." Kwang Ma sighed softly, slowly donning the suit of armor made from 10,000-year-old black iron. This armor was not to protect him, but to protect those around him from himself. He was a monster whose mere killing aura was enough to crush the weak. Anyone who looked directly into his eyes for too long would lose consciousness, even vomit blood and die. After putting on the armor, he walked away, leaving behind the subordinate who had fainted on the floor. It was an act he had repeated tens of thousands of times. At the Thien Ma Quan, the meeting place for the leaders of Demon Spirit City, 2 of the 3 highest seats were occupied. Only Kwang Ma's seat was empty. Below, the 2 seats that belonged to the black and white twin ghosts were also vacant. Their failure had created a seismic shock within Demon Spirit City's leadership. The 10 great masters of Demon Spirit City were ranked according to the titles: 1 Heaven, 2. 3 Demons, 4 Ghosts. The black and white twin ghosts belonged to the 4 Ghosts rank and had now been deposed. A gloomy voice echoed from the shadows, "Look at their pathetic state when they returned. They kept their lives, but their Dantian has been destroyed. Their internal energy has completely dissipated. From now on, they can only work as lowly servants. It's a pity, but what I'm curious about is what kind of martial art could have beaten them into this state." "It could only be the bare-handed fighting style," another voice replied. "Bare-handed fighting style?" The first speaker showed his doubt. "You mean those 2 were defeated by some brute using his bare hands?" "The bare-handed fighting style, the most primitive form of combat, uses only bare hands and does not rely on internal energy. This is the foundation of all martial arts, but it is also the most despised by masters." Another person with long hair like octopus tentacles spoke up, laughing eerily, "Hee, those 2 twin brats have failed. In that case, the ranking of the 10 great masters should also change. In terms of cruelty and ruthlessness, they could rank 7th or 8th. But if we talk about true strength, I'm afraid those 2 couldn't even make it into the top 20. A dry cracking sound was heard as the armrest of the throne cracked under his grip. "Silence. I don't want to hear foolish excuses. I want to know the identity of the one who turned my 2 hunting dogs into this miserable state." "Old coachman, you witnessed everything." The old man replied respectfully, his voice trembling, reporting to the city lord. "That person's name is Tiu Ma." "Tiu Ma?" The city lord narrowed his eyes. "A common name I've never heard of." From a dark corner of the great hall, a graceful but mocking female voice spoke up. A stunningly beautiful woman was lazily resting her chin on her hand, the corner of her lips slightly raised. "So what about that flower, Tana? Have you all let her escape from her golden cage and fly off to some distant land?" A subordinate hurriedly reported, "Madam, according to our information, Bak Tana escaped from the city a month ago. 10 days ago, she was confirmed to have passed through the 3 Mountains Fortress and the Ghost Soul Valley. Currently it has been confirmed that she is hiding in her hometown, Wa Nhac Lung." But this news did not appease the city lord. He snorted coldly. I need someone to go to Manhwa Lung and bring back the head of that wench Bok to Na. What's wrong? What's with those troubled looks on your faces? Everyone bowed their heads in silence. No one dared to accept the order. Just then, the heavy iron door creaked open. A giant figure, completely encased in spiky black iron armor, stepped in. It was none other than Kwang Ma. His gaze swept over the two unconscious bodies of the black and white twin ghosts. Seeing him, the city lord's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Kwang Ma, you will go to Manhwa Lung. Kwang Ma sneered, his voice as hoarse as scraping metal. Manhwa Lung? City lord, are you sure? If I go, I'm afraid not a single blade of grass will be left growing in that tiny valley. The city lord laughed cruelly, his killing intent growing thicker. Whether Manhwa Lung is destroyed or not has nothing to do with me. You just need to bring Bok to Na back. Dead or alive, it's your decision. As you command. Kwang Ma bowed his head, then turned and left. In Manhwa Lung, the atmosphere was completely different. The remnants of the terrifying battle were still there, but the air was unusually lively. The townspeople gathered in small groups, whispering and discussing the earth-shattering battle that had just occurred. Heavens, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Did you guys see it? That person used only his bare hands. An errand boy who looked so ordinary turned out to be a supreme master. It's truly unimaginable. Valley Chief. However, while the populace was excited, the Valley Chief's subordinates were having a headache calculating the damages. Valley Chief. A man who looked like the secretary of the Residents' Association reported with sweat streaming down his face. Just the cost of repairing the roads alone is estimated to be about 500 taels of silver. Both of them looked up at the village's tallest tower, which was now split in two, and sighed heavily. The cost of repairing the houses and rooms is feared to be around the same amount. Yes. The Valley Chief, rubbing his temples tiredly, asked, "Can you confirm that it was that errand boy who caused all this damage?" "Yes, sir, I can confirm it." "And what was his name again?" "Xiao something, I don't remember clearly." But amidst the commotion, our protagonist, Xiao Ma, was sitting in a corner, feeling the irony of life. The sky was still clear blue, but the ground was devastated. And the scoundrel competing with him was still surrounded by a group of young ladies, stuffing money into his hands. As for me, the hero of the day, I'm still just an unemployed errand boy with a rumbling stomach. I have a dream. One day, my name will be renowned everywhere, and I will achieve great things. But dreams can't fill this rumbling stomach. So, I'll have to put that aside for now. It's all because of that parasite. This errand boy business might not be noble, but there should still be professional ethics. The biggest taboo is setting up shop right next to a colleague. It's like directly smashing their rice bowl. Xiao Ma glanced at the other guy's advertising sign. On it was written a cheesy line, "In all the world, nothing is impossible. You offer your jade heel, I will gently tie the shoelace." It gives me goosebumps just reading it. Clearly, he's using flowery words to trick money out of gullible young ladies. A typical example of a pest in the errand boy circle. He spares neither the old nor the young. What a disgrace to this noble profession. He gritted his teeth, his inner self screaming, "That bastard. As long as he exists in this Harmony Valley, I won't even have a blade of roadside grass to chew on. If he's allowed to run wild like this, soon I'll have to stand on a street corner and breathe the northwest wind just to survive." No sooner said than done. Xiao Ma strode forward with an imposing aura. He pointed directly at the face of the man who had stolen his customers and declared loudly, "Hey, you." The sentence took an unexpected turn. "Can I have a piece?" Crash. The heroic image shattered. Our Xiao Ma, to everyone's astonishment, lowered his proud legs, knelt down respectfully, and held out his hand to beg for a grilled corn from his rival. The children clutched their stomachs, giggling. One whispered to another, "See? I told you so." Just toss him a tasty bait, and he's guaranteed to bite immediately. Even Xiao Ma couldn't understand his own actions. While gnawing on the corn, he questioned himself in agony. Why? Why must a man like me, who stands tall between heaven and earth, bow down and kneel just for a measly ear of corn? I can't forgive myself. Oh, the shame is unbearable. Suddenly, an authoritative voice called out from a distance, "Hey, you there!" Xiao Ma was startled, then secretly rejoiced. He chewed his corn crunchily, his eyes gleaming with gloating pleasure. "Ha, you're out of luck, son. You've run into the most difficult customer in this errand boy business. That is the famous head chef of the Dragon Gate Inn, a true female tyrant. She was the one who made the inhuman rule that if I broke a single plate while washing it, a whole month's salary would be deducted. Finally, she's come for you. Ha, your life is as good as over." But no. The female tyrant simply extended her foot gently and said, "Tie my shoelace for me." The children started whispering again. See? Being handsome really has its advantages. Xiao Ma was stunned. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe the scene before him. Impossible. What in the world am I seeing? Heavens! Can it be that in this world, being handsome can get you beautiful women, wealth, and even power? Mom, Dad, I want to be handsome too. In a fit of desperation, he grabbed a nearby shard of a broken mirror to look at his own face. The result? A strange sound was heard. The mirror shard, as if unable to withstand the pressure of his appearance, cracked even more. Xiao Ma was speechless. Now he understood. The problem wasn't his name, but this face of his. Oh, heavens, why am I not handsome? Just then, a group of burly men with menacing faces and a murderous aura strode aggressively from the head of the valley. Hey, you! Hope once again flared up in Xiao Ma's heart. He thought smugly, finally, justice has arrived. These must be the men from the Harmony Valley Residences Association. A rootless vagrant like you dares to openly set up shop here? Get ready to pack up your stall, son. Xiao Ma was so moved he could cry. Such happiness. This feeling makes me forget all the past hardships. As long as this bastard gets kicked out, I will once again believe that justice still exists in this world. Life is truly worth living. But life is not a dream. The valley chief, the leader of the group, instead of chasing the other guy away, approached him and gave a warm smile like a spring breeze. The handsome guy also bowed respectfully. Greetings, valley chief. It's been a long time since we last met, sir. Ha, indeed, it has been a long time. I didn't expect my nephew to have grown so big. Is your father doing well these days? It was like a thunderbolt striking Xiao Ma. His jaw dropped and his eyes widened. His brain stopped working. Oh my God. I absolutely did not expect this scenario. Isn't there an unwritten rule in the world that to maintain fairness and impartiality, one must eliminate the three connections: school ties, regional ties, and blood ties? What the hell is happening? The three connections. Relationships based on attending the same school, coming from the same hometown, or sharing the same blood. Just as Xiao Ma was still bewildered, the valley chief's knife-sharp gaze suddenly shot towards him. He looked as if Xiao Ma owed him an entire fortune. Intuition told Xiao Ma that the newcomer had no good intentions. It was best to play dumb to get through the situation. So he began to put on an expression of utter innocence, waving both hands frantically. It wasn't me. It wasn't my doing, it has nothing to do with me at all. The valley chief frowned, his voice firm. What do you mean it wasn't you? I haven't even said a word yet, and you're already acting guilty? Oh, valley chief, in any case, it really wasn't me. He didn't bother to argue, throwing a thick stack of papers right at Xiao Ma's face. Read this first. It was a detailed inventory of the material damages that Xiao Ma's earth-shattering battle had caused to Harmony Valley. He tremblingly held the paper, his eyes fixed on the final number. He muttered as he counted the zeros, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000. Each zero was like a sledgehammer blow to his head. As soon as he glanced at the paper in the valley chief's hand, Xiao Ma jumped up, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. His voice cracked with terror. 1,000 taels? Old master, are you joking with me? What kind of compensation amounts to 1,000 taels of pure silver like this? Valley chief, what is this letter about? I swear, even if I had 8 heads, I can't remember doing anything so outrageous. I truly don't believe a person like you has the capability to cause such heaven and earth-shaking destruction. Right. Hearing this, Xiao Ma was as happy as if he'd struck gold, hastily chiming in, right. The valley chief is wise. You see? How could it possibly be me? Suddenly, the valley chief's tone changed. He pointed into the distance and shouted, little brother, look over there. There's something interesting over there. By reflex, Xiao Ma whipped his head around. Whack! A wooden club landed squarely on the top of his head. The unexpected blow sent him staggering, clutching his head and crying out in agony. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. The valley chief dropped the club, dusting off his hands nonchalantly. See? It's settled. Seeing this, his underlings enthusiastically rushed forward, each holding a club. Valley chief, let us try. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A few more blows rained down. Xiao Ma lay sprawled on the ground, groaning pitifully, looking utterly miserable. The surrounding crowd watched the scene in bewilderment. We must have been mistaken. I think so too. Although we know that martial arts masters can use disguise techniques to change their entire aura, acting to this extent is just too realistic. Seeing they had found the wrong person, the valley chief's men quietly withdrew without so much as a word of apology. Valley chief, what about that compensation? Just report it to the Martial Arts Alliance. Their people left their lives here. They will definitely send someone down to investigate. We'll deal with it as it comes. When the crowd had disappeared, a clear, gentle voice rang out by Xiao Ma's ear. Young man, are you all right? Xiao Ma sat up with a start. A pristine white silk handkerchief was held out in front of him. Quick, use this to wipe away the blood. Without even looking to see who it was, Xiao Ma snatched the handkerchief. Wiping his nose, he muttered to himself, phew, that's all of it. What a close call, my heart almost stopped. A whole 1,000 taels of silver is no small amount. If I didn't play dumb, I would have had to sell my house. I was almost bankrupt. After he finished mumbling, he finally looked up. A stunningly beautiful woman was standing before him, smiling as she looked at him. Ah, who are you? Bai Sui curtsied slightly, her voice like a silver bell. Young master, is it true that for just 1 tael of silver, you can solve any problem? Is that right? Xiao Ma hesitated. That's right. His eyes kept glancing over at the dandy sitting at the next table. Strange. Why isn't this lady looking for that pale-faced guy, but looking for me instead? Bai Sui seemed to read his thoughts and asked further, is the person next to you your friend? No. Xiao Ma quickly waved his hands. We just happen to share a table. I have no relationship with him at all. He turned to the other guy. Hey, she's looking for you, right? The other guy just shook his head vigorously. Bai Sui smiled charmingly. That's wonderful. The favor I want to ask is, can you come home with me? Go home? Xiao Ma was stunned. Then, a sly grin appeared on his face. Go home, hee. In his mind, beautiful visions immediately appeared, living with the beauty, playing with a flock of children. Bai Sui's voice cut through his high-flying thoughts. Young master, what are you thinking about? Nothing at all. Bai Sui suddenly leaned her face close to his, her fragrant breath whispering in his ear. Actually, you look quite handsome. Oh! Xiao Ma's heart soared. This lady truly has better judgment than 10,000 others. And so, the deal was sealed. That afternoon, the two of them walked side by side on the road home. "You know, brother," Bai Sue began in a shy voice, "the roads in the valley are very dangerous at night. I've recently heard about deadly fights. My house is far away, and I'm a lone girl. How can I not be scared?" Xiao Ma puffed out his chest, affecting a gallant air. "With me here, you can rest assured. To be honest, I've lived here for so many years and I know almost everyone in the valley. Why have I never seen you before? Oh, well. This must be the fate that heaven has arranged for us. Don't you think so?" "Ha ha." Bai Sue remained silent, not answering. Her gaze quietly drifted down to Xiao Ma's footsteps. His steps were heavy, not at all like those of a martial artist. His breathing was also steady, showing no signs of internal energy whatsoever. It's truly unbelievable. People are rumoring that this man beat the black and white demons to a pulp. Suddenly, Bai Sue pointed at Xiao Ma. "What's wrong?" he turned and asked. She maintained a calm expression, but her eyes were deep and unreadable. "But I have also heard that after top masters reach the state of rebirth, their bodies will return to their true, simple nature, like a common person, no longer needing internal energy." Xiao Ma asked blankly, his voice a little flustered, "Did my question make you unhappy, milady? I just want to confirm for sure. Is he a master, or not?" Bai Tu Na did not answer, only glancing at him briefly before walking forward. Her voice was cold, yet it carried an air of command. "Follow me this way." The crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting its cold, silver light onto the trail. They stopped in front of a deserted, ancient mansion. From within, a wave of killing intent, as thick as congealed blood, radiated out, making one's hair stand on end. This is your home, miss?" Xiao Ma gulped and stammered. "I've looked at it from every angle, and it looks exactly like a genuine haunted house." Bai Tu Na gave a faint, enigmatic smile. "Just go inside, and you will find out. It's already late." To confirm whether this man's strength was sufficient to defeat the black and white twin demons, the best method was to throw him into the tiger's den. Hearing the words, "late night," a bolt of love seemed to strike Xiao Ma's brain. All his caution vanished, replaced by a glorious vision of a home and children. A line of drool unconsciously escaped the corner of his mouth. How could there be such a frank and sincere young lady in this world? In his mind, the image of Tu Na in a thin chemise, shyly standing by candlelight, was already crystal clear. Seeing his dazed expression, Bai Tu Na couldn't help but frown, completely unable to understand what kind of drama was playing out in this blockhead's mind. Her voice cut through Xiao Ma's fantasy. "Hey, what are you still standing there for? Aren't you going in?" I am, right away." Xiao Ma, startled, hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in like an arrow. But after half a step, he suddenly stopped, his face full of hesitation. But we've known each other for less than an hour. Isn't this progressing a bit too quickly? And what if your parents are home? How am I supposed to address the two elders? This is all really too sudden." Bai Tu Na had lost her patience. So noisy. She delivered a kick without any mercy, striking Xiao Ma squarely on the bottom and sending him flying into the dark room. "Ouch, oof, ow!" Xiao Ma yelled, rolling several times on the cold floor. Outside, Bai Tu Na coldly closed the heavy door. Her voice echoed from within, cold and ruthless. "If you want my acknowledgement, it's very simple. Survive and walk out of this demon god's den." Bam! The door slammed shut, swallowing Xiao Ma in the darkness. He rubbed the lump growing on his head, muttering resentfully, "Why did the young lady suddenly?" Before he could finish his words, he fell silent. His eyes widened, staring at the thing sitting imposingly in the middle of the room. Time rewound to a few days earlier. Bai Tu Na had sought out the master of this ancient mansion. A man with an ordinary appearance was sitting on a wooden chair, leisurely carving a small figurine. Do you know why this place is called the Demon God's Den? Because anyone who enters here on 2 feet can only leave after becoming a ghost. I don't understand why someone from Demon Spirit City would seek me out. This man was the Ghost General. Bai Tu Na replied with a fearless tone. A few years ago, I wouldn't have known. But with the current power of Demon Spirit City, there is almost nothing we cannot do. Her gaze swept over a maidservant standing beside the Ghost General, and she couldn't help but be amazed. A puppet? So exquisitely crafted it's unbelievable. Her body movements were indistinguishable from a real person's. To be able to carve and perfectly control a puppet simultaneously, using one's mind for 2 purposes to this level, his reputation is indeed well deserved. The Ghost General, the supreme master of the art of puppetry. She got to the main point. I came here with only one purpose. Before we officially declare war on the Martial Arts Alliance, we need to strengthen our forces. Hearing the words, declare war, the Ghost General finally looked up. If it's something this major, you must need my help. I've received the money. I will use my full strength. Tell me, who do you want me to deal with? He held up the newly carved figurine, a strange smile on his lips. But before we make the deal, if you wish, you can test the extent of my power. Bai Tu Na nodded slightly, her voice as calm as an undisturbed lake. Of course, I will abide by our agreement. However, I want you to carry out this business under a different identity. A nameless assassin. The broad eyebrows of the man hidden in the shadows furrowed slightly. So, I am to act now? Not yet, Bai Tu Na replied. Prepare yourself. At sunset tomorrow, I will bring a test subject to verify your strength. With that, she turned and left, the hem of her white dress gliding softly in the night. But inside, the ripples had not yet calmed. The Ghost General, what kind of man was he? The cold, deadly aura emanating from him always sent a shiver down one's spine, a chill that reached the very marrow of one's bones. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. A nameless assassin, huh? Interesting. Back in the present, the night fell thick and dark. Bai Tu Na stood outside the haunted house, her gaze penetrating the rotten wooden door, observing every movement inside. She thought to herself, in a way, that foolish errand boy is the perfect sounding stone to measure the depth of the Ghost General's true power. All I need to do now is simply wait for the result. Inside the house, to begin the show, he summoned a female ghost puppet with meter-long hair and deathly pale skin, which slowly crawled out to frighten the test subject. Through the puppet's eyes, he could clearly see that the one who entered was just a greenhorn who still smelled of his mother's milk. Xiao Ma was startled, but in just a moment, he regained his composure. He did something completely unexpected. He bowed deeply. My apologies, Madam Ghost. This humble one did not know this was your private residence. In that case, this humble one will take his leave immediately. With that, he turned to flee, but another white figure appeared, blocking his escape. Little brother. This second ghost woman looks even more ferocious. Her eyes were bloodshot red, her face full of resentment. This kid, no matter how you look at him, doesn't seem like a master, the Ghost General silently assessed. Surrounded by the 2 big sisters, Little Ma started to get flustered. He scratched his head and ears. Esteemed big sisters, your little brother really didn't mean to come in here. I came to this place completely by accident. This matter has nothing to do with me. Little Ma's naive calmness made the Ghost General suspicious. Could this kid be deliberately hiding his true strength? He decided to greet him more directly. The 2 ghost women crawling on the floor suddenly vanished into thin air. In their place, a sharp murderous aura, invisible yet tangible, like a blade of ice, slashed straight towards Little Ma. He sensed the mortal danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Little Ma's body shot up like an arrow, lightly landing on a roof beam. Looking at the path of the recent blade strike, this was definitely not a ghost. He stood on high and asked in a loud voice, his tone no longer fearful, "Who are you 2 exactly?" The Ghost General was slightly surprised. This kid's movement technique was indeed very agile. He didn't answer but waved his hand. A few more puppets, from the dark corners, rushed out like hungry beasts, attacking Little Ma in unison. Little Ma looked at the puppets with a look of disgust. I already said, if you are not ghosts, then. Before he could finish his sentence, the puppets roared and charged. Outside, Bai Su Na sensed that the battle had truly begun. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. A deadly blade aura, without any warning, was slashing straight towards her. Swoosh! Luckily, her skills were not ordinary. She leaned back, dodging by a hair's breadth. A surge of anger flared up, and she shouted into the darkness, HMPH, I can't believe you even want to kill me, Ghost General. The Ghost General wanted to test her strength. He had always been curious about this mysterious woman. The blade was already at her throat, but Bai Su Na didn't use any weapon. She raised two slender, snow-white fingers and clamped down on the vibrating blade. You truly are a bastard, with no business ethics at all, she growled. The Ghost General was shocked. To block my blade without a weapon? Could it be the ultimate technique of Yiwa Palace? People say that their finger technique can slash the sky horizontally and split the earth vertically, known as the Three Heavens finger point. And the sole inheritor of that divine martial art is currently Bai Su Na. As soon as the thought finished, he saw her fingers move slightly. Clang! An invisible finger force shot out. The blade in his hand shattered into hundreds of pieces. The Ghost General was a bit confused. He didn't know why she had sought him out. But he knew one thing for sure. This girl was the target that the entire Demon Spirit City was hunting for. Bai Su Na slowly raised her hand towards the Ghost General, her voice as cold as ice. Ghost General, you just made a fatal mistake. She began to channel her energy. The surrounding aura became sharp. Three Heavens finger point, ultimate finger strike. The Ghost General did not retreat. He controlled his strongest puppet to charge forward. Bai Su Na's reputation was built upon this legendary finger technique. Flick. With just a gentle flick of her finger on the puppet's forehead, the puppet that was full of fierce murderous intent a moment ago, suddenly froze and then shattered into pieces. Right in the middle of its forehead was a perfectly round hole, looking just like a donut. The killing intent from Bai Su Na erupted fiercely. She shouted, her voice as sharp as a blade, it's not over yet. Three Heavens finger, Phoenix claw. Her slender fingers closed into the shape of a sharp claw and lunged straight at the Ghost General's puppet. An invisible force penetrated through. The giant wooden puppet instantly shattered into pieces. A deep voice rang out, carrying a sense of amusement. Tisk, this young lass is truly extraordinary. Seeing no more movement, Bai Su Na cautiously entered. The scene before her left her stunned. All the swarming wooden puppets had fallen. Amidst the rubble, Little Ma was holding a small puppet, innocently shaking it back and forth. Hey, tell me, how exactly do you guys move? Bai Su Na couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. Did the controller simultaneously control all these puppets at once? Such an ability is too terrifying. At the same time, the hidden figure was also furious because his entire collection of creations had been destroyed. It seems I have to take action myself before things get out of control. A dark shadow leapt from the roof beam, landing in the wide courtyard under the moonlight. It was a tall figure in majestic armor. He raised his head to look at the crescent moon, his voice hoarse and full of excitement. It's been a long time since the blood in my veins has boiled like this. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the man's face. Without a single word of warning, he rushed forward, swinging his blade, delivering a killing blow towards Little Ma. Fortunately, both Little Ma and Bai Su Na reacted in time, dodging by a hair's breadth. The blade grazed past, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Stones and gravel shattered. Seeing the terrifying power of the blade strike, Little Ma no longer maintained his foolish demeanor. His gaze became serious and sharp. From a distance, Bai Su Na couldn't help but be horrified. What terrifying power! A few strands of Little Ma's hair were cut by the blade's wind, fluttering in the air. Before he could regain his composure, the ghost general attacked again. His swordsmanship was not flashy, only filled with brutality and a sky-high murderous aura. Each slash hissed with terrifying swooshing sounds, tearing through the air. Little Ma moved with agility. In just a few steps, he had created a safe distance. Seeing he couldn't get close, the ghost general roared, throwing his great saber straight at him. The saber plunged deep into the ground, shaking the entire area. The ghost general landed from the air. His bloodshot eyes stared at Xiao Ma. "No matter who you are, today you must die." He roared and lunged forward like a crazed beast. But before he could even show his might, a shadow flashed by. A thunderous kick from Xiao Ma slammed straight into his face. The force of the kick was so strong that it sent the demon general's colossal body flying 100 meters away. He crashed into a stone wall, creating a large hole. However, being just a puppet, he felt no pain at all. Witnessing the lightning-fast exchange, Bai Sui's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Xiao Ma's attack was too fast, so fast that the naked eye could not follow. Could the rumor that he had defeated the black and white twin demons be true? The demon general heavily pulled his body out of the rubble and slowly stood up. "You've got skills, kid, but this body is indestructible." Another earth-shattering slash was unleashed. Boom! The ground cracked open again. Observing from a distance, Bai Sui analyzed his tall frame, heavy iron armor, yet his movements were unbelievably nimble. That broadsword must weigh at least 100 caddies. A mere graze would be enough to take a life. And yet, that servant boy could dodge every attack by a margin of less than a finger's width. Hundreds of moves had passed, but the demon general still couldn't even touch the hem of Xiao Ma's clothes. He was like a clever ape, constantly tumbling and weaving before the blade of death, making the general grind his teeth in anger. "Stand still for me!" The demon general roared, swinging his broadsword horizontally, intending to sever Xiao Ma's legs. "In your dreams, General!" Xiao Ma shouted back, suddenly leaping up. No, he was using his own head to execute the iron head technique, ramming it straight into the demon general's mask. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The demon general's armored head was crushed by the heaven-sent headbutt, flattened like a sandwich. His giant body staggered and then crashed to the ground. Bai Sui was once again shaken. The demon general's head. But the giant puppet slowly struggled up. He raised both hands, grabbed his flattened head, and with a pop sound, pulled it back to its original shape as if nothing had happened. Surprised, he slowly approached Xiao Ma. A kid with not a shred of internal energy, yet his martial arts have reached this level. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me. Curiously, Xiao Ma walked over and tapped the chest of the iron armor with his finger. A hollow, metallic sound echoed. He mumbled, "It's empty? Then who on earth has been talking to me all this time?" It is I. That bewitching voice did not come from the armor, but echoed down from above. Both of them looked up. Under the silver moonlight, a graceful figure stood on the rooftop, her long hair flowing in the night wind. What interesting children! Hearing the word, children, Xiao Ma's expression turned a little sour. He thought to himself, I might be older than your mother. Meanwhile, Bai Sui was stunned. She couldn't believe that the woman had been controlling a war machine like the demon general from start to finish with just a single, thin, almost invisible silk thread. Xiao Ma scratched his head and asked with a bewildered look, "So, you are, ma'am?" "There was a time," the woman interrupted, her voice carrying a distant nostalgia, "when people called me Gui Gui. I'm afraid not many people remember that name anymore." He rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then answered honestly, "Sorry, but this is the first time I've heard it." The air fell silent. But in Bai Sui's mind, a lightning bolt struck. Gui Gui. She was sure she had heard that name somewhere before. Suddenly, A pure white snowflake gently landed on the back of her hand, melting into a cold streak of water. Horrified, Bai Sui looked up at the sky. Snow? How could it be snowing in this weather? A terrifying chill, visible even to the naked eye, was radiating from the woman on the roof, causing the entire surrounding space to begin to freeze. She stood there, her feet seemingly not even touching the roof tiles. Walking on air, Bai Sui mumbled, her voice filled with terror. Then, as if recalling an ancient legend, she uttered the name that once spread terror. Could it be the Tianshan Snow Maiden, the white-eyed Gui Gui? The woman slowly descended. Her hair was as white as silk, her pupils a soulless, milky white. Despite bearing the title of 100-year-old demon lord, her figure was as graceful as a young maiden in her prime, her skin as fair as the first snow of the season. Flashback. At the Spirit Demon City, inside the Grand Hall. The 10 great masters were whispering amongst themselves. I heard someone used puppetry to control the demon general in Harmony Valley. What's wrong? You're interested too? Interested? Not at all, a weary voice spoke up. I was just thinking of someone else who also enjoyed this kind of game. It's Gui Gui. That name made the atmosphere heavy. Gui Gui? Isn't that the Tianshan Snow Maiden, the one who single-handedly dyed the entire martial arts world red with blood hundreds of years ago? Ha! Has it really been a century already? Time really flies. Huan Mo, just how many years have you lived? The man called Huan Mo chuckled. I don't remember anymore. After I turned 100, I got too lazy to count. Black Demon, who was sipping tea on the side, suddenly interjected. But if it's the Tianshan Snow Maiden, isn't she the creator of the ice-white divine art? He gestured with his chin towards White Demon. In that case, you'd have to call her your Grand Master, wouldn't you? White Demon slammed the table in anger. Grandmaster, my foot! I comprehended the ice-white divine art myself from the secret manual. Back to the present. Bai Sui couldn't help but shiver. A great demon lord who had vanished for 100 years. Why was she hiding in such a dilapidated, abandoned house? No matter how strong that servant boy was, how could he possibly be a match for a living legend like her? Gui Gui landed in front of Xiao Ma. Her blank white eyes gazed up at the moon, her voice carrying both a sense of weariness and the utmost cruelty. This is the first time this old woman has stepped outside after 100 years of solitude. Therefore, you all must make me happy. Killing intent and cold energy erupted simultaneously, making the space feel like it was about to shatter. And yet, Xiao Ma still wore a bewildered expression. I don't understand why I have the obligation to make you happy. His mind started working at full capacity. So this woman is the real master. As for that other girl, the image of Bai Su Na as a pure and noble beauty in his heart shattered into pieces. A fraud who used a beauty trap to lure me in here. The house is in such a dilapidated state. If this owner makes me compensate for the damages, it would truly be a case of losing money and gaining trouble. The ancients taught that one who knows when to retreat is a true hero. Thinking this, Xiao Ma immediately raised his hand, signaling a request to negotiate. Wait, I can completely understand your pain and loneliness over the past 100 years. But first, let me clarify this matter. He pointed directly at Bai Su Na, his voice full of frustration. Over there, do you see that deceitful girl? She was the one who said this was her house. And she even tried to seduce me. Bai Su Na froze. She had absolutely no idea what the hell this guy was talking about. Xiao Ma continued to blabber on loudly. What I mean is, if there's compensation for damages to be paid, it would be more reasonable for you to ask her. Gui Gui didn't even bother to glance at Xiao Ma. She glided past him indifferently, then gently flicked her sleeve. Get out of the way for a bit. With just a light flick of her hand, an invisible force swept up Xiao Ma. It sent him flying like a bullet, slamming him into the wall and embedding him deep within it. My first concern is not you, but that little girl over there. Me? Bai Su Na took a step back in horror. You should be careful with every one of your answers, little girl. If you are not of the direct bloodline of the Yiwa Palace, the family's ultimate techniques would never be passed down to an outsider. Speak. How did you learn the Three Heavens finger technique? The aura emanating from her was as heavy as a crushing mountain, causing Bai Su Na to break out in a cold sweat. Beads of it rolled down her temples. She realized immediately. The woman before her was Gui Gui, the Gui Gui from the legends. An existence she had no chance of confronting. Her eyes unconsciously glanced towards Xiao Ma, who was lying unconscious. Has he lost consciousness? Although she felt guilty, now was not the time to worry about him. She had to escape this place immediately, at all costs. But just as the intention formed, a dark figure shot up from the ground like an arrow. The ghost general attacked again. Reacting instinctively, Bai Su Na raised her hand to execute her finger technique. But the moment her two fingers touched the blade, she felt something was different. The blade was no longer ordinary metal. It was enveloped in a sinister and chilling internal energy. The ghost general roared, exerting his strength to fling her away. She flew backwards. Bai Su Na struggled to land, her arm numb. He didn't give her a moment's rest. A storm of attacks rained down continuously, forcing her into a disadvantageous position. While defending herself, Bai Su Na's mind raced like lightning. The ghost general was just a puppet, controlled by the fingertips of Gui Gui. As long as that old woman didn't stop, she could absolutely not escape. Gui Gui's voice rang out again. 100 years ago, when the Yiwa Palace was destroyed, my sect heard that a single female descendant had luckily survived, hiding and taking refuge in the demonic spirit city. Perhaps that is you. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Su Na's eyes. There was only one chance. She abruptly stopped resisting and slowly landed on the ground. She coughed dryly a few times, suppressing her pain, then bowed her head. Her voice carried a hint of reverence. This junior was blind and did not recognize a senior. Truly disrespectful. Regarding everything that has happened from the beginning to the end, if it can be considered as if it never occurred, this junior would be eternally grateful. The moment her words ended, her figure suddenly blurred, launching a surprise attack. She thought the blow would fluster the old woman, but the reality was far crueler. Around Gui Gui, a dense cold energy automatically condensed, forming an invisible but unusually sturdy shield. The old woman spoke coldly. With just a bit of a childish smokescreen, not even a poisonous fog, you want to escape from my grasp? I have no intention of running away. Bai Su Na's voice shouted from within the smoke. The unique ultimate technique of Yiwa Palace, the Three Heavens finger technique. She broke through the smoke, appearing like a goddess of war. All of her internal energy was channeled into her hand, creating a brilliant golden aura. This was the third move, the most powerful one she could execute, strong enough to shatter a block of granite. Huang Long Wu Jiao. A roaring dragon claw made of energy rushed forward, carrying destructive power. Bai Su Na had already imagined the scene of the old Gui Gui's bones being crushed and flesh torn apart, but that was only in her imagination. In reality, her full-powered attack couldn't even leave a scratch on Gui Gui's shield of cold energy. Seeing the junior's naive skill level, the old woman shook her head, her voice full of disappointment. To have learned the mystical martial arts of your ancestors and only reach this level? What a pity. Before Bai Su Na could even compose herself, she felt something ice-cold pressed against her chest. Gui Gui's withered hand had been there since who knows when. Ice-white divine art. A familiar technique, but its power in Gui Gui's hands was 100 times more terrifying than when used by Bai Gui. An extremely bone-chilling energy pierced straight into her body. Bone-penetrating yin wind hand. The attack made no loud noise, but Bai Su Na felt as if her chest was being crushed. She couldn't breathe. The billowing cold energy invaded her organs, freezing every cell, every blood vessel. The chilling pain reached deep into her bone marrow, leaving her with only a single thought: if this cold energy isn't dispelled, I will die. Gui Gui stood there, towering like an eternal mountain of snow, looking down at the dying prey at her feet. The old woman asked again coldly, "So, now? Have you decided to answer my question?" Bai Su Na's body trembled uncontrollably, her lips purple from the cold. She struggled to utter each word. "I don't know anything." The girl's stubbornness seemed to have exhausted Gui Gui's patience. The old woman slowly raised her hand high. An invisible force lifted Bok Tana off the ground, tightening around her throat. But Gui Gui remained expressionless. Her aged eyes stared straight at her, her voice without a hint of emotion. "It's fine if you don't answer." Bok Tana struggled in vain. The air gradually depleted. Her consciousness began to fade into darkness. Her dark form hung suspended in midair. The demon hag's hoarse voice echoed under the cold moonlight. "You are the last descendant of the Yiwa palace. But why is the daughter of Bok Lin Fai so pathetically weak like this?" She looked down at Bok Tana, whom she was strangling, her eyes glinting with contempt. "Years ago, your mother was one of only 3 women in the world who dared to confront me directly. The first was a sword-serving maid, yet she could overwhelm the entire Tran family's imperial sword with the jade of the 72 plum blossom swords. The second was the clan head of the Sichuan Tang clan, the 9 heavens profound maiden, Tang Tiu Dung. And the last one was your mother, the master of Yiwa Palace, Bok Lin Fai, the successor of the 3 heavenly pawns." She reached out and rubbed her left shoulder, her voice tinged with hatred. "This shoulder was broken by her. This wound has tormented me for the past 35 years. It still has not fully recovered to this day." Bok Tana replied with difficulty, each word uttered mixed with gasps for breath. "My mother's business has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you?" Gui Gui sneered, the grip of her hand tightening even more. "Why do you think the Yiwa Palace was annihilated? Why did your mother, a heroine among women, end up dying such a tragic death? Tell me the secret of this immortality." "What secret of immortality?" Bok Tana's face was already pale from the lack of oxygen. "I don't know. If such a thing existed, my mother would not have died." "If you won't talk, then die." A casual voice rang out from below. Gui Gui turned her head in surprise. Xiao Ma was standing there, flashing a wide grin, scratching his head. "Sorry to interrupt while you two are busy. Can I leave now?" The old demon narrowed her eyes. When did this brat move here without her even noticing? Xiao Ma continued to speak with an innocent look. "Although I've caused a lot of trouble, it really wasn't on purpose. I almost died just now, you know. The puppets I broke were in legitimate self-defense. Let's just say you hit me first and I hit back, so we're even on this debt. Save me." Bok Tana's desperate plea cut off Xiao Ma's words. "Please save me." Xiao Ma glanced at the girl who had tricked him and shrugged. "Sorry, this doesn't seem to concern me." Having said that, he waved goodbye and casually turned to walk away. Looking at his receding back, Bok Tana gathered all her remaining strength and shouted out 2 hoarse words. 5 tails. Xiao Ma's steps halted, his whole body stiffened. Only 2 words echoed in his mind: 5 tails. He turned back, his face scrunched up as if haggling. "This lady is very strong, you know." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Bok Tana gritted her teeth. 10 tails. Xiao Ma lowered his head. A discreet, satisfied smile appeared. "Old woman, are you really going to kill her?" 10 tails, the deal is on." Noticing that Bok Tana's life force was about to be depleted, Xiao Ma's voice hardened. "Let her go." Gui Gui curled her lip into a contemptuous sneer. "Fool." She flicked her finger slightly. The ghost general puppet lying on the ground suddenly sprang up, swinging its blade towards Xiao Ma's back. But he just leaned slightly, one hand reaching out, gently grabbing the puppet's wrist and twisting it with a crack. The puppet's entire arm broke off clean. The control thread on Gui Gui's hand also snapped. Both women were horrified by that lightning-fast strike. Xiao Ma glanced at the now useless puppet, his voice dropping as he repeated once more. "Let her go. From now on, she is my client. What if I don't let her go? You will regret it." As he finished speaking, Xiao Ma's figure suddenly blurred, then unexpectedly appeared right next to Gui Gui. A thunderous punch was thrown. Gui Gui managed to raise her hand to block it in time. HMPH, if this punch is all you've got, then. Before she could finish her smug thought, a roundhouse kick appeared from her blind spot, slamming straight into her side with a boom. Gui Gui's entire body was kicked to the ground like a torn ball. Having lost control, Bok Ta-na fell freely. "Are you all right?" In a tired voice, Bok Ta-na softly replied. "Yes, thanks to you." Under the moonlight, the image of Xiao Ma catching her became incredibly steady. He turned back and gently told her to step back. "I'll take it from here." At that moment, the image of the spirited young man in front of her made even someone as proud as Bok Ta-na blush shyly. The old woman Gui Gui slowly got up, dusting off her clothes. But in her mind was a wave of shock. Not a single fluctuation of true qi, not a trace of internal energy emitted. But where did this pure strength come from? How could someone without cultivation possess such a shocking martial art? She did not rush to attack, only lightly stomped her foot. From the ground, the war machine, the ghost general, rose once more, towering like an iron mountain. Gui Gui gently placed her hand on the puppet's body. Icy streams of life force, stark white, flowed from her palm into it, causing the puppet's eyes to suddenly glow eerily. It had been reborn, many times stronger. "Let's see just how much fun you can give me, you little brat." With a wave of her hand, the ghost general dashed forward. It was no longer a cumbersome machine but a steel arrow tearing through the wind, rushing at Xiao Ma with supersonic speed. A storm of attacks was unleashed. Every punch, every kick, carried power sufficient to level a hill. No, but its opponent is Xiao Ma. In his eyes, those stormy movements became slow and full of openings. It looked stronger, but in essence, it was still just a rigid puppet. Dodging a vertical slash from the blade, Xiao Ma slipped into the ghost general's blind spot and unleashed a punch. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion rang out. Xiao Ma's pure internal energy exploded, piercing straight through the thick iron armor and leaving a gaping hole in the puppet's chest. Just as the rumors said, his fist was no different from a mobile cannon. Seeing the puppet heavily injured, Gui Gui immediately took action. She waved her hand, creating a sharp blast of palm wind, attacking Xiao Ma to attract his attention. As soon as Xiao Ma raised his hand to block the blow, Gui Gui's figure vanished into thin air, then suddenly appeared right beneath him like a ghost emerging from the ground. Her jade-like but icy-cold hand was pressed directly against his chest. A bone-penetrating yin-wind hand. A completely white palm print, carrying the chill of the 9 springs, imprinted straight onto Xiao Ma's chest. The poisonous cold qi immediately invaded his meridians, sending him flying into the air. Not giving her opponent a second to rest, Gui Gui leapt up and struck with another, even more powerful palm. Dark netherworld palm. Xiao Ma was buried deep within the pile of debris by the second strike. Gui Gui's ethereal figure appeared beside him, her voice cold. "You'd better not move. Anyone who is hit by 2 of my moves consecutively will have their internal organs frozen solid by the cold poison." Before she could finish her words, Xiao Ma slowly sat up. He just gently exhaled a breath. A stream of frosty white smoke escaped from his mouth, carrying with it all the cold poison that had just entered his body. This event made Gui Gui, an old demon who had lived for 100 years, stunned. Her completely white pupils constricted. An astonishment unseen in a century was clearly visible on her face, which seemed to have lost all emotion. Xiao Ma rubbed his chest, his expression still calm. It was a little cold, but not enough to kill me." Impervious to heat and cold, Gui Gui mumbled. No, this state is even higher than that. This physique, could it be the one that only exists in legends? The void spirit body. The void spirit body. A pure body that contains no internal energy, but can absorb and transform all types of energy from heaven and earth. She stared intently at Xiao Ma, her voice, for the first time, carrying a hint of doubt. What on earth are you? Let's see. I'm not really sure about that either, Xiao Ma answered honestly. I'm just an errand boy. With that said, he rushed forward. A rain of fists and kicks poured down on Gui Gui. She was terrified, realizing that his martial arts followed no rules at all. Unpredictable, like a raging flood. This movement technique, this fist style, it's unmistakable. It's exactly like that person's martial arts. Could it be? As another punch came rushing, this time Gui Gui no longer dodged. She raised her hand and caught Xiao Ma's fist cleanly. Now I understand your true nature. Xiao Ma did not understand her meaning, but a world-shaking energy erupted from Gui Gui's body. Snowflakes began to condense around her, no longer soft and beautiful, but sharp as blades. The temperature of the space suddenly dropped to sub-zero. A terrible blizzard, with her at its center, spread outwards, freezing everything in its path. Bai Sui only had time to be terrified before her entire body was covered in a thick layer of ice. Xiao Ma was no exception. In the silent, white space, Gui Gui slowly walked up to the frozen Xiao Ma. You really are so similar, she whispered, to the only man who ever made this icy heart of mine flutter. Gui Gui's icy cold, jade-like hand gently touched Xiao Ma's face. A name that seemed to have been buried in 100 years of solitude quietly escaped from her lips. Fei Long. Memories suddenly rushed back. An adorable little girl with silver hair was playing happily in a flower garden. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw a beautiful crimson rose. She used to love flowers very much, but she could not touch them. Her small hand couldn't help but gently reach out and lightly touch a petal. Immediately, the beautiful flower was covered by a thin layer of ice, becoming brittle and then shattering into pieces. The little girl's mother hurried over. I've told you before, my love. You should only look at them. Suddenly, from the other side of the stream, the whispers of 3 villagers echoed. They pointed, their eyes full of fear and disgust. Then a panicked scream rang out, tearing through the peace. Look! It's the Snow Women, the demons who live on Tian Shan. Why have they come down to our village? The mother and daughter looked at each other in bewilderment. The mother's voice trembled slightly. Can they hear us? So what if they can hear us? The little girl, Gui Gui, replied innocently. We haven't done anything wrong. But a child's logic could not overcome the prejudice of adults. A sharp-edged stone flew through the air, hitting the little girl straight on the forehead. The stone was not large, but the force of an adult's throw was enough to make Gui Gui wince in pain. A trickle of fresh red blood oozed out. Tears welled up in her eyes as the little girl thought resentfully, I've always wanted to make friends, but I've never had a single friend. The blind rage spread like a plague. A few children from the village, following the adult's lead, also grabbed sticks and rushed forward, shouting and chasing the mother and daughter away. Get out, you demons! Go back to your mountain. This is not a place for you. Helpless and pained, the mother and daughter could only leave in silence, carrying an unspoken grievance. That night, in a cold cave on the peak of Tian Shan, the mother gently applied medicine to the wound on her daughter's forehead. Her face was still as gentle as water, but her eyes reflected a deep sadness. Gui Gui, sleep well tonight. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the sun rises, we will leave this place. Why? The little girl asked bewildered, her big, round eyes filled with tears. It was their fault. Why do we have to go? Why? She looked at her innocent, pitiful daughter. The mother's heart felt as if it was being crushed by someone. She didn't know how to explain the cruelty of the world. Gui Gui burst into choked sobs. Why do we have to hide? Why do we have to live furtively? What crime have we committed? Why are we treated this way? At that time, I was too young to understand. I didn't understand why I had to live in the shadows, why I couldn't touch the beautiful flowers, why I couldn't make friends, and why even crying was a luxury. Suddenly, the entire cave shook violently. Debris fell from the ceiling, a dangerous sign. The mother, alarmed, hurriedly pulled her daughter's hand and ran outside. They had just escaped the cave entrance, thinking they were safe, when a horrifying sight met their eyes. Dozens of hunters brandishing their weapons, their eyes shining with greed, had surrounded them at some point. "Who are you?" the mother shouted, shielding her daughter behind her. The leader, a scar-faced man with a cruel smile, spoke. "It is rumored that the Snow Maiden of Tianshan possesses an inner core that can increase one's power manifold. If you hand it over obediently, we might give you too a painless death." "What inner core?" she screamed in despair. "We are human. We don't have such a thing." But her explanation fell on deaf ears. Without another word, the hunters roared and charged forward. The mother summoned all her internal energy, creating a snowstorm to push Gui Gui far away, then threw herself into the life and death battle. "Mother!" The harsh clang of metal on metal and savage roars echoed throughout the mountain. A moment later, amidst the chaotic storm, the mother's weak voice was heard. "My daughter, are you hurt anywhere?" She raised a bloodied, trembling hand to touch her daughter's cheek. "My daughter is very strong. You can live well without me, can't you? You must be resilient and strong to survive. You must live." "What are you saying, mother?" Gui Gui asked innocently, her eyes welling with tears. "It sounds like you're about to die." "If you live as I've told you," she smiled, her breath growing weaker, "one day, you will meet someone who truly understands and loves you. So until then, you must live. Promise me, will you?" Tianshan Gui Gui realized then. Her mother would not be with her anymore. She cried, hot tears rolling down her cold cheeks. "My daughter must stay healthy." With her final words spoken, her hand went limp. Her last breath dissipated into the cold air of Tianshan. "Mother, I can't promise," the little girl wailed desperately, shaking her mother's body. "Without you, I can't live. I beg you, please don't die, mother." "How am I supposed to live alone, mother?" The ringleader, though severely injured and his body battered, dragged himself forward with his chipped blade. He looked at the little girl with bloodshot eyes. "Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your mother soon enough." In that moment, something inside me died, and something else, far more terrifying, was born. I was determined. I had to return to this world all the pain it had inflicted upon me. Gui Gui's consciousness sank into darkness. The extreme pain broke all shackles, awakening the terrifying, latent power within the little girl. Her entire body glowed with the red of blood and hatred. An inhuman scream rang out. Sadness, rage, and resentment thundered. A snowstorm with destructive power erupted from her small body, engulfing all the hunters in eternal ice. From then on, I committed countless sins. The horrified screams of the martial world always echoed in my ears. "I am Gui Gui, the demon of Tianshan has appeared. I single-handedly slaughtered the entire Wulin alliance. From an innocent little girl, I became a cold-blooded assassin. Until I met that man. The only one who made this frozen heart beat again. Fai Long." Gui Gui's aged hand gently placed itself on Xiao Ma's unconscious face. "I had thought that speculation was just speculation. Yet, in the form of you, this brat, I found the shadow of Fai Long. You have been missing for so long. Why do you look so alike? Even if you are Fai Long's son, still." The thick layer of ice surrounding Xiao Ma began to crack. The sound of shattering grew more and more urgent, then with a bang, a cold energy dispersed. He had completely broken free. Letting out a sigh of relief, Xiao Ma's eyes glinted with fighting spirit. "Then let's start over." But surprisingly, Gui Gui turned away, the killing intent around her also vanishing. "Forget it," the old woman said, her voice slightly petulant. "I have no reason to fight a duel to the death with you. Besides, if my guess is correct." The old woman waved her hand. The layer of ice on Bai Sui also shattered. Gui Gui's form began to grow blurry. "You must have many questions. Don't be hasty." The old woman's words were like a mist swirling in the air. "Whether you want to or not, sooner or later, you will know everything." With that, her figure completely vanished. Bai Sui clutched her still cold arm, unable to believe it. Even someone as terrifying as Gui Gui is just a puppet. "Hey, you liar!" Xiao Ma suddenly spun around, pointing directly at Bai Sui's face. She blinked in confusion, feigning innocence. Xiao Ma was trembling with anger. "How dare you look down on me, Soma? The matter of you tricking me, I will absolutely." A coin was immediately tossed out. Bai Sui crossed her arms and tilted her chin, her tone condescending. "From now on, I officially appoint you as my personal errand boy." Thinking that Xiao Ma's eyes would light up, he unexpectedly ignored it. His voice became serious. "Funny. Because of you, this entire valley and I have been dragged into danger." But Xiao Ma, quick as a flash, took it all upon himself. He cleared his throat, his expression becoming extremely serious. "I've taken the money, so I must do the work. Tell me, where do we start?" Seeing this, a satisfied smile bloomed on Bai Su Na's lips. Meanwhile, at Harmony Valley, a tall figure clad in pitch-black armor, carrying a terrifying murderous aura, had appeared. He was none other than Chong Mo. He approached the young man who usually competed for business with Xiao Ma. His voice, deep and resonant like a temple bell, said, "You." The young man looked up with a confused expression. "The errand boy Soma of He-Egu?" Chong Mo asked further. The other young man smiled, gently pointing to a temporarily closed sign set up next to Xiao Ma's spot. "If you're looking for Soma, please go this way." Chong Mo glanced at the sign and then turned to leave, leaving behind a bone-chilling sentence, "Relay a message to him. Chong Mo is looking." Upon hearing the two words, Chong Mo, the smile vanished from the young man's lips. He slowly stood up, his gaze becoming razor-sharp. The sixth-rank guard of the demon spirit city. It seemed that war was now inevitable. Suddenly, Chong Mo turned back, but the young man's seat was already empty. In an instant, a cold, sharp point thrust towards his back. A fatal blow. But no, the blade was clamped firmly between Chong Mo's bicep and armpit with ease. "You little brat," he growled, his eyes suddenly turning bloodshot. A dark, deathly aura erupted from his body like a storm, enveloping a corner of the sky. The young man closed his eyes calmly, feeling the overwhelming demonic energy. It looked light, yet it was terrifyingly heavy. Truly worthy of Chong Mo, the vigorous dragon heaven-shattering blade. If there were a ranking of the 10 ultimate arts of the world, this blade technique would surely have a place. It was also known by the name, One Blade, Certain Death. Legend has it that one who masters it can split Mount Tai with a single slash and part the seas. However, the conditions for cultivating it were extremely harsh. One must be born with a body of yin and yang or possess at least 3 Wajia cycles of internal energy, 185 years worth. Until now, apart from its creator, the Iron Mountain Blade Emperor, no one had been able to master it. The past, Jiangnan. A bustling city with people moving about like shuttles in a loom. The sounds of hawking and bargaining filled the air. But amidst this prosperity, Wu Wansheng, the master of the first sect of Jiangnan, was a name known to all. He was the wealthiest man in the Central Plains, known to the world as the Golden King. His lands were vast, his gold and silver piled as high as mountains. But no amount of wealth could compare to the only son he had in his twilight years. To Wu Wansheng, this child was the most precious treasure in the world. Fei Lu, the seventh-generation sole heir of the Wu family, was like a flickering candle in the wind. Born with a constitution weaker than even the frailest of children, the boy's existence was a constant worry that gnawed at Wu Wanshang's heart day and night. The words of a famous physician were like a knife stabbing his heart. "Master, the young master is merely clinging to life. I fear it will be difficult for him to see next spring." From that moment, Wu Wanshang, one of the richest men in the Central Plains, launched a solitary war against fate. His order was sent throughout the land. Anyone who could find a divine medicine to prolong his son's life would be granted anything they wished by the Wu family. And so, a journey of burning money to sustain a life began. As soon as Fei Lu was born, the vital energy of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, the secret elixir of the Shaolin sect, was poured into his fragile, infant body. His first birthday celebration consisted not of ordinary cakes, but of the 1,000-year snow ginseng from the peak of Changbai Mountain, whose essence took a millennium to form. At the age of 3, he was given the White Mountain 9-leaf grass, a divine herb rumored to be able to rejuvenate a 100-year-old woman to her youth. By 7, precious items like red bamboo jade marrow paste and the snow lotus seeds of the heavenly mountains became his daily food. The peak came when he was 10, when he was given the Earth Dragon blood treasure, a spiritual medicine capable of reviving the dead. "Master, please stop," the servants would plead until their throats were raw. The young master cannot absorb any more. But Wu Wanshang turned a deaf ear. His love for his son had become a blind obsession. The cost of those spiritual medicines combined was enough to buy an entire city. Wu Wanshang's business empire began to falter, then collapsed. Reporting, "Master, the 12 subordinate cities and all trade rights in the Jiangnan region have been sold. All that remains are a few wild forests, not worth much." But Wu Wanshang just coldly waved it away. "Continue, until Fei Lu can grow up on his own." Finally, in the year Fei Lu turned 15, a world-shaking transformation occurred. After consuming 2 extreme inner elixirs at the same time, the Fire Spirit Pill, the 1,000-year inner core of a fire python, which was extremely young, and the Ice Jade Pill, the 1,000-year inner core of an ice centipede, which was extremely yin, his body could no longer bear it. Purple veins bulged all over his body. His throat was as dry as a desert, his moans reduced to mere hot breaths. "Water, water," Wu Wanshang screamed in panic. But Fei Lu needed no one's help. He charged like a wounded beast, throwing himself into the waterfall next to his house. A bizarre scene unfolded. For the first 5 days, his body was like a living furnace. The heat radiating from him turned the entire stream into a bubbling cauldron, boiling until it evaporated completely. 5 days later, the heat vanished, replaced by the cold of an icy hell. The frigid aura emanating from his body froze the majestic waterfall into a giant crystal monolith. When people broke the ice to rescue him, Fei Lu had been completely reborn. The countless spiritual medicines and the 2 streams of yin and yang energy had forged a one-of-a-kind physique. The body of yin and yang, a perfect constitution for practicing martial arts. But the price paid for that miracle was the complete collapse of an empire. From the wealthiest tycoon in the Central Plains, Wu Wanshang was now just an old man in a mud-walled cottage. Yes, I understand now." Go Van Thuong's voice was hoarse. "Our family has declined to this extent. It's all because of you. From now on, I will let you be independent, remember that." Just then, a deep and resonant voice like a bell rang out from outside the door. "Van Thuong, old brother, are you in there?" A man with a sturdy build and the air of a grandmaster stepped in. That was Tong Dai Hao, one of the 12 elders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Go Van Thuong was overjoyed. "Dai Hao, brother, you've come." After a few rounds of tea, Tong Dai Hao looked at Fei Lu, his gaze sharp, as if it could see through a person's very soul. He said in a low voice, "Strange. The Fire Spirit Pill and the Ice Jade Pill are 2 types of energy that are extreme when taken together. It should have caused his limbs to swell and then explode, killing him. Go Van Thuong said proudly, "You don't know this, brother, but his body contains the essence of countless divine medicines in this world. There is no child with a more solid foundation than him." Tong Dai Hao nodded slightly. His eyes stared intently at Phi Lu's dantian, as if sensing something. Is that how he obtained the yin-yang body? He drained the wine cup in his hand and slammed it on the table, making a momentous decision. Van Thuong, I can take him as my disciple and teach him martial arts. But you must understand, this physique is both a rare opportunity and a curse. The process of practicing martial arts could kill him. After that fateful negotiation, Tong Dai Hao dragged Phi Lu to a towering mountain in Zhongnan. The wind howled, carrying an icy chill. Phi Lu looked down at the deep abyss below, where swirling clouds obscured everything. The bottom was not visible. If you fall down there, Tong Dai Hao said in a hoarse voice, you have a 10 out of 10 chance of dying. This sheer cliff, even a first-class master would be wary of it, let alone a brat like you. Without another word of warning, the old man kicked Phi Lu straight in the chest. No need for long speeches. Survive and come back up, then we'll talk. Phi Lu was sent flying off the cliff, his small body sinking into the endless abyss. Only his scream remained, the sound of his desperation echoing, before being silenced by the roaring wind. That was the beginning of his hellish days. Tong Dai Hao's curses became the soundtrack to Phi Lu's life. You useless thing! Possessing the yin-yang body with an internal energy equivalent to 185 years of cultivation, and this is all you can do. You can't even hold a saber properly. Look at your posture. Listen carefully. The heaven-shattering adamant dragon is an unrivaled, powerful saber technique. But precisely because of its crudeness and might, it is full of openings. You must engrave this mantra into your very bones. When it needs to be light as a swan's feather. When it needs to be heavy as Mount Tai. The memory faded, giving way to the cruel reality. Furious dragon heaven-shattering saber, first move, dark dragon slash. Phi Lu roared, swinging his saber with destructive force. Wherever the blade went, the body of the mad demon was cleaved apart. The villain screamed pitifully, gritting his teeth so hard they squeaked. You damn bastard! Martial Arts Alliance Special Operations Team, Captain Phi Lu, mission complete. The joy of victory had just flashed before it vanished. The scene before his eyes suddenly blurred and shattered like a mirror. It turned out to be just an illusion. He had been poisoned by the soul poison, a strange poison that caused no pain. It attacked the brain directly, creating sweet illusions, making the victim immerse themselves in victory and happiness until the very moment of death, completely unaware. But while Phi Lu was still in a daze, the mad demon slowly approached and snatched the saber from his hand. He threw a thunderous punch straight into Phi Lu's stomach. The punch pulled him out of the dream. He flew backwards, slamming hard against the stone wall. The piercing pain brought him completely back to his senses. So it was just a dream, an illusion caused by the poison. Despite being beaten so badly that his internal organs felt scrambled, Phi Lu still gripped the saber's hilt tightly, not letting go at all. The mad demon looked at the scene, a bit surprised. Even when his consciousness was hazy, he still didn't let go of his blade. This kid's will is truly as hard as iron. He cannot be underestimated. But so what? You still have to die, you brat! He roared, gathering all his strength and leaping into the air. Then he plunged down like a blazing meteor, aiming straight for Phi Lu's small body. Die! A world-shaking explosion boomed. The ground where Phi Lu stood cracked and formed a deep crater. Thick dust and smoke obscured everything. It was thought that Phi Lu had been crushed to dust, but when the smoke cleared, an unbelievable sight was revealed. Phi Lu, with both feet sunk deep into the ground, had used his own saber to block the mad demon's devastating attack completely. Impossible! The mad demon cried out in horror. Surely, you brat must have eaten some kind of divine artifact to be able to neutralize the soul poison on your own. Fai Lu gritted his teeth, his entire body tensing. His voice was hoarse with effort. It seems that to defeat you, my previous level of skill is not enough. Isn't that right, mad demon? He let out a heaven-shaking shout, channeling all his internal energy to fling the mad demon away. Standing up straight, he looked at the monster before him, his mind racing. If not for the fact that my master had been stuffing me with all sorts of spirit pills and medicinal wines to temper my body since I was a child, I might have really died just now. Brat, don't think I only have poison techniques, the mad demon roared. As fast as lightning, he appeared next to Fai Lu, launching a high, vicious kick aimed at his temple. Fai Lu hurriedly raised his hand to block, but the force was too strong and sent him flying straight into a nearby house. The people inside the house screamed in panic, scrambling to flee in all directions. Fai Lu slowly sat up from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression was extremely bitter and tense. The iron armor of this bastard is made from 10,000-year-cold iron, impervious to blades and spears. The strength in his arms is completely overwhelming. The speed is so fast that the naked eye can hardly keep up, but the deadliest thing is his poison technique. He is a great master of using poison. Ha ha, you little brat. It seems you have sharp eyes, Kung Ma laughed triumphantly. In Fai Lu's mind, images of his former self reappeared. The day he, exhausted and covered in injuries, crawled up from that 10,000 zhang deep cliff. An iron will forged from hell flared up again in his eyes. I must survive at all costs. The first rays of dawn shone on Fai Lu's exhausted face. He panted and muttered, finally, I made it up. Just as he managed to pull half his body over the edge of the cliff, a stream of strong wine was poured directly onto his face. Not a bad will, kid, a hearty voice rang out. This tattered appearance of yours shows that you are not one to give up easily. I, your master, am very pleased, but you made me wait quite a while. That morning, on the windswept mountaintop, the master and disciple sat together, looking down at the endless ranges of deep green mountains. Da Fai Lu, do you see that mountain cleaved in two in the distance? Its name is Thiet's son, his master, Dai Hao, said in a thoughtful tone. I brought you here because this is the very place where the Blade Emperor Thiet's son created the hard dragon blade technique. Fai Lu was astonished. Master, could it be that Thiet's Sun Mountain was split by a single slash from the Blade Emperor? Dai Hao nodded. This blade technique has 9 forms, but with your talent, I fear mastering 3 would already be a miracle. The difficulty of the later forms is far beyond imagination. Watch closely, the first form, Black Dragon Slash. But Dai Hao's eyes suddenly became sharp, his aura soaring to the heavens. And this, the second form, Heaven-Shattering Dance. Returning to the present, Fai Lu dropped to one knee, plunging his sword into the ground. A dazzling sword aura erupted from the blade, forming a circle of light that enveloped him. All of Kung Ma's dark poison gas was repelled by this light, creating a clean space in the middle of the dead land. Kung Ma stared blankly at the scene, then looked up at the clear blue sky above. Not far away, on a sunny hillside, Tiu Ma was diligently acting as an errand boy. He held a large paper fan, fanning it to create a breeze for Bok Ta-na, who was leisurely sunbathing. Seeing him fanning while looking distractedly into the distance, Bok Ta-na frowned and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be fanning?" Tiu Ma was startled and hastily replied, "Ah, yes, yes. I'm fanning right away." Back at the battle, the space was now like a giant arena created in the middle of the valley. The wind howled through the crevices of the rocks. Kung Ma narrowed his eyes. This brat used his sword aura to expel all of my poison gas. Could the rumor that the captain of the Martial Arts Alliance's Special Operations Team has mastered 5 forms of the hard dragon blade technique be about him? On the opposite side, Fai Lu had taken his stance, his entire body tense like a bowstring. The poison gas has only been temporarily pushed back. His entire body is a living block of poison. If my breathing is disrupted for even a moment, I will surely die. Kung Ma's hands under the iron gloves began to glow red like lava. Originally, on this trip, I only planned to teach that brat Tiu Ma a lesson and then drag that girl Bok to Na back, he muttered. Fai Lu stared intently at those hands, thinking to himself, it's not just his body. His hands are the most fearsome thing. A pair of poison hands that can melt steel must be hidden in a pair of specially made gloves. Kung Ma snarled, I didn't expect to have you blocking my way. But even if you are the captain of the special operations team, don't even think about stopping me. A prolonged fight will only be disadvantageous. I must defeat him in one go. Thinking this, Fai Lu's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing straight towards Kung Ma. The gleam of his sword flashed as he relentlessly slashed at his opponent. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword strikes were unleashed. But the armor made from 10,000-year cold iron of Kung Ma was too tough, and it was enveloped by a thick layer of protective chi, rendering all of Fai Lu's attacks useless. About to launch a decisive blow, Fai Lu's sword was suddenly caught by Kung Ma's bare hand. Is this all the petty skill you have? He sneered. With just a slight shake, Kung Ma threw Fai Lu into the air, then delivered a heaven-shattering punch, slamming him headfirst into the ground. His lava-hot hand rushed forward, intending to finish Fai Lu off. He quickly rolled backward to increase the distance. But before he could stand firm, a kick from Kung Ma followed. A terrifying force from the kick sent Fai Lu flying through several layers of house walls. In midair, with a superhuman effort, he twisted his body and plunged his sword upside down into the ground to break his fall, creating a long furrow in the broken tiles. Although his posture was struggling, it still exuded an air of defiant heroism. Gaining the upper hand, Kung Ma let out a savage laugh. His voice was like the scraping of metal against metal, full of contempt. Well, the illustrious captain of the Martial Arts Alliance's Special Operations Team only has this much cat-scratching skill. Are you underestimating me, so you don't dare to use your full strength? Fai Lu struggled to get up, the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth accentuating the fatigue on his face. Seeing that his prey was weakened, Kung Ma gave him not a second to rest, charging like a fierce beast. Fai Lu hurriedly raised his blade to block. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing sent sparks flying in the dark night. What are you hiding? Could there be some other scheme? Kung Ma roared. Each of his punches made Fai Lu's blade vibrate violently. Small cracks began to appear on the blade's body. Fai Lu understood that if he continued this direct confrontation, his weapon would not be able to withstand it. Whatever your plan is, Kung Ma growled, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are meaningless. The moment he finished speaking, Fai Lu suddenly lowered his center of gravity. A kick as fast as lightning, carrying a sharp force, struck straight under Kung Ma's chin. A heaven-shattering collision sent the iron helmet flying high into the air, revealing a monstrous appearance with long, messy hair and bloodshot, bloodthirsty eyes. Not bad, the mad demon licked his lips. Mediocre saber skills, but your footwork is not bad. He suddenly unleashed the killing move, the Demon Emperor's soul-slaying seal. His hand was covered in a layer of deadly purple chi, lunging towards Fai Lu. The boy quickly dodged to avoid it, but the unlucky tree behind was not so fortunate. The mad demon's hand just gently squeezed the tree trunk. The ancient tree immediately bent and shriveled, its sap boiling and then emitting thick black smoke, rotting instantly. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Taking advantage of the opening as Fai Lu had just dodged, the mad demon threw an earth-shattering punch, landing straight on the boy's side. Ack! A dry, cracking sound was heard, like the sound of bones fracturing. His body was sent flying, smashing hard against another tree and becoming unnaturally deformed. He trembled, only able to let out painful groans. The mad demon slowly approached. A thick purple chi emanated from his body. This poison is called the bone-burning corpse toxin, he explained with amusement. It will drain the life force of all living things. Plants wither upon contact, while humans will slowly turn into a dried corpse. If I let it spread, in just a couple of hours, this entire Nhak valley will become a dead land. He bent down, looking straight into Phi Lu's eyes that were gradually losing their life. You punk, what can you do now? Thinking that victory was firmly in his grasp, he didn't know that this was the very moment Phi Lu had been waiting for. The boy's listless eyes suddenly lit up, cold and sharp as a blade's edge. All traces of weakness vanished, replaced by a terrifying aura. Black Dragon Slash. A jet-black slash carrying a dragon's might struck out. The mad demon was startled and dodged it by a hair's breadth. But that was just the beginning. I haven't completely mastered the firmament-breaking dragon saber technique, but it's enough to send you on your way. Phi Lu's firmament-breaking dance footwork became illusory. The continuous slashes formed a dance of death. But the mad demon, though surprised, was still a seasoned master. He let out a roar, using his bare hands to knock away Phi Lu's saber, sending it flying into the air. You little brat, his eyes fierce. Engrave my face into your memory, because it's the last thing you'll ever see. This will be a pain you have never experienced before. His hand gathered power as the purple chi converged, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. But facing death, Phi Lu was strangely calm. He looked up at the saber hovering in the sky and whispered, "Only when it is infinitely light and infinitely heavy can the saber technique reach a realm without end." He reached his hand forward. The firmament-breaking dance was just the prelude to prepare for a single move. A single move, a one-hit kill. Firmament-breaking dragon saber, third form. Lightning saber. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. The lightning bolt didn't strike the ground but hit the hovering saber directly. The saber flashed with lightning, disappeared, and then reappeared in Phi Lu's hand in just 1/10,000th of a blink of an eye. The life of the demon lord officially came to an end. He collapsed, his eyes still wide open, unable to believe what had just happened. Looking at the dark black blood flowing from the wound, Phi Lu frowned. Unexpectedly, his blood is also full of toxins. He sheathed his saber. His voice echoed throughout the forest. Special Operations Squad, assemble all units. Take the mad demon's body and clean up the scene. As quickly as possible. From the shadows, dozens of black figures appeared. Silent and disciplined, they formed two rows and bowed in unison before Phi Lu. The true identity of the young man was finally revealed. This victory was not a matter of luck. It was a game of life and death, where Phi Lu had wagered his own life. Trained since childhood with countless spiritual pills and miraculous medicines, he possessed a body that was nearly immune to all poisons. The kick that sent the helmet flying was to identify the target for the finishing blow. Intentionally allowing himself to be seriously injured, even having his weapon knocked away, was all to lull the opponent's guard and create a moment of fatal vulnerability. What looked like a risky battle was in fact an incredibly meticulous calculation. Worthy of the title of Captain of the Martial Arts Alliance's Special Operations Squad. His strength was immeasurably deep. But this position, it seemed, was still not his final limit. After a tumultuous probationary period, Xiao Ma was finally promoted from an intern errand boy to the official errand boy for Bai Sue. While straining to pull the heavily loaded cart, he glanced back at the pile of debris, the glorious spoils from his great battle. Suddenly, a shout as cold as ice interrupted his train of thought. "What are you standing there spacing out for? Get a move on!" Hearing the order from his lady boss, Xiao Ma jumped and hurriedly started running for his life, looking no different from a water buffalo during plowing season. That's just how life is. Misfortune always lurks in the hidden corners that you least expect. It's just that your naked eyes are not sharp enough to see it. At a small eatery in the valley, the tragedy was officially signed into effect. Bai Sue gracefully pushed a contract in front of Xiao Ma. He picked it up and squinted, reading it line by line. Contract term, 1 month. Regardless of whether there is work or not, you will receive a daily wage of 1 tael of silver. Bai Sue sat opposite, taking a sip of tea. The corners of her lips curved into a meaningful smile. How about it? This can be considered a full-time job with excellent benefits. Tempting, isn't it? Very tempting, extremely tempting. Hearing this, Xiao Ma's brain, which was not very complex to begin with, stopped working. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly dipped his finger in ink and firmly pressed his thumb onto the paper, making a fateful seal. On the other side of the table, Sui's smile grew even brighter. Clearly, the naive fish had taken the bait. There is a very good saying. Life, when seen from a distance, is a comedy, but when you get up close, it is a tragedy. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xiao Ma, the most illustrious errand boy of Harmony Music Valley. Allow me to tell you all how the tragedy of my life began. Everything started with feeding someone rice. That's right, spoon-feeding Bai Su Na. I am eating, so don't you talk. Can't you wait until I finish eating to speak? She frowned, looking annoyed. Yes, it was all her fault, Bai Su Na. If one had to rank the most evil and malicious employers in the history of the martial arts world, she would definitely take the runner-up position. Because no one would dare compete for the champion title with the misses. Do you all think that serving her during her bath is a great blessing? Give me a break. I advise you all not to get your hopes up. What you are imagining will only leave a painful scar on your soul. Every day, I have to do all sorts of god-awful tasks. Washing dishes, sweeping the floor, and doing laundry are just the most trivial tasks on a long, endless list. See? Bathing in a summer downpour like this, how refreshing the body feels, she said while I stood shivering uncontrollably in the rain. For the first time in my life, I hated the rain so much. Do you see how blue and cool the sky is today? She asked again, while I was sweating profusely under the scorching sun. Blue and cool, my foot. I just wished this sky would disappear for good to be done with it. Whoosh. Xiao Ma gulped down a bottle of water to quench his thirst. Finally, a moment to rest. Swoosh, a porcelain bowl flew towards him. He quickly raised his hands to catch it. Go to the upstream spring and fetch me some water, Bai Su Na's voice rang out. There's no shortage of water, why does it have to be spring water? Making it so difficult, he muttered. I said I want to drink spring water. Don't you understand human language? Her face at that moment looked no different from a life-claiming demon. Ah, no, that's not it. Xiao Ma quickly waved his hands. I mean, there are many types of spring water. I wonder which type the young lady would like to drink, so I can conveniently go and get it. On the way, a stranger carrying a wooden bucket passed by, his eyes wide with amazement as he saw Xiao Ma carrying a basin full of water without spilling a single drop. Then he also witnessed the boy moving giant boulders and performing other extraordinary tasks. Curiously, he approached some children and asked, Hey kids, may I ask about that young man over there? Why does he have to do such terrible things? The children innocently replied, Oh, so this is your first time in Harmony Music Valley, sir? No wonder you don't know Brother Xiao Ma. At the end of the day, after a lot of hard work, the project was finally completed. A small, man-made mountain had been erected by Xiao Ma's own 2 hands. Phew, finally done. I didn't expect moving it would be so exhausting. People often think, today was truly a meaningful day. It's been a while since I realized the sunset could be so crimson and beautiful. But Xiao Ma's reality was, oh my God, this day is finally over. Do you all know that all of this happened in just one day? Oh heavens, why can a single day feel as long as a millennium? With a bitter expression, he turned to look at Bai Su Na, who was leisurely sunbathing. They say a hungry tiger won't eat grass. So why must I, the final king of the errand boy world, submit to an unethical employer, the most wicked in history, like her? This won't do. If it's not me, then no one can educate her on the hardships of this profession. He thought he was about to start an earth-shattering revolution. Who knew? Ah, excuse me, miss. He ran over, holding out the paper. I want to ask, this contract I signed with you, it's not a slave contract, is it? If not, then why do I work my fingers to the bone all day doing so many things but only receive exactly one tael of silver? Bai Su Na lazily opened her eyes. With her long, slender finger, she pointed to a line of tiny text at the very bottom corner of the paper. Well, it is a slave contract. Didn't you see the note written here? Xiao Ma snatched the paper from Bai Su Na's hand and skimmed through it. The more he read, the paler his face became. Under his scribbled signature, a tiny paragraph was added in nearly identical ink. Article 1. In the event a servant disobeys the master's command, the servant must compensate 10 times the contract's value. Article 2. The servant has no legal right to resist the master. Xiao Ma was stunned. He understood everything now. Demon Spirit City. In a quiet study, the rustling sound of pages turning could be heard steadily. The person reading was Iron Demon Zhang Yuzhun, ranked 4th among the 10 great masters. Nearby, an old man with 3 long scars on his face was sipping wine. He glanced over and asked, so, the 7th was defeated that miserably? That's Phantom Demon Sima Cheng. For the Phantom Demon to also be defeated? Unbelievable. A clear female voice rang out. The speaker was the 9 Heavens mystic lady, Tang Xiaorong, ranked 3rd, who was casually chewing on a venomous snake. The one ranked 2nd, Lightning Sword Bai Zhaoyun, silently polished his sword, but his gaze was as sharp as lightning. Finally, the person seated in the highest position, the chaotic Heaven Demon Emperor, Ling Qinhun, spoke in a deep, heavy voice that carried a terrifying pressure. Could it be that a monster is hiding in Harmony Music Valley? He slammed his hand on the table. We can't let these flies keep bothering us. Pass down the order to the 13 city lords. In 10 days, we will officially declare war on the Wulin Alliance. The dreamy evening coast of the Purple Sea. An old boatman stood quietly by the wooden bridge, seemingly waiting. Before long, 2 figures appeared and boarded the boat. A boat made of Danwu wood glided gently across the deep purple sea. One of them bent down and scooped up some seawater. It is rumored that the water of the Purple Sea is heavier than normal, and no creature can survive in it. It's indeed true. This person was none other than Grandmaster Hao, Fei Lu's master. The other person, carrying a long spear on his shoulder, laughed heartily. That's the reason no one can cross the Purple Sea without a Danwu wood boat. Grandmaster Hao, this is your first time coming to the new headquarters, isn't it? This was one of the 12 elders of the Wulin Alliance, the Infinite Divine Palm, Shi Jiashan. It wasn't Dai Hao who answered, but Jia Thien. Have you reached the state of reverting age and returning to youth? Why do you still look so young? Haha, are you jealous? You could do it too if you wanted. Thatch Jia Thien replied cheerfully and then asked. On your way back, did you happen to see my disciple, Fei Lu? A month ago, I saw him leading men from the Special Operations Team to Hua Nhac Valley. If it was a month ago, I'm afraid I was still lost somewhere. That kid promised to act discreetly. It's just that, according to the latest news, your disciple has crippled a leader from Demon Spirit City. Thatch Jia Thien said, the smile on his lips vanishing. Dai Hao pondered. Demon Spirit City. Are you worried this will ignite a war? Not just that. 15 years ago, after that heavenly demon assassinated the Northern Heaven Martial Emperor and took sole control of Demon Spirit City, their power has expanded to a point where it cannot be underestimated. 15 years is more than enough for him to digest everything. Dai Hao stroked his beard. And now, their spearhead is pointed directly at the Martial Arts Alliance. Tisk, it seems there is no peaceful place under the heavens. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, in the solemn Grand Hall, an emergency meeting was underway. Although 12 elders were summoned, only 5 were able to attend. Everyone is busy with matters of the martial world. I hope you all understand. A bald man, Heavenly Dragon Elder Hua Tu Kwang, spoke up. A portly elder, Yan Wang Soul Snatcher Tan Long Kiet, nodded. Hua Tu Kwang continued. The current situation in the martial world, after the suppression of the demon cult and the blood cult, has basically maintained the balance created by the previous Flying Dragon Alliance master. But now, the most pressing issue is the strength of Demon Spirit City. Another elder spoke. According to intelligence, the combat strength of Demon Spirit City is mainly concentrated in its 13 city lords and the 100,000 troops under their command. If that's all, dealing with them wouldn't be difficult. Hua Tu Kwang shook his head, his expression grave. The problem doesn't lie there. The key is their leader, the chaotic Heaven Demon Emperor, and the 10 great masters under his command. That is the real threat. Within the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, the air was as heavy as lead. On a massive military map, Tong Dai Hao's finger decisively pointed to a treacherous, gloomy valley. There is only one place, he said in a low voice. Ghost Soul Valley. If this notorious assassin group joins forces with Demon Spirit City, our entire northern defense line will collapse. We don't have enough troops to fight against such an alliance. Elder Jia Thien added with a worried expression. If Ghost Soul Valley gets involved, the pressure will be immense. Currently, we have no spare forces to provide support. The entire Martial Arts Alliance is stretched thin, dealing with hungry wolves lurking on all sides. Martial Emperor City in the east, the Heavenly King's mansion in the south, and the 18 families of Qinghai along the coast. Which one isn't baring its fangs, ready to tear our legacy apart? Tan Long Kiet directed his gaze towards the head of the table, where an old man with snow-white hair sat silently like a statue. Great Elder, do you have any insights? The Martial Arts Alliance's Great Elder, 7 Absolutes Hegemon King Don Tam Tui, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. His gaze was profound, as if it contained 100 years of the martial world's turmoil. The master of Ghost Soul Valley, Yaksha. Since the era of the Flying Dragon, he has been one of the first living legends to make a name for himself. Yaksha's martial arts are unfathomably deep. If he joins forces with the Heavenly Demon, the leader of Demon Spirit City, the Martial Arts Alliance will surely be defeated. He paused for a moment, then continued. To prevent this tragedy, I have secretly sent an envoy to Ghost Soul Valley. Everyone was astonished. The envoy is our alliance's deputy chief steward, Li Quan Nhac. According to his schedule, he should have already been near Hua Nhac Valley by now, looking for a way into the valley. But the Great Elder placed a secret report on the table. The last piece of news reported that he had mysteriously vanished right on his boat. At a bustling inn by the river in Hua Nhac Valley, in complete contrast to the tense atmosphere at the headquarters, Tiu Ma was happily feasting on a table full of food. Bok Thou Nhi, also known as Bok Tana, pushed a small, exquisite porcelain bottle towards him. This is the finest sauce, specially recommended by the chef. You should eat a lot. Wow, the treatment for a full-time employee is really different. Tiu Ma grinned while eating. It's nothing like when I was a temp. No wonder everyone wants to be on the official payroll. Thou Nhi gently stirred her tea, her sharp eyes fixed on him. So you're saying your first memory is of that nameless woman? Yes, that's right. Tiu Ma replied, his mouth still full of food. She said, from now on, your name is Tiu Ma. My name was given to me by her. Do you know her name? No. So you don't know who you are? You just listened to her and came all the way to Hua Nhac Valley? It's true, I don't know who I am. Tiu Ma nodded. But I know she is a good person. Not like someone who specializes in deceiving people. Hearing the jab, Thou Nhi frowned slightly. So, besides your name, you don't remember anything else? That's right, that's right. Tiu Ma's mind was now focused on a single thought. Oh, pork knuckle, my favorite dish. Looking at the fool in front of her, Thao Ni's heart was in turmoil. Who is he really? A man who uses only pure fighting techniques, yet can neutralize the spirit-draining arts of a demon with his physical body. A perfect sense of balance, to the point where he could carry a bowl of water through a storm without spilling a drop. Add to that a monstrous strength that could move a small hill. And most importantly, he is immune to all kinds of poisons. She glanced at the porcelain bottle on the table. Inside wasn't sauce, but a colorless, odorless, deadly poison. She just wanted to test him, but the result only deepened her confusion. Tiu Ma suddenly grimaced. Hey, didn't you say this was a special sauce? Why can't I taste anything? What's so delicious about it? That question served as a reminder. Thou Nhi knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. She put down her teacup, her expression becoming unusually serious. But whether you refuse the Demon Spirit Citadel or join hands with the Martial Arts Alliance, Ghost Soul Valley will suffer heavy losses. Even a single wrong decision is enough to make this 100-year foundation turn to dust and smoke. Her sharp analysis made the displeased expressions of the leaders soften a little. Yaksha squinted and asked, so what? But I, Gui, declare that I can prevent that from happening. At the very least, I can guarantee that Ghost Soul Valley will be absolutely safe in this storm. What method will you use? Ha ha. Before I reveal my method, I think I should take back the seat that originally belonged to me first. Isn't that right? She raised her head and pointed towards a chair carved with the image of a ferocious wolf. Sitting on it was a brute as large as a sow, wearing a tiger skin cloak with a fierce expression. He was none other than one of the 9 fiends of Ghost Soul Valley, Tham Lang. An ice spear shot out from nowhere, aiming straight for Tham Lang. He let out a roar, caught the spear, and leapt from the chair straight to the ground, creating a deep crater. Until you turn into a pile of withered bones, I will still remember the name Gui. Listen closely, old hag. There is no longer a place for you in this Ghost Soul Valley. A fierce killing intent radiated from him. If you don't want to find a place for your burial, I advise you to get lost. I don't want to have to lay a hand on an old woman like you. Gui let out a cackle. A laugh so cold it sent shivers down the spine. If it were the me of the past, a brat like you wouldn't even be worth a glance from me, let alone a reply. With a loud bang, the Tham Lang who had just been crowing with arrogance now stood motionless. His eyes were wide open, life rapidly fading from them. His entire body was covered in a thin layer of ice. But before the horrified eyes of all the remaining leaders, Gui just waved her hand once. The human ice statue shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces. How pathetic. She clicked her tongue. To give the seat of Tham Lang to such a piece of trash. There's truly nothing more to say. Dick Kai, the mummified man, trembled uncontrollably upon witnessing such a ruthless method. Gui said no more words. Her figure glided up gracefully and sat comfortably on the newly vacant Tham Lang chair. Well now, isn't there an empty spot now? She smiled, looking down at Yaksha. Now, shall we continue our unfinished story? The atmosphere in the main hall once again became tense. As expected of the previous Valley Master. A leader whispered. Ha ha, this play is so refreshing. I like it. Another one laughed with delight. Heh, so what will you do now, Valley Master Yaksha? These were Ju men, Lu Kun, and Po Jun, the 3 great protectors of Ghost Soul Valley. Yaksha turned back and looked straight at the demonic figure of Gui. You and I understand each other well. You wouldn't help me for no reason. Speak, what is your condition? I only have one request. Gui replied, her voice still cold. In Hua Nhac Lung, there is an errand boy named Tiu Ma. I want to save him. It's as simple as that? Yaksha was a little surprised, then nodded. All right, I accept. He turned to Dick Kai. You've worked hard. Relay my words to the heavenly demon. The matter he asked of me, To capture Bok Thou Nhi and that errand boy, I cannot accept. Dick Kai looked at Gui Gui with suspicion. To think that the Heaven Mountain Demoness, who once massacred the martial world, was actually the former Valley Master of Ghost Soul Valley. Yaksha seemed to read his thoughts and smiled faintly. For such a woman to set such a simple condition, how could I not be curious? Then what are your intentions, sir? Just then, a rustling sound came from the rubble. Tiu Ma, who was thought to be unconscious, suddenly sat bolt upright, shaking his head. I want to ask you a question, he said, his voice still a bit dazed. How did it feel after taking my punch? Fai Lu, standing beside him, couldn't help but be astonished. Impossible. How has he recovered already? This recovery ability is truly unbelievable. Hey! Tiu Ma stared blankly at Yaksha, his face full of bitterness. I'm asking you. Answer me. Yaksha looked at him with a complicated gaze. Perhaps I will postpone my judgment of you for now. That's enough fighting for today. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Do you intend to openly confront the Wulin Alliance? If the Alliance sends people to investigate my disappearance, what do you think will happen to Ghost Soul Valley? The warning was stern, but it seemed to have no effect on Yaksha. He replied indifferently, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Suddenly, a scar-faced subordinate rushed in, his voice panicked. Reporting to the Valley Master. Kai has returned. Hearing this name, Yaksha's calm expression finally changed slightly. He muttered, why are there so many uninvited guests lately, and then turned to leave, leaving Li Kuan Niak alone to face the darkness and solitude. In the main hall of Ghost Soul Valley, the atmosphere was so suffocating it could freeze. Yaksha sat on the master's throne. From his high seat, he cast a scrutinizing gaze down at the small figure standing in the middle of the great hall. Kai, he began, his voice deep and gruff. I remember you swore never to set foot in this place a second time. What reason has brought you back here? Well now. Kai lifted her head, a sarcastic smile on her lips. I came back simply to reclaim my seat. Tianshan Snow Woman. Kai. A voice full of resentment rang out from one of the leader's chairs. The one who had just spoken was wrapped in white bandages like a mummy. It was Dick Kai, the one ranked 10th in Demon Spirit City. Kai ignored him. Her withered hand lightly touched a spear propped up nearby. Rest assured, Yaksha. I didn't come back here to fight with you for the Valley Master's seat. The reason I returned is the complete opposite of what you think. She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over each face in the high seats. If a war breaks out between Demon Spirit City and the Wulin Alliance, Ghost Soul Valley, situated between the two powers, can hardly avoid being engulfed by the flames of war. You must be having a major headache over this matter. Aren't you, Valley Master Yaksha? But there is one thing I know for sure. Xiao Ma suddenly became serious. In times like these, action always triumphs over thought. Thou Nhi looked up at him, a little surprised. Sitting still in one place is not the way. I just want to go straight to that place called Ma Lin City and give them a good beating. So why don't we go straight to Ma Lin City and take care of that heavenly demon guy? Isn't that the fastest and easiest way to end this war? Fai Lu and Da Zoa remained silent, not knowing how to explain to someone who seemed to stand outside all the rules of this martial world. You ask me what the martial world is like? Imagine a vast forest where sunlight cannot penetrate. To survive, you must constantly step on others to climb up. It is a world where the strong devour the weak, where white bones pile up into mountains. You ask how to survive in such a place? The answer is very simple: become the strongest. Only when you hold absolute power in your hands can you control your own destiny. But what does it take to be called a master? Ordinary people can practice martial arts for hundreds or thousands of years and still be nothing more than empty names. Even in the martial world, among those who train arduously for 60 years of cultivation, how many are truly recognized by the world as masters? Because the core difference lies in two words: internal energy. Internal energy is not something that can be obtained just by circulating qi and regulating breath. It's like trying to grasp the wind. The tighter you clench your hand, the emptier it feels. Even if you meditate day and night, internal energy will not accumulate on its own. So what must be done? It is very difficult. The majority of martial artists who possess internal energy do so because of their innate talent. A talented person who meets an enlightened master and has the good fortune to consume spiritual pills and wondrous herbs will see their martial arts advance 1,000 miles a day. But such talented individuals are 1 in 10,000. They are like the morning star, rare and precious. Because heaven is unfair. Not everyone is a child of heaven's pride. Children of heaven's pride are those born with the yin-yang body, the heavenly martial body, or are a heavenly killing star descended to the mortal world. They are masters among masters. No matter what kind of martial arts they cultivate, their achievements will surpass ordinary people by hundreds, even thousands of times. And what if I were to find such a person? The heavenly demon's memories. This child is actually still alive. He is truly a monster. The man stared at the newborn baby lying amidst the rubble of a dead village. I have heard of a pair of demonic twins who were born by draining their mother's life essence. But this boy, upon his birth, indirectly destroyed an entire village. He is no longer an ordinary person. He is the legendary heavenly killing star. But that has nothing to do with me finding a successor. However, one thing cannot be denied. This kid is a natural-born monster. I brought him back to Ma Lin City. 3 years later, when I returned from my travels, the 5-year-old boy now had the physique of a teenager. At the age of 7, he had become the #1 master in all of Ma Lin City. Is he really only 7 years old? How can a child be this strong? Truly a monster. 2 highly experienced martial artists had their weapons shattered by him in a single move. Wait, stop. Someone shouted, but it was too late. It was then that I realized I had made a terrible mistake. I had nurtured something beyond my control. A person who grasps the wind creates a hurricane, who grasps thunder creates a tribulation of lightning, who grasps water creates a tsunami. Lang Cam Hun, I have raised a tiger that will bring disaster. The battle between the two of us, who were both master and student, and father and son, finally erupted. Lang Cam Hun, what in the world are you thinking? I roared. In my heart, he replied, his voice cold, there is only one thing. My treasured saber, one of the divine weapons of Ma Lin City, was bent by his bare hands. Immediately after, a stream of piercing energy ended my life. This is a blade, he said over my corpse. A blade that is one of a kind, that will help me become #1 under the heavens. I want to use these hands to grasp the entire world. My soul screamed in despair, Lang Cam Hun, your dream is too foolish. How vast is this world? How can you possibly know all the masters who are as numerous as the stars in the sky? Your ambition will one day be your own undoing. But I know he would just laugh and reply, isn't that great? The more difficult it is, the greater my achievement will be. I should be happy. He is the chaotic heavenly demon emperor, Lang Cam Hun, or as the world tremblingly calls him with 2 words, heavenly demon. His dark memories came back as clearly as if it were yesterday. The day he stood on the peak of North Heaven Mountain, at his feet the corpse of the North Heaven martial emperor, a man revered as a god by the entire North. And from that day on, he became the heavenly demon of his generation. Alone, he stood amidst a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, proudly challenging the entire world. He is the one who dares to stand amidst 1,000,000 soldiers and declare that in his heart, there exists nothing but the desire for absolute dominion, to become the #1 under the heavens. But Xiao Ma, after a full day of activity, was fast asleep, snoring rhythmically. Fai Lu looked at him then turned to Thou Nhi. The heavenly demon's words are utterly absurd, no different from the silly things this fool says. However, Fai Lu sighed. There is one thing I cannot deny. To extinguish the flames of war, eliminating the heavenly demon is the only and most thorough solution. Eliminate the heavenly demon? Thou Nhi looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Do you think we are capable of doing that? Fai Lu nodded, his gaze becoming sharp. So far, I have not received any reports that the 3 cities of Ma Lin City have mobilized their troops. That means the heavenly demon is still in the final stages of preparation. We have at least 10 days to act. A pitch-black object was thrown into the shrine. A tall figure slowly walked in. He glanced around, observing the slightly unusual atmosphere. He chuckled. It seems there's a little mouse scared to death, hiding in the shadows. Nyat Vo Nan thought to himself, are you testing me? Found you. Without a word of warning, he leapt down, standing right in front of the demon lord. Ah, you're more formidable than I thought. Ha Van Ba smirked. It seems the rumors about you are even more accurate, Fire Cloud Evil God. A murderous aura erupted fiercely from his body. Comparing me to that old man? You are insulting me. His internal energy exploded, shaking the entire shrine. As if indifferent, Nyat Vo Nan just flicked his sleeve, brushing away the dust that had just fallen. So noisy. Ha Van Ba was surprised. Wait, you have no shadow. Could it be that you are the bounty hunter who practices the legendary chaotic demon art? Oh, you even know about that? You're also more formidable than I thought. Nyat Vo Nan's voice was full of mockery. But how did you know I would come here? Today is the first anniversary of your sworn brother's death, the green-faced beast. His ashes are kept here, aren't they? Ha Van Ba's expression changed drastically. He roared, you bastard. I know you mourn your sworn brother greatly, but for me, it's the opposite. I never liked his existence. But what can be done? You have seen my face, so I cannot let you leave here alive. The black object from before suddenly flew back. Ha Van Ba caught it with just 2 fingers. It was a marble made of black stone. He clenched the marble, his voice becoming evil. What a coincidence. I've also never let anyone who's seen my face survive. A dark shadow suddenly appeared right behind the demon, silent as a ghost. He turned back in horror, his pupils contracting. This guy, since when? Wait a minute. This thread, as fine as silk. Is this the heavenly silkworm ray? Before he could finish his thought, a chilling sensation tightened around his throat. Oh! He tried to growl. This body has reached the state of being impenetrable to blades and spears. Impenetrable to blades and spears, my ass. A cold voice rang out. Furthermore, this thing is called dissolving silkworm thread. After killing the target, Nyat Vo Nan melted into the darkness. He rubbed his stomach and muttered, after relieving some stress, I feel really hungry. How many days have I been starving now? Saying that, his figure shot into the air like an arrow, gliding away in silence. Suddenly, he stopped. A small ripple on the lake's surface. A leaf trembled slightly. Someone was following. He immediately landed on a high mound, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Who is it? He threw 3 flying daggers, which landed in 3 different locations as a test. But there was no movement at all. Nyat Vo Nan frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Just then, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Thud! Nyat Vo Nan was hit by an unstoppable force, crushed straight to the ground, forming a deep crater. A pair of familiar, yet incredibly strange, feet appeared right in front of him. It was Tiu Ma. I've told you before, Tiu Ma lectured loudly, his tone like an adult scolding a child. Why do you keep throwing daggers around recklessly, huh? Try throwing another one. Nyat Vo Nan coldly raised his head. Who are you? And you? Tiu Ma asked back. Sensing the absurdity emanating from the person before him, Nyat Vo Nan decided not to linger. He channeled his energy, his body gradually becoming transparent. Is meeting this guy a coincidence? I can't feel even a hint of killing intent from him. If you're not here for me, then please get out of the way. Just when he thought he was completely invisible, he heard a puzzled, "Hmm." Immediately after, Tiu Ma appeared right in front of him with a reproachful expression. Hey, this guy should at least say sorry. What's with just leaving without giving a reason? Nyat Vo Nan was stunned. He sees me? You really see me? Of course, I see you, Tiu Ma replied in a confused tone. On a bright moonlit night like this, only a blind person wouldn't see you. Nyat Vo Nan raised his slowly fading hand, a terrible shock surging within him. Sees me? How is that possible? Absurd. I've never even seen my own parents' faces, not even once. Memories suddenly flooded back. My childhood was a pitch-black cave. A contingent of reinforcements is on its way here. After we rendezvous, I will go to Ghost Soul Valley. Therefore, Bak Thou Nhi, you and this idiot Tiu Ma should go find Nyat Vo Nan, then go to the Thunder Jade Vault to find the immortal grass. In 3 days, we'll meet at Ghost Soul Valley. The two of them crossed a crystal-clear stream. Tiu Ma walked while rubbing his back, grumbling, "It's strange, my back feels hot and burning as if it's been burned." Thou Nhi knew the cause but just smiled without saying anything. So where is that Nyat Vo Nan guy? Tiu Ma asked. Go along this valley for about a 2-day journey. If you run fast, it only takes half a day. Remember that in less than 10 days, the war will break out. To stop it, we must defeat the heavenly demon within that period of time. Speaking of Nyat Vo Nan, the martial arts world circulates astonishing tales. He can leap over an entire mountain in a single step. With one breath, he can stay silent underwater for hours. Whatever he does, wherever he is, he has never shed a single drop of sweat or lost a single strand of hair. People also call him the one without a shadow. A bounty hunter who only targets notorious masters of the demonic path. 17 assassinations, all were one-hit kills. In the list of his victims, there is the soul-shaking demon sword Li Ho, the one who was once the renowned white tiger sword of the martial arts world but suffered a cultivation deviation. Ghost Eagle ancestor Ha Chan Hong, a master of water techniques who could use rainwater to pierce through iron and steel. And also the fire cloud evil god Dak County Thien, one of the blood cult's 10 demons of the past. All of them were ruthless fiends, but not a single one survived Nyat Vo Nan's second move. Am2 Tam AC Stronghold. Blood Flower Demon Hand Ha Van, Bounty 5,000 Tails. Nyat Vo Nan has been hiding here for 17 days. He has arrived? A pitch-black object was thrown into the shrine. A tall figure slowly walked in. He glanced around, observing the slightly unusual atmosphere. He chuckled. It seems there's a little mouse scared to death, hiding in the shadows. Nyat Vo Nan thought to himself, are you testing me? Found you. Without a word of warning, he leapt down, standing right in front of the demon lord. Ah, you're more formidable than I thought. Ha Van Ba smirked. It seems the rumors about you are even more accurate, Fire Cloud Evil God. A murderous aura erupted fiercely from his body. Comparing me to that old man? You are insulting me. His internal energy exploded, shaking the entire shrine. As if indifferent, Nyat Vo Nan just flicked his sleeve, brushing away the dust that had just fallen. So noisy. Ha Van Ba was surprised. Wait, you have no shadow. Could it be that you are the bounty hunter who practices the legendary chaotic demon art? Oh, you even know about that? You're also more formidable than I thought. Nyat Vo Nan's voice was full of mockery. But how did you know I would come here? Today is the first anniversary of your sworn brother's death, the green-faced beast. His ashes are kept here, aren't they? Ha Van Ba's expression changed drastically. He roared, you bastard. I know you mourn your sworn brother greatly, but for me, it's the opposite. I never liked his existence. But what can be done? You have seen my face, so I cannot let you leave here alive. The black object from before suddenly flew back. Ha Van Ba caught it with just 2 fingers. It was a marble made of black stone. He clenched the marble, his voice becoming evil. What a coincidence. I've also never let anyone who's seen my face survive. A dark shadow suddenly appeared right behind the demon, silent as a ghost. He turned back in horror, his pupils contracting. This guy, since when? Wait a minute. This thread, as fine as silk. Is this the heavenly silkworm ray? Before he could finish his thought, a chilling sensation tightened around his throat. Oh! He tried to growl. This body has reached the state of being impenetrable to blades and spears. Impenetrable to blades and spears, my ass. A cold voice rang out. Furthermore, this thing is called dissolving silkworm thread. After killing the target, Nyat Vo Nan melted into the darkness. He rubbed his stomach and muttered, after relieving some stress, I feel really hungry. How many days have I been starving now? Saying that, his figure shot into the air like an arrow, gliding away in silence. Suddenly, he stopped. A small ripple on the lake's surface. A leaf trembled slightly. Someone was following. He immediately landed on a high mound, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Who is it? He threw 3 flying daggers, which landed in 3 different locations as a test. But there was no movement at all. Nyat Vo Nan frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Just then, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Thud! Nyat Vo Nan was hit by an unstoppable force, crushed straight to the ground, forming a deep crater. A pair of familiar, yet incredibly strange, feet appeared right in front of him. It was Tiu Ma. I've told you before, Tiu Ma lectured loudly, his tone like an adult scolding a child. Why do you keep throwing daggers around recklessly, huh? Try throwing another one. Nyat Vo Nan coldly raised his head. Who are you? And you? Tiu Ma asked back. Sensing the absurdity emanating from the person before him, Nyat Vo Nan decided not to linger. He channeled his energy, his body gradually becoming transparent. Is meeting this guy a coincidence? I can't feel even a hint of killing intent from him. If you're not here for me, then please get out of the way. Just when he thought he was completely invisible, he heard a puzzled, Immediately after, Tiu Ma appeared right in front of him with a reproachful expression. Hey, this guy should at least say sorry. What's with just leaving without giving a reason? Nyat Vo Nan was stunned. He sees me? You really see me? Of course, I see you, Tiu Ma replied in a confused tone. On a bright moonlit night like this, only a blind person wouldn't see you. Nyat Vo Nan raised his slowly fading hand, a terrible shock surging within him. Sees me? How is that possible? Absurd. I've never even seen my own parents' faces, not even once. Memories suddenly flooded back. My childhood was a pitch-black cave. I don't remember how long I was there. I only know that my body was always hung upside down. Once a month, the cave entrance would open, letting in a blinding streak of light. Along with that light, a book would be thrown down. That was the only moment I heard a human voice. By some kind of instinct, I called the owner of that voice, Mother. Mother, how long must I stay here? I want to see you. That voice replied coldly, Good boy. You want to see Mother? Then learn all the martial arts in those books. And so I trained arduously. When hungry, I ate poisonous insects. When thirsty, I drank water pooled on the rock walls. All daily activities were carried out while hanging upside down. 15 years later, I could stand, walk, run and jump on the cave ceiling as if it were flat ground. Mother? Mother. But from that day on, the cave entrance never opened again. Mother's voice also disappeared. I was left alone in the darkness, afraid and lonely. And then I realized I could escape this place on my own. When I broke through the cave entrance and stepped outside, I knew I was the only child who survived the cruel trial of the 7 kills demonic path. I heard them whisper, This kid has already opened both his Ren and Du meridians. Wait until he grows up. His achievements will be immeasurable. That year, I was 16. I was taught the chaotic world shadowless arts, one of the 10 great demonic arts under heaven. It is said that upon reaching the 3rd level of mastery, one's aura, scent, and sound will all disappear. If one's internal energy is strong enough, even their shadow will vanish. Upon reaching the 5th level of mastery, the entire body will become as light as the void. Even without using internal energy, unless one is a master at the transformation realm, they will never detect the practitioner's existence. She and Xiao Ma casually walked out, leaving the master and disciple still bewildered. The fat guy turned to his master. "Master, that lever." The old rogue coughed dryly and rushed to pull the lever. The door opened again. "I forgot because it hasn't been used in a long time. Let's go quickly." The master and disciple hurriedly sneaked after them. "Haha, finally, we're out. This is great. Remember, disciple, stick close to where I point, otherwise." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. What was bound to happen, happened. The clumsy, chubby guy stepped on a mechanism. Thousands of poisoned arrows shot out from the walls like rain. Run! After a struggle to dodge, the master and disciple finally escaped. "Phew, that's why I told you so." Before the old rogue could finish his sentence, the floor began to shake. Sharp spears and giant stone boulders started rolling towards them. So they scrambled to run again. Suddenly, a large pit opened up right under their feet. They thought it was all over. But the fat guy quickly used his body to get stuck between the 2 edges of the pit. "See, as long as you don't put your hands on the wall." Click. The fat guy's 2 hands had unconsciously leaned right against the wall. Immediately, hundreds of swords fell from the ceiling like a waterfall. After struggling like 2 fish out of water, they finally escaped the tunnel. "This is the most dangerous place." The old rogue panted. "Tens of thousands of caddies of explosives are buried underneath. You just need to step carefully." Click. The fat guy stepped on a strange brick again. "Ah, master, this brick can turn." Outside, Xiao Ma and Thou Nhi had just stepped out of the Lei Yu repository when they heard an earth-shattering explosion. The entire water pavilion in the middle of the lake exploded, creating a giant column of water. A few minutes later, amidst the rubble, 2 blackened figures crawled out. "The air outside is so fresh. Try to stay alive first." "But I'm so hungry." Saying that, they both fainted and sank into the lake. When they woke up, the master and disciple found themselves bound by iron chains, dangling from a tree branch. Xiao Ma stood below, arms crossed, and asked, "In short, you're thieves, right? This pile of treasures was obtained by stealing." "Silence!" The old rogue shouted angrily, "Don't you dare touch those carelessly. Those are all priceless and rare treasures of the world." "So, is the immortal grass there?" Thou Nhi nervously opened the jade box. But then, her face showed disappointment. Inside was not the miraculous herb, but a secret manual of the 3 heavens finger. To know that it was hidden in the Lei Yu repository, could it be that you are the second young miss of the Yiwa Palace Master? The old rogue suddenly recognized the young lady. "If you release us, I can tell you the true whereabouts of the immortal grass." But Xiao Ma still didn't believe him. "A bunch of thieves like you, in this situation, still dare to make conditions?" Hearing that, the master and disciple didn't bother begging anymore. "You little brat, who do you think I am to dare speak like that?" Snap! The seemingly sturdy iron chain suddenly broke like a thread. The master and disciple landed lightly on the ground, brushing the dust off their clothes. "You little punk, did you think these flimsy iron chains could bind the 2 freaks of Mangshan?" Hearing that title, Thou Nhi was a bit surprised. The 2 freaks of Mangshan, aren't they the pair of divine thieves who hung up their swords many years ago? But Xiao Ma didn't care. He pointed straight at the old man's face, his tone full of cockiness. "Hey, you stinky old man. Do you really know where the immortal grass is? If you dare to deceive us, don't blame this fist for not respecting your age." HMPH. Ha ha ha! The old man cackled. Truly, a newborn calf does not fear the tiger. The youth of today truly haven't experienced the world. Master, the fat guy beside him interjected, it seems we have no choice but to show this young brother some of our true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. They appeared right in front of Xiao Ma. The old man threw a kick, and the fat guy swung an axe, coordinating perfectly. But facing the sudden attack, neither Xiao Ma nor Dao Ni's expression changed. They lightly raised their hands, easily blocking the attacks of both. But this matter, no matter how you look at it, is no different from throwing an egg against a rock. But if you don't try, Dao Nhi smiled. How will you know which is the egg and which is the rock? Thou Nhi, Tiu Ma interjected again. My principle is to get paid upon taking the job. But since you're an acquaintance, I can accept payment in installments, with no interest. Thou Nhi stood up, not bothering to argue further. If you accept this deal, we will meet at Ghost Soul Valley in 2 days. Wait, Thou Nhi. The price is negotiable. Tiu Ma trailed after her, muttering, all right. I'll take a loss. Amitabha, 500 strings of cash. Just 500 strings and I'll complete the mission perfectly. Unable to bear his rambling, Thou Nhi turned back and yelled, stop talking. As long as you can kill the heaven demon, I'll pay you 1,000 gold taels, all at once. With that, she leapt away. Hurry up, we have to reach Pear Blossom Palace by the end of today. Tiu Ma stood there, stunned. Oh my God! The chance to change my fortune is right in front of me. After some travel, they arrived at Pear Blossom Palace. A scene of desolation and ruin appeared before their eyes. The atmosphere here was gloomy and cold. The smell of death hung heavy in the air. So this is the place you said contains the immortality grass? Tiu Ma asked, his voice a little spooked. Thou Ni's face held a deep sadness. Yes, this is Pear Blossom Palace. The place where I was born and raised. It looks just like a haunted house, Tiu Ma remarked, stroking his chin. That's because my Pear Blossom Palace was wiped out 15 years ago. So where is the immortality grass? It's kept in the Jade Treasury. A secret vault deep underground. Inside, there are countless mechanism arrays and traps. Nothing can get in, and nothing can get out. Any enemy would be helpless against it. Early in the morning, they went to a large lake in the middle of a waterside pavilion. That is the entrance to the Thunder Jade Pit. But when they got closer, Thou Nhi froze. The stone cellar door, weighing 1,000 pounds, had been opened wide. So this is the entrance, Xiao Ma asked. That's right, Thou Nhi replied, her voice full of worry. But it seems someone has entered here before us. But in a dark secret chamber, 2 figures, one old and one young, were sitting with their knees hugged. They were the 2 freaks of Mang Sun. Few people knew that this old freak was once a legend. He was once the most outstanding disciple of the great master Nyat Vien Dai Thien Su, nicknamed the Divine Monk. He was a natural-born genius, proficient in everything from mathematics and architecture to mechanism arrays. At only 20, he had mastered the ultimate skill, the Dai Na Di Tone Fang Quoc. After converting to Shaolin, in just 5 years, he comprehended the principle of using stillness to control motion, mastering the immovable King Akalanatha's tomb. But as soon as his martial arts reached great success, he suddenly disappeared from the martial world. The reason was he had a bad habit he couldn't break, stealing. Wherever he went, he stole. All precious treasures could not escape his hands. Before leaving, he always left a letter. On the night of the waning moon, the treasure vanishes. Mang Sun's #1 freak. At the age of 40, he coincidentally obtained the secret manual of the demonic path, Thien Ma Han Kong. Ironically, when combined with the Vo Thuong Tam Thap, which was his righteous path, a horrifying transformation occurred. The pure celestial true chi in his body was thrown into chaos by the demonic arts. As a result, he lost both his legs. The internal energy backlash left his entire body crippled, and all his hair fell out, not a single strand left. That was over 100 years ago, the old freak muttered, rubbing his completely bald head. As soon as this seclusion period ends, I will re-emerge in the martial world and shake the heavens and earth once more. Excuse me, Master, Ki Hung said wearily, patting his completely empty stomach. But aren't we trapped in here? We can get in but can't get out, and there's no treasure to be seen. I haven't eaten anything for almost a month. You useless thing. The old freak snapped. For a martial artist in seclusion, fasting for half a year or a full year is normal. You have to understand. The so-called martial arts in this world, like using a flute sound to disrupt chi and blood, or plucking a leaf to split a boulder, are all just exaggerated by novelists and street storytellers. It's all fiction. The old man puffed out his chest with pride. But the special ability of your master here is based entirely on science. You know how formidable its power is. Its name is, mechanism array technique. Yes, mechanism array technique, Ki Hung replied with a look of dissatisfaction. Right. It's not a complex and vague technique like martial arts. It's science, the old freak said enthusiastically. Ah, by the way, how come you're speaking so fluently today? Usually you're so dull-witted. The mechanism array technique is not something anyone can learn just because they want to. Because in this world, besides me, no one else knows it. Who am I? Master. That's right. And my great work is the super ultimate, universe invincible, Asura, heavenly net. Heavenly net, what was it? The super ultimate, universe invincible, Asura, heavenly net, earthly web, 36 lightning mechanism array. I created it. An old, evil, wicked demon head, Ki Hung muttered. Whack! A fist landed on Ki Hung's head. Oops, I was mistaken. I mean, it was created by a person of both talent and virtue, an intellect of his era. In short, the greatest master of mechanism array techniques in the martial world. How about shortening it to 3 words? A scientist. Whack! This time it was the tobacco pipe. A thief, Ki Hung quickly corrected himself. Master, have you forgotten? You are one of fewer than 10 people in the world who can enter this Thunder Jade Pit secret chamber. You created this masterpiece, and yet we can't get out. Isn't it your fault? HMPH. It's good that you know your mistake, the old freak nodded. But Master, if they were famous experts, couldn't they also get in here like us? That's impossible, the old freak declared decisively. This trap can only be solved by me. Xiao Ma and Thou Nhi slowly advanced deeper inside. Thou Nhi explained as she walked, her face full of confidence. To break the mechanism array of this Thunder Jade Pit is not an easy matter. If it's a swordsman, they must reach the realm of the mind sword. No sword in hand, but a sword in the heart. If it's an external martial arts master, they must at least have mastered the diamond body and comprehended the void palm. And if they are from the Taoist or immortal sects, they must reach the realm of the 5 Qis converging to the origin and be able to perform the void walking Tao. An expert of that caliber, why would they appear in a remote and desolate place like this? The mechanisms here are not only powerful but also extremely dangerous. Without me, you wouldn't even dream of getting in. Suddenly, from the darkness, a deep, thick voice rang out, cutting off Dao Ni's words. Who are you? How were you able to get in here? An old man with a strange appearance and a short, fat man were sitting amidst the treasure, looking at them with wary eyes. But I'm just an errand boy, Xiao Ma replied blankly. Thou Nhi glanced at the two of them, then looked around, instantly understanding the situation. It seems you two are also trapped here. She glanced towards a jade box placed on a high stone pedestal, surrounded by threads as thin as silk. The immortal grass. HMPH, You came for the immortal grass? The old freak sneered. Don't even think about it. Those threads are molten silkworm silk. Touch them, and your bones will shatter. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, to the utter astonishment of the other three. Xiao Ma had lightly glided through the molten silkworm silk matrix, taken the box, and landed gracefully on the ground. Here. This is the immortal grass you mentioned, right? He held out the box. The old freak was stunned, then muttered, "It seems you have some petty skills. But so what if you got in? It's just 2 more people who can't get out of here." Thou Nhi said nothing. She just calmly walked to a corner of the wall and pulled a hidden lever hard. Rumble. A heavy stone door slowly opened. "Let's go, let's go." She and Xiao Ma casually walked out, leaving the master and disciple still bewildered. The fat guy turned to his master. "Master, that lever." The old rogue coughed dryly and rushed to pull the lever. The door opened again. "I forgot because it hasn't been used in a long time. Let's go quickly." The master and disciple hurriedly sneaked after them. "Haha, finally, we're out. This is great. Remember, disciple, stick close to where I point, otherwise." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. What was bound to happen, happened. The clumsy, chubby guy stepped on a mechanism. Thousands of poisoned arrows shot out from the walls like rain. Run! After a struggle to dodge, the master and disciple finally escaped. Phew, that's why I told you so. Before the old rogue could finish his sentence, the floor began to shake. Sharp spears and giant stone boulders started rolling towards them. So they scrambled to run again. Suddenly, a large pit opened up right under their feet. They thought it was all over. But the fat guy quickly used his body to get stuck between the 2 edges of the pit. "See, as long as you don't put your hands on the wall." Click. The fat guy's 2 hands had unconsciously leaned right against the wall. Immediately, hundreds of swords fell from the ceiling like a waterfall. After struggling like 2 fish out of water, they finally escaped the tunnel. This is the most dangerous place. The old rogue panted. Tens of thousands of caddies of explosives are buried underneath. You just need to step carefully. Click. The fat guy stepped on a strange brick again. "Ah, master, this brick can turn." Outside, Xiao Ma and Thou Nhi had just stepped out of the Lei Yu repository when they heard an earth-shattering explosion. The entire water pavilion in the middle of the lake exploded, creating a giant column of water. A few minutes later, amidst the rubble, 2 blackened figures crawled out. "The air outside is so fresh. Try to stay alive first. But I'm so hungry." Saying that, they both fainted and sank into the lake. When they woke up, the master and disciple found themselves bound by iron chains, dangling from a tree branch. Xiao Ma stood below, arms crossed, and asked, "In short, you're thieves, right? This pile of treasures was obtained by stealing." "Silence!" The old rogue shouted angrily, "Don't you dare touch those carelessly. Those are all priceless and rare treasures of the world." "So, is the immortal grass there?" Thou Nhi nervously opened the jade box. But then, her face showed disappointment. Inside was not the miraculous herb, but a secret manual of the 3 heavens finger. To know that it was hidden in the Lei Yu repository, could it be that you are the second young miss of the Yiwa Palace Master? The old rogue suddenly recognized the young lady. "If you release us, I can tell you the true whereabouts of the immortal grass." But Xiao Ma still didn't believe him. "A bunch of thieves like you, in this situation, still dare to make conditions?" Hearing that, the master and disciple didn't bother begging anymore. "You little brat, who do you think I am to dare speak like that?" Snap! The seemingly sturdy iron chain suddenly broke like a thread. The master and disciple landed lightly on the ground, brushing the dust off their clothes. "You little punk, did you think these flimsy iron chains could bind the 2 freaks of Mangshan?" Hearing that title, Thou Nhi was a bit surprised. The two freaks of Mangshan, aren't they the pair of divine thieves who hung up their swords many years ago? But Xiao Ma didn't care. He pointed straight at the old man's face, his tone full of cockiness. "Hey, you stinky old man. Do you really know where the immortal grass is? If you dare to deceive us, don't blame this fist for not respecting your age." HMPH. Ha ha ha. The old man cackled. Truly, a newborn calf does not fear the tiger. The youth of today truly haven't experienced the world. Master, the fat guy beside him interjected, it seems we have no choice but to show this young brother some of our true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. They appeared right in front of Xiao Ma. The old man threw a kick, and the fat guy swung an axe, coordinating perfectly. But facing the sudden attack, neither Xiao Ma nor Thao Ni's expression changed. They lightly raised their hands, easily blocking the attacks of both. "Hey, old man," Xiao Ma pouted. "You're not just bluffing, are you? Who do you think you're scaring?" Oh, not bad." The old man was a little surprised. "It seems you little brat have some meager skills. So, what about this move? Great shifting tornado kick. Thunderbolt mountain splitting axe." The master and disciple continuously unleashed flashy techniques, but they didn't make Xiao Ma and Thao Nhi budge even an inch. Xiao Ma let out a big yawn, his face filled with disdain. "Old man, I'm asking for real, have you never been kicked to a pulp by anyone before?" How strange, the old man thought to himself, sweat starting to form on his forehead. Even though I'm no longer in my prime, my great shifting tornado kick was executed with at least 50% of my power. How can this brat block it as easily as scratching an itch? Seeing the situation was not good, the master and disciple quickly retreated. You're quite good. Master, these two are not easy to deal with." The old man cleared his throat, putting on a serious expression. "Young benefactor, this humble monk will now perform the ultimate technique of my life. I hope the young benefactor will be careful, lest getting hit creates an unfortunate enmity." "This old man is truly insane," Xiao Ma muttered. "You'd better try not to get hit by me." HMPH. Let's see what the benefactor can comprehend from my ultimate technique. Immovable King of Light Footwork. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure suddenly split into 6 or 7 illusions, moving at a dizzying speed, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. This ultimate footwork is called the Immovable King of Light Footwork. When combined with the great shifting tornado kick, it creates an invincible kicking style for all time. Xiao Ma was immediately put on the defensive. He was continuously hit by kicks from unexpected directions. He was kicked into a wall. This old man is completely different from Yaksha. Xiao Ma realized this and immediately rushed forward to attack one of the illusions. "Haha! This humble monk is on your left, young benefactor. But now I'm on the right. Now I'm above your head. But in a flash, I'm already under your feet." The old man's image flickered in and out of sight, making Xiao Ma seem like a blind man punching the air. He just stood still, continuously taking hits. This is movement, yet it is not movement. This is the ultimate principle of using stillness to control motion. Young benefactor, don't you know? From this humble monk's footwork, have you learned anything yet? With just those cat-scratching martial arts, I'm afraid you can hardly touch the hem of my robe. Immovable Wisdom King Steps, ultimate intent of the Wisdom King's 8 trigrams. Thousands of illusionary kicking techniques appeared simultaneously, surrounding Xiao Ma like a whirlwind. Anyone watching would have thought Xiao Ma had been kicked to a pulp, but no, he still stood firm. His 2 hands had blocked every single one of those kicks. Wait, how? How could this brat block all of my kicks? The old man was horrified. Xiao Ma brutally grabbed the old man's ankle. A mocking smile played on his lips. "Old man, thank you for your enthusiastic, detailed explanation, and for not sparing any effort to demonstrate it for me. Your kicking technique isn't bad at all. After saying that, he threw the poor old man straight into the fat guy. The force of the throw was so strong that the master and disciple flew through the underside of the bridge and fell into the stream. Xiao Ma dusted off his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Aiya, you're really getting old. Your reactions have slowed down considerably. Down in the stream, the fat guy helped his master up and mumbled. Yes, that's right, master. Are you really that old? I can't believe it. My immovable wisdom king steps were defeated so easily. The old man was still in shock. Suddenly, all around him, numerous illusions of Xiao Ma appeared. Huh? What is this? Could it be? Kicks that were faster, stronger, and infinitely more illusory had surrounded the master and disciple. This brat can actually perform the immovable wisdom king steps so perfectly? No, that's not right. This footwork is even stronger than the original immovable wisdom king steps. Xiao Ma's voice echoed from all directions. So, do you still want to fight? Suddenly, he appeared right above the two freaks, sitting down casually. I have to admit, you two are much weaker than Yaksha. Yaksha? The old man was startled. Big brother, expert, could you please step down? The Yaksha you mentioned, isn't he the master of the Ghost Soul Valley? Yes, that's right. Then I'll be taking this luggage bundle. After all, it's something you stole. After saying that, Xiao Ma slung the bundle over his shoulder, turned, and walked away. Hey, old man, do you know that bastard? How could I not? He is one of the 10 great masters of the current martial arts world. Oh, I didn't expect him to be so famous. But who cares about him? The next time I see him, he will definitely be crushed under my foot. The old freak squinted, watching Xiao Ma's retreating back. Did this kid just say he's going to crush Yaksha? We have to get to the Ghost Soul Valley today. Right? Then hurry up. Xiao Ma turned back and urged them. It might be Fei Lu who answered. Disciple, follow that brat closely. The old freak whispered to the freakish bear. Master, are you planning to take back the treasure? What treasure? The old freak snapped. If I'm not mistaken, the footwork that brat just used is the Emperor's Steps. It's one of the legendary 4 forms of infinity. That footwork was created by the Supreme Grand Master Fei Long of the past, hailed as the #1 footwork under the heavens. We must follow and see for ourselves. In another hidden corner of the martial world, a discussion was also taking place. Unbelievable, the black and white twin fiends have been crippled. The 6th position of the sword demon is also vacant. His death is still shrouded in too much mystery. I don't know if this is some kind of trap. If the heavenly demon finds out about this, you worry too much. The war hasn't broken out yet, anyway. The afternoon sun shone through the gloomy forest, illuminating 2 figures sitting under a tree. Are you sure they will pass through here? The bald man asked coldly. I'm sure. The other man replied while spinning a ball of water in his hand. Whether they're going to Ghost Soul Valley or Demon Spirit City, this is the only path. They were the Water Ghost and the Plague Ghost, ranked 9th and 10th among the 10 great masters of Demon Spirit City. If we can capture Bai Thou Nhi, our rankings will surely rise. But what about the captain of the Special Operations Team? The guys with me will take care of him. The Plague Ghost said confidently. You just need to capture that girl. Besides, isn't this your home turf? As long as there is water, you are invincible. The Water Ghost sneered. There's a reason the martial world calls me the Water Ghost. When my water techniques are perfected, unless it's a supreme master, no one can defeat me. Sunset fell upon the bridge, suspended precariously between 2 cliffs. Fei Lu was waiting, a bit impatiently. These two are so late. The sun is about to set. Just then, Xiao Ma and Thou Nhi appeared at the other end of the bridge. How did it go on your end? Fei Lu asked. Yi Wu Nan will come to the meeting point. But we couldn't find the immortal grass. Thou Nhi replied, her voice full of disappointment. "Without it, how can we convince the Ghost Soul Valley? We'll have to find another way. No matter what, we must rescue Li Junyu." As the two were talking, Xiao Ma suddenly froze. His eyes gazed down at the deep river below. He sensed something unusual. Suddenly, several black spheres flew up from the chasm, along with the figure of the plague ghost. "Be careful!" Fei Lu shouted, swinging his sword to slice through one of the spheres. Xiao Ma didn't know what it was. He instinctively raised his hand to block it. Boom! A thick white smoke enveloped the entire bridge. A dozen figures dressed in red clothes, as agile as wolves, swooped down from above. "Let our Silver Wolf squad handle this guy." Hundreds of iron chains, like bloodthirsty pythons, simultaneously rushed towards Xiao Ma. But it was useless. His movement was uncannily fast, gliding through the forest of chains like a phantom, making even the Silver Wolf captain's spine chill. Suddenly, Xiao Ma appeared right in front of him, so close that he could smell the scent of roasted corn lingering on his clothes. He didn't have even a fraction of a second to defend himself. A punch, using only a fraction of his power, was thrown. The captain's eyes rolled back. He was knocked unconscious immediately. A few soldiers, seeing an opening, roared in unison, throwing their iron chains. The sound of metal clanging echoed. Xiao Ma had already jumped into the air to dodge. But from above, a massive mace, bigger than his entire body, came crashing down. The mace created a deep crater in the ground. The fat man wielding the mace, who had just struck, laughed triumphantly. "Ha! Finished in just one blow. Wasn't that too easy?" The voice of another captain rang out from behind, filled with worry. "I think you're mistaken." The fat man turned around doubtfully. Xiao Ma was standing there, dusting off his clothes. He looked at the ant-like swarm of enemies with a troubled expression. One after another, they just keep coming. It's so tiresome. Spears rained down from the city walls. Then it was the archer's turn. "If I keep dodging like this, when will it ever end?" "All right, there's no other way." Before he could finish his thought, the fat man's mace came crashing down once again. This time, Xiao Ma couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. He was sent flying like a ball, crashing straight into a house below the wall, collapsing its tiled roof. Indeed, there's no need for modesty. A voice full of arrogance rang out from the city wall. "I feel embarrassed having to use a knife meant for slaughtering a buffalo to kill a chicken." Xiao Ma staggered up from the rubble. He could feel the powerful aura from the newcomers. He knew the small fry were done. The fat man, seeing an easy target, wielding his mace, chased after the brat. "This place will be your grave." Seeing that he was cornered, Xiao Ma had no other choice. He took a deep breath, his eyes turning serious. "All right, I will fight you properly." The battle erupted as all three masters clashed. The house where they stood began to shake violently, then exploded with sounds. Earth-shattering collision sounds echoed endlessly. The Silver Wolf captain, who had just woken up, looked on in a daze. He saw dozens of his soldiers flying out of that house like puppets with their strings cut. More and more of them flew out. Among them was the trash-talking fat man from before. From within the rubble, Xiao Ma calmly walked out, dragging the fat man's giant mace in his hand. The Silver Wolf captain panicked and shouted, "Everyone, charge!" The entire Silver Wolf squad and Iron Armor squad simultaneously roared and rushed towards Xiao Ma. But he just gently swung the mace, making a few moves as if he were dancing. The entire elite army was swept away like trash. He casually threw the mace towards the captain. The captain panicked and raised his saber to block. But the force was so powerful it drove him deep into the ground. Before he could regain his composure, Xiao Ma appeared in front of him and threw a punch that sent him face first into the ground, unconscious. For the second time that day, an entire area had been leveled by Xiao Ma. He looked at the defeated general before him and sighed. The remaining subordinates stood from a distance, whispering amongst themselves in terror. Unbelievable. He took down the iron armor captain in a single move. This level of strength must be on par with the 4 great generals. No, I'm afraid it's even greater than that. Hearing the chatter, Xiao Ma picked up the mace, spun it a few times, and threw it straight towards the gossiping crowd. The mace flew like a cannonball, piercing through the main castle tower ahead. Inside the castle tower, the 4 great generals were taking a leisurely stroll. Could it be that the people from the Martial Arts Alliance have already reached our gates? One general said. I remember they couldn't even get past Ghost Soul Valley. The largest man in the group, wearing a lion head helmet, spoke in a gruff voice. The water ghost was horrified to see Xiao Ma moving on the water's surface even more easily than he did. You're proficient in water techniques? What the hell are water techniques? First time I've heard of it. Don't know water techniques? Impossible. If you don't know, how can you stand on the water like that? The water ghost went berserk, swinging his scythe and chains to attack. But they all just passed through Xiao Ma's afterimages. Enough playing around. Xiao Ma grabbed one of the chains and, with terrifying force, yanked the water ghost out of the water, pulling him straight towards himself. Xiao Ma coldly clenched his fist, crushing the water ghost's water-based body. Boom! He burst like a water balloon. But immediately, he reformed behind Xiao Ma, his tone full of amusement. Ah, I know now. You're the errand boy who crippled the black and white twin ghosts, aren't you? Tisk, so annoying, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. With that, the water ghost began to channel his power. The water in the lake churned violently. It seems you still don't realize where you're standing, do you? In the water, what do you think you can do to me? Suddenly, tens of demonic chains shot up from the bottom of the lake, wrapping tightly around Xiao Ma's legs and dragging him down. The water ghost saw this as a golden opportunity. He charged forward with his scythe. Let me have your head. Swish! Just as he thought he had succeeded, the water ghost was horrified to realize the scythe in his hand had vanished. Immediately after, a deadly feeling came from behind. His own weapon was turning back to attack its master. He hastily dodged but was still grazed by the scythe, leaving a deep gash on his already ugly face. Damn it! Damn it! From under the water, Tiu Ma erupted. A giant whirlwind formed, sweeping the water ghost up into the air. He panicked. What is this? What is this pressure? I can't move. A fist emerged from under the water's surface. It punched him straight in his pig-like face, sending him flying even higher. Amidst the splashing water, Tiu Ma stood majestically like a water god. He swung his arm with a single punch, knocking the water ghost out cold. The punch created a terrifying aftershock, causing the entire lake surface to churn violently before gradually calming down again. The water ghost was defeated. At the same time, the plague ghost had also fallen at the hands of Fai Lu. Fai Lu's saber, after many fierce battles, was also heavily damaged. He examined the luggage that Tiu Ma had seized and unexpectedly discovered a pitch-black demon blade. On the body of the blade were carved the 3 words, Tu Then Ma Dao. A cold, evil, dark aura emanated from it. Fai Lu swung it lightly once. His old saber automatically broke in two. Realizing it was a high-quality item, he immediately took it for himself without hesitation. The guards had fully assembled. Fai Lu gave a commanding order. You all, quickly take the treasures that the 2 Mang Sun monsters stole and distribute them to the people of Hua Niok Lung. All the remaining secret manuals and weapons are to be returned to the Vo Lam Min. Yes, sir. The unanimous shout echoed throughout Kai Hun Kok. Kai had found a deep secret chamber. In front of her was a stone coffin. With just a gentle wave of her hand, the lid, weighing 1,000 caddies, shattered. Inside, a figure identical to her slowly sat up. Its eyes opened. Well, it has been a long time. You haven't changed even a little bit. That afternoon, on a small boat floating downstream, Bok Thou Nhi gradually regained consciousness. She sat up wearily. What happened to me? Tiu Ma, while rowing the boat, turned back, Ah, you're awake. Memories of Thien Ma flooded back. After murdering his master, he quickly took over Ma Lin Tan. With the principle of the strong devouring the weak, he went everywhere recruiting subordinates, regardless of whether they were righteous or evil. He didn't ask about their sects or distinguish between good and evil. As long as they were strong and ruthless enough, they could join. The black and white twin ghosts, a pair of villains who once spread terror throughout the Central Plains, were just two among them. Thien Ma looked at the two defeated figures and said coldly, "Your strength is still too green. But you are young and can be trained. Follow me, and I will grant you power." And in Ma Lin Tan, wicked people like them were as numerous as mushrooms after rain. Among his subordinates, there was no shortage of grandmasters and peerless experts. The one ranked second was the lightning sword, Bok Chu Van. A curly-haired man with a sick smile. He was a killing machine without emotions. Nguyen Ma, a severely insane madman. Their crimes, even if all the ink in the martial world were used, could not be fully described. Finally, the boat reached the shore. "Even if we cannot stop the war," Thou Nhi said with a determined voice, "we must make them pay for their crimes." Tiu Ma asked practically, "So what do you think we should do?" To be honest, Thou Nhi sighed, "With the strength of Brother Phai Lu, Nyat Vo Nan, and even Li Kuan Neok, I'm afraid it's still not enough to confront them directly. Our forces are too thin. Then you should go to Kai Hun Kok and rendezvous with Phai Lu first," Tiu Ma suddenly suggested. "I will go to Ma Lin Tan ahead to scout the situation." Thou Nhi was alarmed. "What are you saying? Are you planning to walk into the tiger's den alone? This is too dangerous." Tiu Ma interrupted her, waving his hand with a confident look. "It's all right, I just need a little more time to think." He waved goodbye. "See you in Ma Lin Tan, ah. Don't forget to pay me the one-time fee of 1,000 gold taels." Kai Hun Kok was filled with thick fog and a cold, sinister aura. Da Zoa and Kai Kai were walking side by side down a long corridor. "Why did you bring this puppet out?" Da Zoa asked, glancing at the ghost general puppet floating behind her back. "Kai Kai, you're not planning to use it to take my life, are you?" "That's my business," Kai Kai replied coldly. "You should release Li Kuan Neok." Da Zoa was a little surprised. "The reason for releasing him? At least we won't make an enemy of the Vo Lam Min." "Then what about Ma Lin Tan? How will we deal with them?" "They will have one of two choices. Either get Bok Thou Nhi and the Immortality Herb, or get nothing at all. If necessary, we'll confront them head-on. In any case, the odds of winning against Ma Lin Tan are still higher than confronting the entire Vo Lam Min." "I understand. It's indeed a difficult choice." The two of them stopped in front of a heavy stone door. "By the way," Da Zoa asked, "who was it that used the Ma Hoang Che Hun Chom on you?" "That brat, Tiu Ma. That is a secret treasure of the Thien family," Kai Kai replied. "As far as I know, only the family head, Thien Tuyat Hong, can use it." "But why would she do that, and then send it to Wa Neok Lung? This is truly hard to understand." "Perhaps I can guess the reason," Da Zoa mused. "She might have seen the importance of the Tien Thien Chan Ki within him." Inside the secret chamber, Li Kuan Neok was hanging suspended by chains. Seeing the two of them, he growled, "Have you come to release me? Why the sudden change of heart?" Da Zoa replied calmly, "I never changed my mind. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way." "Speak, what are your conditions?" "There are no conditions." Kai Kai blew a stream of cold air towards the chains. Instantly, they froze and shattered to pieces with just a flick of her finger. "It seems you have decided not to join forces with Ma Lin Tan," Li Kuan Neok said. "Just remember to relay this message to the Vo Lam Min." Da Zoa threw the staff towards him. Li Kuan Neok caught it and asked, "But will Ma Lin Tan let this matter go?" Kai Kai smirked, "You just watch, you just watch." Thou Nhi was worried. "Are we acting like we're afraid of their revenge? Before the entrance of Ghost Soul Valley, what method should we use to rescue Li Kuan Nhac from here?" Thou Nhi was worried. "With our strength, dealing with the 9 killing ghost souls is already difficult, let alone anything else." Yaksha Phai Lu suggested, "I will attract their attention. You two sneak in and save him." I'm not going anywhere. A lazy voice echoed from the darkness. Nyat Vo Nan appeared. I don't care about saving Li Quan Nhac or whether a war breaks out or not. My deal with you was only to capture the illusion demon, that's all, right? Thao Nyi's expression turned ugly. Then this is troublesome, Phi Lu said. How much time do we have left? The Martial Arts Alliance reinforcements will probably arrive here tomorrow. There's no more time. To raid the Demon Spirit City, we absolutely must have Li Quan Nhac. Just then, a figure stepped out from the dense fog. That sounds like a joke. With just a few of you, you think you can raid the Demon Spirit City? That was Li Quan Nhac. The four of them were finally reunited. Phi Lu looked at his teammate and nodded slightly. Is your mind still all right, weak bones? Phi Lu retorted coldly, his tone not losing any ground. How did you manage to survive, eel eyes? Weak bone powder. What nonsense. Li Quan Nhac sneered. I don't need a kid like you to save me. You bastard, are you looking for death? Do you believe I'll tear that stinking mouth of yours apart? A dog's mouth can't grow ivory tusks. The argument only stopped when Li Quan Nhac suddenly realized others were present. He cleared his throat, turning to the other two with a fake serious expression. All right now. Who are these two? Shouldn't we exchange greetings upon meeting? I am Bok Thou Nhi, Thou Nhi replied indifferently. Over there is Nyat Vo Nan. Li Quan Nhac nodded. Although I'm not sure of your strength, for just the four of us to raid the Demon Spirit City is no different from a fool's dream. Nyat Vo Nan, who had been silent in the shadows, suddenly spoke, his voice seeming to echo from another realm. Why 4? Isn't it 5? Where is that errand boy who always follows you? Hearing the two words, errand boy, Li Quan Nhac frowned. Errand boy? Thou Nhi sighed. Tiu Ma has already gone to the Demon Spirit City. He said he would go there first to wait for us. A silence fell over them. All three masters were stunned. Phi Lu was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with urgency and anger. What was that fool thinking? Why didn't you stop him? For him to go there alone is like serving himself up on a platter. No one had anything more to say. The next morning, at the gate of Demon 07 City, a few guards were yawning when they suddenly saw a figure standing imposingly below. What's that? Hey, look what I see. That face. Hey, who are you? Tiu Ma raised his head and shouted loudly, who I am is not important. Hurry up and call Thien Ma out here for me. Hearing the title of their supreme master, the guards immediately became angry. Thien Ma? You insolent brat. Where do you think you are to dare call the great city lord by his title? If you want to live, shut your dog mouth and get lost immediately. Tiu Ma cleaned his ear, his face showing clear boredom. I knew it. Dialogue is never an effective method. Oh well, let's just do it my way. I am a martial artist. Why bother my head with such complicated matters? Let's just talk with our fists. As he finished speaking, before the horrified eyes of the guards, Tiu Ma threw a punch. Boom! The steel city gate, 2 meters thick, caved in and then shattered into 100 pieces like a cracker. Dust and smoke filled the air. Tiu Ma calmly walked in as if strolling through his own garden. Where is Thien Ma? Screams and shouts echoed throughout the city walls. Enemy attack! The city gate has been breached. Archers, to your positions. Draw your bows, prepare to fire. He's no ordinary person. A volley of arrows aimed straight at Tiu Ma, but an authoritative voice stopped them. Archers, hold your fire. This one is for our iron armor squad to handle. From both sides, hundreds of soldiers in heavy iron armor, brandishing their weapons, rushed out and surrounded Tiu Ma tightly. Are you the one who broke the city gate? A captain asked, his voice unable to hide his astonishment. How is that possible? The gate was so thick. I came to find Thien Ma, Tiu Ma repeated. Is he here? Looking for the city lord? Ridiculous. A large man carrying a horse-chopping blade stepped forward. All of you, get out of the way. He was the captain of the Iron Armor Squad. Report, Captain, he's alone. The captain was even more bewildered. Breaking the city gate single-handedly. What does this madman think he can do to Demon 07 City with his bare hands? He turned to Tiu Ma, speaking with a voice that was both contemptuous and pitying. Thien Ma, the great city lord, is currently in the great demon spirit city. This is just Demon 07 City. You've come to the wrong place. Oh, is that so? Tiu Ma scratched his head, his disappointment obvious. Well then, just consider me passing through. He turned to leave, then paused. Hey, don't tell me you're going to make me fix the gate before you let me go? All right then. Since you're all cut from the same cloth as that Thien Ma fellow, I'm willing to smash all of you at once. Don't let him escape. The captain roared. Everyone, charge! Hoo-ah! The guards roared like hungry beasts and charged towards Tiu Ma. My apologies, Tiu Ma said softly. Lately, I've had a little trouble controlling my strength. A blast of blue energy erupted from his body. Boom! Hundreds of iron-armored soldiers were thrown into the air like puppets, clanging against each other before falling to the ground, unconscious. The captain was frozen in shock. Simple-minded fools with well-developed limbs. A cold voice rang out from the rooftops. The Iron Armor Squad is truly useless. But what if that kid has a special constitution that allows him to escape death? Yaksha put down the teacup, her eyes flashing. You mean? You must have felt it too, Gui Gui continued. His physical body is the Kong Ling GT, a type of constitution that doesn't require internal energy but can borrow the infinite power of heaven and earth. With your 60 years of internal power, I heard you tried to use void manipulation to pull the needles out for him. But when you removed a few needles, you must have felt his flow of innate true energy. That moment, although fleeting, his body would undergo an earth-shattering transformation, and he would lose consciousness. He would become like a newborn infant, yet possessing the body and martial arts of a master in the transformation realm. That moment he loses consciousness, though brief, the power he unleashes is perhaps the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed. That kid is indeed very interesting. Back to Xiao Ma. Ever since my memory was interrupted after the fight with Yaksha, I felt my body had changed. It was lighter than a feather, but power surged like an endless waterfall. My body was stronger, and my movements were more agile. And most importantly, I could sense things I had never seen before, what the martial arts world calls qi. I could feel every tiny flow of energy in the air. Time also seemed to slow down for me. Every movement of my opponent was as slow as a slow-motion film in my eyes, truly very slow. I could appear in front, then suddenly be behind. One moment I was below, the next I was high above. Right now, I feel that it would be difficult for anyone to defeat me. Outside the ruined city, the remaining soldiers sensed a terrifying change. The city lord's aura is weakening rapidly. What on earth is happening inside? In the ruins, the generals fell one by one. Xiao Ma looked at the people lying scattered around and thought to himself, even though I didn't land any fatal blows, this should be enough to keep them unconscious for a while. But the Lion King, despite being beaten to a pulp, still managed to get up. His eyes burned with a final flame. Kid, what's your name? Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma. He gritted his teeth, each word growled in his throat. I will definitely never forget this name. He swung his saber in a desperate attack, but Xiao Ma had already glided behind him. Hey, victory and defeat are already clear. Why must you be so stubborn? You don't understand, the Lion King roared, tears almost streaming down his face. If I let you leave here alive, the heavenly demon, he will slaughter this entire city. Not even a chicken or a dog will be spared. Hearing this, Xiao Ma paused. The Lion King, like a wounded beast, slashed wildly and erratically. My mother and wife are hostages in his hands. Even my 2 young children could not escape his claws. Each slash was no longer a martial art, but resentment, the pain of a helpless man. Xiao Ma gradually understood everything. The person before him was not an enemy. He was just a father, a husband trying to protect his family. Here, the Lion King panted, exhausted. I am the only one left. So, everyone here. That's why today, if you don't die, I must. He charged again, using the last of his strength. Xiao Ma no longer dodged. He just stood still, his voice becoming cold but without killing intent. I think this can end here. The one who must die is the heavenly demon, not you. He looked straight into the Lion King's eyes. A promise was made. You just wait. There will be a day when I defeat the heavenly demon and free your family. The Lion King froze, his saber falling to the ground. Defeat the heavenly demon. Even if the heavens fall and the earth shatters, that's impossible. But as he looked at Xiao Ma's departing back, an unfounded belief began to sprout in his heart. But for some reason, I believe this kid can do it. Wait for a day. Fine. I can certainly wait. After the battle ended, everyone began to help each other with their injuries. Li Junyue observed the surroundings and came to a conclusion. Although I didn't pay close attention, looking at the faces of these soldiers, there's no fighting spirit left at all. Nam Fu nodded. That's right. Although many were injured, no one was killed. Could it be that he controlled his power throughout the entire fight? If so, doesn't that mean he still has strength to spare? Impossible. Li Junyue shook his head. To deal with the entire Mao 7 city alone and still have strength to spare. What the hell did that guy do? Just go ask the Lion King, Ma Din Thien, and we'll know. From a distance, the Lion King, who had been bandaged, stared at them. Are you from the Martial Arts Alliance? So what if we are? Fai Lu replied cautiously. If you're looking for that person, you're too late. That person named Xiao Ma, he. What happened to him? Thou Nhi quickly interrupted, her voice full of anxiety. The Lion King pointed towards the collapsed city gate. He's gone. He left this place 4 hours ago. Hearing this, the group immediately acted. Hurry up. The Lion King sat alone amidst the ruins, somewhat lost in thought. A world-shaking commotion without any bloodshed. I wonder if this can be considered a good omen. On the road, the group was in a great hurry. If that fool left 4 hours ago, it will be hard for us to catch up, Fai Lu analyzed. With his personality, it's very likely he won't bother with any strategy and just attack the great demon spirit city directly. Perhaps we should also launch a frontal assault. Impossible. Thou Nhi immediately retorted. To break through the great demon spirit city with a frontal assault is almost an impossible task. When they reached the outskirts of the great demon spirit city, the harsh reality proved her words to be true. The drawbridge in front is guarded by countless masters of water arts. The main gate is made from 10,000-year-old cold iron. It is 3 meters thick. Breaking it is harder than ascending to heaven. The gatekeeper is Tai Ma, a monster under whose eyes even an ant would find it hard to slip through. Li Quan Nhac said with a grave voice, not to mention the armies from 13 cities are gathering here. A preliminary estimate is over 2,000 elite troops. A frontal breakthrough is just the sleep-talking of a madman. Hearing such a dire situation, Thou Nhi gritted her teeth, but regardless of how Tiu Ma acts, our job now is to go at full speed and run towards that direction. Before their eyes, soldiers from the smaller cities were gathering more and more, forming a dark sea of people so dense it was suffocating. And in the very middle of that sea of people, there was a luxurious, silent, and mysterious carriage. A foot suddenly landed on the wooden roof of the moving carriage. The driver, startled, looked up and growled, "What the hell is this? Who is it?" He grabbed the stranger's ankle and pulled him down. "Hey, who are you?" Tiu Ma groggily woke up and yawned longly. "What's up?" I only napped for a moment and we're already here? The driver glanced at Tiu Ma's outfit. Looks like someone from the assassin squad. He frowned. If you're from the assassin squad, why don't you scram to the back carriage to lie down? Ah, because I'm a bit tired. I don't care if you're tired or not, the man snapped. Get to the back right now. Tiu Ma replied lethargically. All right, wait a moment. He raised his head and looked forward. The towering, jet-black city wall appeared, looming like a giant monster. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, this city is huge." On the city wall, Tai Ma narrowed his eyes, observing the small figure on the carriage. An amused smile appeared. Oh, to be able to meet such an interesting kid, it certainly won't be boring. Why isn't the Lion King from Squad 5 here? A subordinate asked. The great city lord ordered him to leave a portion of his forces in Ma 07 City to guard against the martial arts alliance. But it seems we have a guest who arrived earlier than expected. You mean that kid? His name is Tiu Ma, Tai Ma introduced, the one who defeated the black and white twin devils, the errand boy from Hua Nhac Lung. The subordinate was astonished. So he's the kid from the rumors? His appearance is truly extraordinary. I can't sense any aura from him. I confirm he doesn't use internal energy, Tai Ma replied. When he took down the black and white twin devils, he used his bare hands. This brat might even be stronger than you. You must be joking. Your servant is merely a stable boy. The subordinate quickly bowed his head. I will go report this matter to Lord Thien Ma. I guess he didn't come alone. Saying that, he hurriedly left. Tai Ma stood on the wall and gave the order, all troops of Ma 07 City, listen up. Form up west of the city. The other cities will probably only arrive tomorrow or the day after. Move out. Move quickly. The mighty army began to move en masse. No one paid any attention to a guy from the assassin squad sitting leisurely on the carriage roof. So tall, Tiu Ma mumbled, but first, I have to get inside. Hey you, the driver roared again, why haven't you gotten down yet? Get going. Just then, two familiar voices were heard from a nearby corner. Master, what should we do now? Let me see. Anyway, our purpose is... Tiu Ma curiously glanced over. Master, why do I feel like we've been discovered? An illusion. With such perfect camouflage, who could possibly discover us? Qi Hung scratched his head. You call this perfect? Why do I keep feeling like he's staring right at us? Then you're mistaken. Then why do I feel like he's standing right next to me? Qi Lao turned around and jumped in shock. Tiu Ma was standing right in front of them with a puzzled look. Hey, are you two following me again? See, I told you, Qi Hung mumbled. Qi Lao quickly chuckled. Well, this little brother's eyesight is truly extraordinary. Don't change the subject. I'm asking why you are following me. Qi Hung was about to answer but Qi Lao blocked his mouth with his staff. Little brother, it seems you intend to single-handedly deal with this entire great Ma Lin city? Tiu Ma answered decisively, I came here to take down Thien Ma. After hearing this, the master and disciple duo were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe their ears. Every word from Tiu Ma rang out clearly, causing all the surrounding soldiers to be stunned. What the hell am I hearing? Take down Thien Ma? Who is that guy? He looks completely unfamiliar. Seeing the situation was not looking good, Qi Lao rushed over to cover Tiu Ma's mouth. But how could he possibly cover that unstoppable mouth of his? Tiu Ma still shouted loudly through the gaps in the old man's fingers, Thien Ma. I will go see him right away. Oh, for heaven's sake, Qi Lao whispered into his ear, his voice full of panic. Do you know where you are to dare speak so recklessly? Tiu Ma annoyedly shoved the old man away. Since we're already here, what's the point of hiding? He casually picked up a spear from the ground, bent it a few times and nodded. This stiffness should be enough. A scar-faced soldier approached, grabbed Tiu Ma's shoulder and growled, You brat, what did you just say? Bam! A terrifying sound echoed. The scar-faced soldier was sent flying backward. Dust and smoke rose thickly. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tiu Ma used the spear as a vaulting pole and launched himself into the air, escaping the encirclement to everyone's amazement. In front of him now was a wide moat, separating the outer area from the main fortress of Ma Lin City. Tiu Ma stood on a rocky outcrop, tightening his grip on the spear, taking a stance like a professional javelin thrower. But to reach the realm of invulnerability to blades and swords, he still calmly boasts to me that he also diligently practiced the elephant skin technique to the point of great mastery, making his flesh and skin far tougher than iron and steel. No matter how sharp your blade techniques or sword forms are, you cannot harm even a single hair on my body. After saying that, he launched a kick that sent Xiao Ma flying, sticking him straight onto the eaves of the city gate. This flag is the symbol of Ma Lin City, and it is also my life. Don't expect me to let you go easily. But Xiao Ma landed gently. It seems the previous punches have gotten to him. He started to get serious. I don't know the martial arts you speak of, and I have never learned martial arts either. But he looked straight into Tai Ma's eyes, his voice full of determination. I know one thing for sure. I will never lose to someone like you. An explosion of killing intent erupted. Xiao Ma rushed forward and threw a straight punch into Tai Ma's stomach, but he was still unharmed. You brat. Even for a master whose internal energy surpasses 3 jiazi, wanting to break my fully mastered bronze armor technique and elephant skin technique is just a dream. Their fists must contain internal energy to be able to shatter an opponent's internal organs, not this kind of raw, brute strength like yours. Looking at his arrogant and conceited expression, Xiao Ma felt extremely annoyed. Ah, I forgot, Tai Ma continued, as if he had just remembered something important. I also diligently practiced another divine technique, called the Golden Bell Shield. He grabbed Xiao Ma's hand and began to counterattack, punching him relentlessly in the face. Bronze armor technique plus elephant skin technique, and then mastering the Golden Bell Shield, my physical body has become perfect and unparalleled, indestructible and impenetrable. I decided to give it a name. The unification of the 3 strongest external martial arts forms the Ink Soul demonic art. Currently, I am only using 80% of my power, that's why my skin is only this dark brown. If I use my full power, my entire body will become as black as ink. Alright, that's enough. Xiao Ma roared, cutting off his speech. Stop rambling. I've heard enough. In short, this still isn't your strongest state, right? He clenched his fists, his entire body's muscles tensing up. A torrent of primitive, wild power began to surge. Lately, I always feel my body is so full of power that even I don't know my own limits. Surging streams of azure blue internal energy flowed out from Xiao Ma's body, enveloping him in a brilliant aura. Good, he muttered. Before meeting Tian Mo, let's see how strong I really am. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch carrying world-shaking power shot straight towards Tai Ma's face. Bong! A sound like a giant temple bell echoed throughout the city. But this time, Tai Ma didn't just stand there and take it. He managed to raise both hands to block. This fist contains internal energy, he was astonished. The shockwave from the impact spread out everywhere, shaking the entire Ma Lin city. Outside the city, Fai Lu's group had arrived at the rendezvous point. This well connects to the Lotus Pond inside Ma Lin City, Fai Lu explained. Although there are mechanisms and formations, this is the only way to infiltrate. Suddenly, Dao Nhi looked up, listening to the sound echoing from within the city. That is the sound of the Golden Bell Shield. It's Tai Ma. Xiao Ma must have made his move. We have to hurry. Wait, a guard worriedly asked, what if the entrance is blocked? Impossible, Dao Nhi said decisively. If the well were blocked, how could there be a fish this big? She pointed to a giant carp swimming in the well. Captain, what's wrong? A guard asked Fai Lu using telepathy. Someone is coming. He carries a long saber, his hair is disheveled. His aura is extremely dangerous. Position to the west, not far. Fai Lu immediately warned the group. Everyone, someone is coming. The rustling of leaves grew closer. A figure slowly emerged from the deep forest, carrying a suffocatingly dense killing intent. Thou Nhi recognized him. Oh, long time no see. By Thou Nhi, he said in a deep, murky voice. By Zhaoyun, she screamed, her voice full of indignation. He placed his hand on the hilt of his saber, his cold gaze swept over the group. All unfamiliar faces. By Thou Nhi, are you colluding with the people from the Wulin Alliance again? The sound from inside the city rang out again. This is the sound of Tai Ma. It seems something happened while I was out for a stroll. Or are you deliberately trying to hold me here? Fai Lu's group looked at each other. This is trouble. This situation is beyond our expectations. If that's the case, let's settle this here and now. Thou Nhi suddenly rushed forward, unleashing a full-power palm strike. But Bai Zhaoyun just stood there indifferently, receiving it. Her palm strike hit him like a gentle scratch. You want to defeat me with just this kitten-like martial art? He said, bored. But in the blink of an eye, he had turned around, grabbed Thou Nhi by the neck and slammed her hard against a nearby tree. So fast. So fast that the other three men couldn't react in time. Don't you know? He whispered in her ear. How could I not know? Thou Nhi replied with difficulty. But right now, you are alone. Just then, a staff suddenly attacked Bai Zhaoyun's neck from out of nowhere. He just tilted his head slightly to dodge it. I never thought the 15 years I spent raising you would be repaid like this, Bai Thou Nhi. He glanced at the attacker. Dog-beating staff technique. You must be the vice chief of the Wulin Alliance, Li Junyue. What an honor. I didn't expect your excellency to know of this humble one. At the same time, countless threads as fine as spider silk had surrounded Bai Zhaoyun. What about me? You must know me too, right? The voice of Yi Wuyin rang out. The bounty hunter Yi Wuyin. Bai Zhaoyun suddenly disappeared and reappeared on a high tree branch. Your opponent is me, Fai Lu's voice rang out from a distance. Is that so? Is that so? While Thiet Ma was pushed back a few steps, his eyes showed clear astonishment. Impossible. In a pure physical battle, how could I be pushed back? But Tiu Ma, like a frenzied war god, rushed forward to attack Thiet Ma. A flurry of fists, kicks, elbows, and knees. Wild and instinctive attacks continuously rained down on his steel-like body. This brat's fists are bone-jarringly painful. My internal energy is depleting at an astonishing rate. At this rate, sooner or later, I will fall. I must decide the winner and loser immediately. I will use all my remaining internal energy. Even if the heavens fall and the earth cracks, you will not defeat me. Thiet Ma roared, but Tiu Ma was faster. You talk too much. Your nose is bleeding. Tiu Ma's striking speed suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, 5 of his afterimages appeared, surrounding Thiet Ma and launching attacks from all directions. He was beaten until he spun like a pinwheel. How? How can this be? I possess a body harder than tempered steel. But in the end, you are still just a human. A final fist, carrying all his strength, punched straight into Thiet Ma's pig-like face. His entire large body was slammed straight into the ground, creating a giant crater. The aftershock spread across a wide area. Then Tiu Ma stood there, silently looking at the defeated opponent. Even though you've won, Thiet Ma whispered. You truly are a shameless bastard. If I felt shame, then the one lying on the ground right now would surely be me. I don't like it, but you forced me to this point. I have no other choice but to push the dark soul demonic art to its limit. Even if you do that, the result won't change. But Thiet Ma remained stubborn. He staggered to his feet, and his whole body began to tremble. This is a forbidden technique that uses one's life as the price. I have not yet fully mastered it, but I will still use it. Dark Soul Demonic Art, Ultimate Intent, Great Luo Adamant Body. A burst of dark, gloomy demonic energy exploded forth. His figure became as dark as the night, and his muscles bulged abnormally, transforming him into a true monster. Meanwhile, deep beneath Demon Spirit City, the group of three was diving through an underground sewer. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave from the surface traveled down. What is that sound? It's echoing everywhere. This shockwave will activate the array traps. As soon as Thou Nhi finished speaking, a series of sharp iron spikes shot down from the ceiling. A giant stone pillar made of 10,000-year-old cold iron also collapsed, blocking Li Kuan Niak's path. Damn it. Luckily, being underwater reduced its power by half, but this is still difficult. Li Kuan Nhac growled, signaling to the other two. You two go ahead, I'll catch up later. Thou Nhi realized the urgency. The air is running out. She nodded. You must survive to see us again, Li Kuan Nhac. Left alone, Li Kuan Nhac faced the stone pillar. There wasn't enough air to go back. This thing is made of 10,000-year-old cold iron, it's impossible to break. Then I'll drill a hole next to it. He took out a few small bombs. Even if I die, I'll die gloriously rather than drown. I only have one chance. He placed the bombs, backed away, and took a stance. Dog beating staff, thunder strike chain bomb, boom. A horrific explosion occurred underwater, creating a giant column of water that shot straight up, shattering the floor of some room above. In the room, a group of people in black robes, looking like a heretical cult, were preparing to deal with a roasted chicken. Seeing the strange sight, they rushed over to see what was happening. It sounds like an explosion from underwater. That's not important. The issue is whether the 10,000-year-old cold iron was shattered or not. Right now, Before he could finish his sentence, the whole group froze. A dense killing aura radiated in front of them. Li Kuan Nhac had just emerged from the water. Panting, he gasped, "Phew, thank goodness, I'm alive." The two sides just stared at each other, speechless. Below, Thou Nhi and Nyat Vo Nan had finally reached their destination. So, what's ahead? Vo Nan asked. Thou Nhi saw giant crocodiles swimming sluggishly in a large underground lake. Crocodiles? Then this must be the smiling palace of Duong Tiu Dung. The beautiful figure of Duong Tiu Dung appeared amidst a lotus pond, but her exquisite face was now marred by a long, hideous scar. Can you fix this? She asked in an ice-cold voice. A handmaiden trembled, sweat pouring down like rain. Palace Master, your subordinate is incompetent. She just flicked her finger lightly. The girl fell backward into the lake, instantly devoured by the starving crocodiles. The remaining three handmaidens' faces turned deathly pale. I'll ask again, can it be fixed? Another one stammered, Palace Master, perhaps if you ask Lord Huyan Ma. Smack. Another flick of the finger. This face of mine cannot be seen by him. The third handmaiden hurriedly prostrated herself. Yes, Palace Master, your subordinate can fix it. Duong Tiu Dung looked at her, a strange smile appearing. If it can be fixed, then what's the point of you existing? As she spoke, a venomous snake slithered out from her sleeve and sank its fangs into the girl's neck. From below the lake, Nyat Vo Nan and Bok Thou Nhi surfaced just in time to witness the horrifying scene. What a cruel woman, Nyat Vo Nan muttered. Thien Ma, Lei Din, Kiam Chien, Huyan Nu, Huyan Ma. The four leaders of Demon Spirit City, each one a demon in human form, Thou Nhi thought to herself. But it's strange, why are there no guards here? Who needs guards? This is the smiling palace of Duong Tiu Dung. Nyat Vo Nan looked bored. Perhaps I should leave you here. A woman fighting a woman is the most fitting. What did you say? Thou Nhi asked angrily. She suddenly broke through the encirclement, darting off like an arrow. Huh, trying to run? Get her. What's there to worry about? We're faster. Does she think she can escape? Thou Nhi dashed past a wall, but two of them blocked her way, asking where she thought she was going. She didn't answer, continuing to weave her way through, then dashed straight into a vibrant flower garden. The two chasing her hesitated at the entrance. She hid in the pavilion? If we cause damage here, the palace master will be furious. The fragrance of the flowers here is so strong. Ah, there she is. They saw Thou Nhi standing in the middle of the flower garden. What's this, not running anymore? Tired of running? Thou Nhi stopped, looking up at the crowd surrounding her. A brilliant smile unexpectedly blossomed on her lips. I really have to thank you all for so enthusiastically escorting me all the way here. In her hands now were two small spheres, prepared in advance as part of a perfect plan. And then, without a hint of hesitation, Thou Nhi gently threw them out. The two spheres collided, creating a small explosion. Boom! A thick white smoke, carrying the strong scent of flowers and grass, instantly enveloped the entire pavilion. Are those smoke grenades? Cough cough, it's so dusty. This stuff is not good for the skin at all, a female assassin complained. While the group was still confused, a soft thud was heard. One among them had been pierced through the chest by something. She only had time to cry out once, then dropped to the ground like a rag doll. Someone's been hit. It's the divine finger bullet technique. Wasn't it you who said, when fighting, not to glance left and right? Thou Nhi's voice echoed from within the smoke. Thud. Another one collapsed. Panic began to spread. Quick, find that wench Bok Thou Nhi. Where did that bitch hide? She's scurrying around like a rat. Suddenly, from behind a tree trunk, Thou Nhi's figure glided out. This will be the third one. Divine finger bullet, leaf shooting birds. A sharp finger force shot out, piercing straight through another's throat, sending him to meet King Yama. Stop her. As soon as the words were spoken, two more thuds rang out. Ah, two more people down. Where in the world is she? I can't see anything at all. In a panic, they hastily used umbrellas and fans, waving them frantically, trying to disperse the smoke. Hurry up, clear away all this smoke. Gradually, the smoke dissipated, but she was still nowhere to be seen. First, everyone grouped together in one spot to defend. At that very moment, Thou Nhi's voice slowly echoed from above. This is the end for you all. The whole group looked up, panicked, and shouted, She's up there. Damn it. These umbrellas are completely blocking our view. But from the top of the pavilion, Thou Nhi dove down like a fiery meteor, her killing intent blazing. Let me see where you can hide. 3 Heaven's Finger, Hidden Imperial Dragon 5 Claws. HMPH. The remaining 4 took the full brunt of the technique. But instead of sighing in relief, Thou Nhi's face turned pale with fear. Wow, what is this? The torn pieces of the bodies didn't fall. Instead, they hovered in the air, then slowly gathered together like magnets. They merged and transformed, creating a completely new entity, a giant, deformed monster, looking like it had stepped out of a nightmare. It stood up, looked at Thou Nhi, and gave a cunning smile that chilled her to the bone. Thou Nhi couldn't understand what was happening. Here I have become the Butterfly King, Bok Thou Nhi. The monster's voice was a disgusting mixture of many people's voices. In my eyes, you are just a worm, an ant, nothing more. What kind of martial art is this? Why have I never heard of it? Bok Thou Nhi was astonished. Take this, Bok Thou Nhi. The Butterfly King swung a giant arm, carrying the combined power of many masters. 3 Heaven's Finger, Imperial Dragon 5 Claws. Thou Nhi hurriedly launched a counter move to block it. Boom! The entire pavilion exploded. The force from the collision threw trees and boulders into the air. The Butterfly King's arm swept past, but Thou Nhi had disappeared. Her voice rang out again from another direction. I'm over here, you know. She dove down from above, her finger force concentrated on a single point. Butterfly King defeat slash. Swoosh. The giant body of the Butterfly King was slashed into many pieces. Just as I thought, you are using illusionary arts combined with Chi Men Dun Ja. This is the martial art of the Red Sea Ghost Sect. To think you even know the martial arts of our ghost sect. Your knowledge of the martial world is quite impressive, Bok Thou Nhi. But even if you know, it doesn't mean you can defeat me. HMPH. I've known how to break this illusion technique for a long time. Without any hesitation, Thou Nhi pulled out a dagger and cut a line on her own arm. The sharp pain helped her sober up and see through the illusion. The illusionary Butterfly King gave a cunning smile. I didn't expect you to injure yourself just to break the illusion. I can see you now. Your true form is hiding inside that giant head. HMPH, a useless effort. Doing that will only injure you further. If you say so, then 3 Heavens Finger, Mandarin Duck Kick. Thou Nhi launched a spinning kick, aiming straight for the Butterfly King's head. Boom! The head shattered. A few assassins fell out from inside. But unexpectedly, one of them lunged forward at terrifying speed, attacking Thou Nhi's blind spot. She couldn't defend in time and was sent flying straight to the ground. If you still think that head was the true form, the woman's voice rang out, do you still think that's the truth now? Thou Nhi struggled to her feet, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. How can this be? That wasn't the true form. But if it wasn't, why does my body ache as if I were truly hit? 10 ghosts, 10 demon figures, hovered around. Their voices echoed, corroding Thou Nhi's will. You think just by stabbing yourself once, you can break my illusion? Accept your fate. You will die here. A giant hand descended from the sky. Thou Nhi hurriedly dodged, but the shockwave still grazed her shoulder, causing a sharp pain. No, this can't be. I can't distinguish at all what is real and what is illusion. This pain, but why did it disappear so quickly? Could it be that everything is fake? No. Thou Nhi tried to recall when she fell into the illusion. When she turned into a giant? No, it was earlier than that. When I entered this forest? That's not it either. Could it be that from the very first moment I saw her, I was already under her spell? That's right. Those 10 demonic assassins. They were moving around just to distract my attention. Thou Nhi glanced at one of the 10 phantoms. Its gaze was slightly different. If so, there's no other way. She, in the form of one of the 10 demonic figures, swung her sword and lunged forward. Just as the blade was about to touch Thou Nhi's neck, she raised her hand to accurately block the attack. The woman was astonished. How is this possible? She's still under my illusion. Could this be instinct? I can clearly feel the killing intent, Thou Nhi thought to herself. Even if my eyes are deceived, my subconscious still recognizes the danger. So, everything before my eyes is fake. If I can't trust my eyes, I'll use something else. Thou Nhi closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her spirit to sense the aura around her. These phantoms have no physical form. My aura sense doesn't detect them at all. But there is another aura that is very real. That's her, over there. Thou Nhi suddenly opened her eyes, pointing directly at one phantom that looked no different from the other 9. I see you now. You are the real one. She shouted. The woman was stunned. Is the illusion broken? It's hard to win with martial arts alone. I have to report to the palace master. Seeing she intended to flee, Thou Nhi immediately launched herself in pursuit. Running? It all ends here. A full-power palm strike hit her back. She let out a tragic scream. No, I haven't reported yet. You won't have another chance. At that moment, a familiar voice, full of sarcasm, rang out right beside her. You fight better than I thought, Bok Thou Nhi. Startled, Thou Nhi turned around. Her face turned pale with shock. Duong Tiu Dung. The woman was casually admiring her long, slender fingers. But I'm also quite disappointed. Wasn't it I who saved your life 15 years ago? Is this how you repay your benefactor now? An invisible hand tightened around Thou Ni's neck, lifting her into the air. Don't say such ridiculous things, she replied with difficulty. For the past 15 years, every day of my life has been nothing short of hell. Hell? I gave you food, a place to live, and taught you martial arts. That is hell? Duong Tiu Dung sneered and flicked her wrist, causing Thou Nhi to spin around in the air. Stop being so hypocritical. Thou Nhi roared. It was you. You are the culprits who caused the massacre that wiped out the Diwa palace. My mother. My elder sister. Oh. So you already knew the truth? Duong Tiu Dung replied with a nauseatingly innocent expression. I thought you were still quite naive. Yes, and that's why I must live. Thou Nhi gritted her teeth. I must live to avenge them. Avenge them? Duong Tiu Dung laughed. Do you have the strength? Because you don't, you have to join hands with those useless people from the Martial Arts Alliance, right? Fine. I'll wait and see what you all can do. Bok Thou Nhi looked directly into Duong Tiu Dung's eyes, her voice firm and powerful. It will be soon. We will stop you from continuing to harm innocent people. Oh my! Duong Tiu Dung sneered, a smile that was both charming and cruel. She tightened her grip on Thou Ni's neck even more, leaning close to her ear and whispering, wanting to seek revenge and also save the world. Do you think you have what it takes to do both? That little girl. So, where is the immortal herb? Without it, don't even dream of succeeding. Duong Tiu Dung pointed at Thou Ni's chest. Then what is that thing you're hiding in your clothes? If that's what you want. Thou Nhi gritted her teeth, then I don't need to keep it anymore. She yanked the secret manual out from her clothes and threw it straight at Duong Tiu Dung's face. 3,000 Threads Technique. Heavenly Net. Thousands of sharp energy threads burst out from the book, forming a deadly net. But Duong Tiu Dung just stood still. Those energy threads, upon touching her body, vanished like smoke. The book was torn into 100 pieces. Ah, so it's the 3,000 Threads secret manual. She said languidly, this thing is useless to me. Even if I took it, it would be for nothing. Thou Ni's jaw dropped in astonishment. Impossible. I used 80% of my power. The 3,000 Threads technique is supposed to be an unparalleled skill. How could this be? The 3,000 Threads technique is indeed a mystical martial art, Duong Tiu Dung said, as if reading her mind. But to unleash its true power, you need at least 5 60-year cycles of internal energy. 5 60-year cycles? 300 years of internal energy? An invisible force from Duong Tiu Dung's body struck Thou Nhi directly. She was thrown backwards, feeling as if every bone in her body had been shattered. Defeated in a single move? Impossible. I have absolutely no chance of winning against her. As her consciousness began to fade, Thou Nhi felt a cold, icy aura envelop her body, preventing her from falling. A familiar figure appeared. You. Step back. Gui Gui said coldly, then tossed Thou Nhi to the ground like an object. When Duong Tiu Dung saw Gui Gui, the smile on her lips vanished. Long time no see, Snow Maiden. I thought you weren't dead yet. But I didn't expect you to appear here. In fact, a deputy general manager of the Martial Arts Alliance like me is not worthy of such a warm reception from you. Hearing that title, the whole group started to get scared. Deputy General Manager of the Martial Arts Alliance? If it's him, then he is proficient in the 36 techniques of the dog beating staff. Let's see. Li Chun-yu spun the staff in his hand. How should I cook you guys up? Oh well, I'll just finish you all off with one swing for quickness. The staff in his hand suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant diamond power staff. They didn't have time to react, only able to stand there frozen and take the hit. The staff swept across, sending all four of them flying and rendering them unable to fight. Li Chun-yu won a glorious victory. The old carriage driver led Xiao Ma through a gloomy forest. After traveling for a long time, they arrived in front of a simple, ancient fortress situated next to a tranquil lake. Tian Mo was sitting on a small wooden bridge, leisurely fishing. The old carriage driver bowed his head and respectfully reported, "Great lord of the fortress, I have brought the errand boy from Harmony Valley, Xiao Ma. He is a walking disaster, born with an ill omen. At the age of 7, he became the #1 master of Ma Ling Fortress. At the tender age of 20, he personally murdered his adoptive father, who was also his master, the Northern Heavenly Martial Emperor, to seize the supreme position. He is one of the few supreme masters who can rival the 10 great masters of the Central Plains martial world. He is the Sky of the North. He is the great lord of Ma Ling Fortress, Tian Mo." Tian Mo stood before Xiao Ma, his eyes filled with both curiosity and contempt. "If I remember correctly, your name is Xiao Ma. And today, some fool wants to overthrow the Sky of the North. That fool is the errand boy from Harmony Valley." Before the words were finished, Xiao Ma lunged forward, unleashing a thunderous punch that forced Tian Mo to take a few steps back. He was like a tireless fighting machine, attacking relentlessly, not giving his opponent a single second of rest. "I will absolutely not forgive you." As Xiao Ma's fist was about to touch his face, Tian Mo raised his hand and gently blocked it. Not bad. Immediately, Xiao Ma spun around and launched a roundhouse kick aimed at his head. So fast. Tian Mo leapt into the air, but Xiao Ma followed him like a shadow. A series of continuous punches rained down like a storm. Throughout the entire process, Tian Mo only defended, never counter-attacking. Finally, he was sent flying by a punch, crashing into a cliff face. Xiao Ma stood waiting, his breathing steady. But from the darkness, Tian Mo's voice rang out, still strangely calm. "So, is this what you wanted to show me? You are indeed not one for many words." A strong gust of wind blew out from the cave. Tian Mo casually walked out without a single scratch. That might be appealing to some people, but if your skill level is only this, isn't it too disappointing? Xiao Ma threw another punch, aiming straight for the middle of his forehead. But his fist was stopped by an invisible gust of wind, just a few centimeters from the target. "My fist can't reach him. You will be even more surprised." The gusts of wind, as if they had a life of their own, wrapped around Xiao Ma's arm and gently threw him far away. Xiao Ma stumbled as he landed, grinding his teeth and clutching his arm. "My bones feel like they're being twisted." Tian Mo leisurely floated in front of him, his voice soft but full of pressure. "So, are you scared yet? Your martial arts are very strange. You don't seem like someone from the Martial Arts Alliance, but to say you're just an errand boy, no one would believe it." He gently swung the fishing rod in his hand. An invisible force spread out, causing the nearby lake surface to part in two. He glanced at Xiao Ma. "How dare you get distracted while fighting me?" The fishing rod transformed into a long whip, attacking with terrifying speed. Xiao Ma hurriedly dodged. Everywhere the tip of the whip passed, it left deep gashes on the ground. Tian Mo swung the whip again, but Xiao Ma had disappeared. This kid can even imitate the Fudo Maya O steps. How strange. Just as Xiao Ma landed on an eave, the fishing line, from somewhere, wrapped tightly around his neck. Tian Mo tightened his grip. Tough flesh, no less than Tai Mo's iron shirt. Using a cat as a weapon? "This guy is truly strange," Li Jun-yu muttered. "Looks like you're pretty good at jumping around." Another man swung a giant pair of scissors, closing in. "He is K. There's no way you can block this. Another man holding a large bell intended to trap him from above. He was Zhang. After 4 missed attacks, Li Junyu had retreated to a distance and began his analysis. Lu, Miao, Ke, Zhang, the 4 great death sentence officers. Their individual martial arts are quite mediocre, but the way they coordinate forms a celestial net. Every move is calculated and perfectly synchronized. The one with the bell moves the most freely but is also the slowest. The one with the scissors has the strongest destructive power, but his footwork is the most simplistic. I'll send you to your coffin first. The masked man's saber technique was quite tyrannical, but I'm so tired of dealing with saber techniques. Li Junyu swung his staff, sending Lu flying. But the one using Miao is the most troublesome. This weapon can attack from any distance, any angle. Furthermore, he doesn't use internal energy, but purely wrist strength, making it difficult for the naked eye to predict its trajectory. But Li Junyu smiled. Finally, I've figured out your pattern. But the remaining 4 roared and charged in to attack simultaneously. But Li Junyu had vanished. They looked around in confusion. Hey, I'm asking you seriously. Li Junyu's voice came from behind. Do you guys know who you're up against? The group was startled and turned around. Huh? Since when were you? I'm asking for real, but... The 3 fishing rods in his hand moved slightly. Just in the blink of an eye, the tip of the rod had pierced through Xiao Ma's shoulder. He screamed in pain. Several tree trunks behind him were also shattered by the aftershock, breaking in 2. The heavenly demon's expression became cruel. Fighting with you is truly boring. Xiao Ma pressed his hand tightly against the wound, his mind racing with thoughts. How could he possibly defeat him? Come on, show me all your strength. The heavenly demon said in a condescending tone. I will give you one last chance. Hearing this, Xiao Ma let out a roar, lunging forward like a wounded beast. A punch concentrating all of his remaining strength. But it stopped just an inch from the heavenly demon's chest. An invisible wall had blocked it. But with this level of skill, you can't even dream of touching the hem of my garment. The heavenly demon finally unleashed the dragon whisker annihilation technique. The surrounding air currents were bent by him, forming an invisible vortex that trapped Xiao Ma. The ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, starting to rise up and devour his legs. How can this be? The ground. The vortex tightened, the crushing force from all sides making it impossible for Xiao Ma to move. The heavenly demon stood there, observing with a sinister smile. You're good at enduring. But you can still feel the pain, can't you? The void spirit body? Using natural energy to strengthen oneself. A protective aura instinctively wrapped around him, but no matter the constitution, there must be a limit. The earth and rocks had already covered half of Xiao Ma's body. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself to endure. He tried to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, from his chest, a small black needle shot out. The heavenly demon was startled and quickly reached out to catch it. He observed the needle carefully and fell into deep thought. The 3 demon emperor's soul controlling needles. I can feel a cold aura. This needle is used to seal blood and qi and to sever internal energy. With this embedded in your body, why are you still alive? I don't know why, I already said I don't know. Do you think you are innocent? The heavenly demon's voice turned cold, as if interrogating a soul. When you grow stronger, the blood of those who want to surpass you will be shed. You have no other choice but to trample on them. And then you will become a meaningless existence, a beast left with only instinct. No, even worse than a beast. Why don't you answer? The hazy image of a girl suddenly appeared in Xiao Ma's mind. Memories suddenly rushed back, of a wild forest. A boy with the eyes of a wild beast, tearing apart his prey. Have you found it yet? Not yet, my lady. I can't believe it. That rumor wasn't just nonsense, was it? 3 figures flew down from the cliff. Seeing the strangers, the boy immediately bared his teeth and growled. Can it speak? The leading girl asked. If it could speak, it wouldn't be like this. Let's capture it first. Two subordinates rushed forward. After a struggle, the boy's two ankles were shackled. The other person used a leather whip to tie him up tightly. He thrashed and roared frantically. This is tough. That rope is made from heavenly silkworm silk. The heavenly silkworm rope, which was supposed to be impervious to swords and spears, was snapped by the boy. The two subordinates' jaws dropped in astonishment. It broke the heavenly silkworm rope? The two chains on his legs were also easily destroyed by him. Get out of the way! The girl shouted. The boy's figure was already in the air, swinging his hand down to claw at them. 5 sharp claw marks tore through the ground. Luckily, all three managed to dodge in time. The mysterious girl held a silver needle and gently inserted it into an acupuncture point on Xiao Ma's head. But he was still unharmed. Could it be that one needle is not enough? She said nothing, continuing to insert dozens more needles into his body. Head, hands, feet, abdomen, his whole body was riddled with glittering silver needles. Gradually, Xiao Ma's eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into unconsciousness. Unbelievable, the girl mumbled. I had to use all the Demon Emperor's soul-controlling needles. That night, in a quiet forest, under a full, bright moon, 2 people sat by a fire. From now on, I am your master. I will grant you, a creature no different from a beast, a new life. You must find a reason to exist, to live. His physical body has surpassed even a grandmaster's, yet he has never practiced martial arts. Who on earth is he? He lifted Xiao Ma up. Hey kid, who are you really? What you need to know is not who I am. Xiao Ma said with difficulty, even I don't need to know. He tensed his body, unleashing his innate true qi, and the sturdy fishing line immediately snapped. But there is one thing you must know. Xiao Ma continued, a powerful aura enveloping his body. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Hearing this, Tian Mo just scratched his head with a bored expression. This guy spouts nonsense every time he opens his mouth. I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but I know one thing for sure. You're as blind as a bat, aren't you? He suddenly charged forward like a fierce bull, sending Xiao Ma flying. Just as he regained his balance, Tian Mo's figure appeared right behind him. Xiao Ma spun and threw a kick, but it was stopped by the invisible winds. Tisk. First of all, I must make you understand just how vast the gap between you and me is. I will show you that all your efforts are meaningless. Tian Mo said coldly, his tone like that of a god judging a mortal. In life, you must know your place, little brat. He lightly channeled his energy and struck Xiao Ma's abdomen with a palm. There was no earth-shattering explosion, just a gentle impact, but it contained an unstoppable force. Oh! Xiao Ma was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground. He tried to act cool, wiping the streak of blood from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to speak. I have to admit, you are truly very strong. Tian Mo laughed, a smile full of pity. Is that so? You saying that only makes me more disappointed. To be honest, I haven't even used 1/10 of my power. The heavenly demon, in excruciating pain, was knocked backwards. If that's the case, let's add a little more spice. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Xiao Ma's punch erupted with a second wave of power, sending the heavenly demon flying even further away. He rushed forward and landed a few more combination punches on him, punching his face straight into the ground and then dragging him along the surface for another few tens of meters. After a moment of being knocked down, the heavenly demon staggered to his feet. From high above, Xiao Ma's sharp cry echoed down. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Xiao Ma descended from the sky with an extremely powerful blow. The surface of the nearby lake exploded, sending water hundreds of meters into the air, creating a giant crater in the middle. Then the water began to part in two. Xiao Ma landed gently, staring intently at the heavenly demon's despicable face. How absurd! the heavenly demon spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't care what kind of fortuitous encounter you've had. But if this is all you've got, you're a long way from defeating me. He swung his fishing rod, and the hook flew out like an arrow, making 2 passes at Xiao Ma. It seemed as though Xiao Ma would be injured, but no, he used 2 fingers to firmly clamp down on the thin fishing line. I think, Xiao Ma said coldly, it's time for you to stop this mockery. He yanked hard, throwing away the heavenly demon's entire fishing rod. Come on, heavenly demon. Fight me seriously. Hearing this, the heavenly demon was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. HMPH, this guy. Mocking others is my only hobby in this world. Do you think a guy like you can interfere with my hobby? He raised his hand and began to gather his power. The air around his hand began to swirl, forming small whirlwinds. Then, a series of other tornadoes formed, roaring around him. 10 arts of the whirlwind slash. The storms of wind blades raged, surrounding Xiao Ma as if to tear him to shreds. He struggled to muster his strength to defend himself. While he was distracted, the heavenly demon suddenly appeared right beside him, unleashing a stormy barrage of fist techniques. Gale of the Yin Demon Fist. The shockwaves from the terrifying punches were so powerful that everything in their path was completely destroyed. Xiao Ma was sent flying into the dust cloud, spinning a few times before landing. Unbelievable. This is too absurd. In that case, I'll just have to get closer to you, he thought. Dragon's Beard Annihilation, the heavenly demon shouted. Razor-sharp winds suddenly formed from thin air, enveloping Xiao Ma and locking down all his escape routes. Seizing the opportunity, the heavenly demon delivered another fatal blow to his chest. Xiao Ma, where are your eyes looking? The dark tornadoes of the black wind palm roared, spinning straight into Xiao Ma's body. But he stood firm like a mountain, completely unshaken. Listen, he said slowly, his voice deepening. I don't know what you're thinking, but this isn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ma closed the distance to the heavenly demon, grabbing his collar with one hand. The heavenly demon, who had never known fear, felt a spark of terror for the first time. Smack! A heaven-sent headbutt knocked the heavenly demon down. Pressing his advantage, Xiao Ma followed up with another punch, slamming his head into the ground. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He delivered a continuous barrage of punches, turning the ground into a deep crater, leaving only the heavenly demon's 2 shins visible above the surface. Xiao Ma stood up, thoughtfully observing his handiwork. Suddenly, the ground shook and rocks and gravel slowly rose up. The heavenly demon's voice, completely devoid of fear, echoed from beneath the earth. I told you. If you're not serious, you'll lose your life before you know it. A crazy, triumphant laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly demon slowly emerged, his entire body without a single scratch. The 2 powerful beings stood opposite each other, their auras exploding. A stream of blue energy and a stream of golden energy collided, creating a storm of energy that enveloped the entire area. Rumble! The sounds of earth-shattering collisions rang out endlessly. Wherever they passed, trees and houses were pulverized into dust. The entire ghost spirit city trembled as if it were about to collapse. You must atone for your sins with pain, for the lives you have harmed. Accept the pain, and accept even more pain. At the ultimate depths of suffering, more horrifying than death itself, you may be reborn. You are not a solitary existence at the peak, but a meaningless creature, mingling with the lowest of the low. And then you must choose. You should have a name, shouldn't you? Byron is not it. Xiao Ma's eyes slowly opened. What name would be suitable? That's right. From now on, your name is Xiao Ma. As soon as she finished speaking, brilliant blue rays of light suddenly erupted from within Xiao Ma's body. A power that had been suppressed for a very long time was now released. The ground shook violently. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. A pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky, enveloping him. Xiao Ma at this moment looked just like a Saiyan warrior transforming. Streams of pure internal energy swirled around his body, proof of a metamorphosis of power. Suddenly, Xiao Ma looked at his two hands, astonished. My body feels as if a 1,000-pound stone has been lifted. It's so light, lighter than ever before. Even the wound on my shoulder no longer hurts. The heavenly demon witnessed this scene and fell into deep thought. In just a flash, its aura has increased so explosively. I never expected that the demon emperor's soul-controlling needles were the very thing that sealed your power. Ha! You are truly an interesting kid. He had just finished speaking when Xiao Ma appeared right in front of him. A surprise punch landed squarely in his stomach. That's what you get for boasting to me. The heavenly demon, in excruciating pain, was knocked backwards. If that's the case, let's add a little more spice. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Xiao Ma's punch erupted with a second wave of power, sending the heavenly demon flying even further away. He rushed forward and landed a few more combination punches on him, punching his face straight into the ground and then dragging him along the surface for another few tens of meters. After a moment of being knocked down, the heavenly demon staggered to his feet. From high above, Xiao Ma's sharp cry echoed down. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Xiao Ma descended from the sky with an extremely powerful blow. The surface of the nearby lake exploded, sending water hundreds of meters into the air, creating a giant crater in the middle. Then the water began to part in two. Xiao Ma landed gently, staring intently at the heavenly demon's despicable face. How absurd! The heavenly demon spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't care what kind of fortuitous encounter you've had. But if this is all you've got, you're a long way from defeating me. He swung his fishing rod, and the hook flew out like an arrow, making two passes at Xiao Ma. It seemed as though Xiao Ma would be injured, but no, he used two fingers to firmly clamp down on the thin fishing line. I think, Xiao Ma said coldly, it's time for you to stop this mockery. He yanked hard, throwing away the heavenly demon's entire fishing rod. Come on, heavenly demon. Fight me seriously. Hearing this, the heavenly demon was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. HMPH, this guy. Mocking others is my only hobby in this world. Do you think a guy like you can interfere with my hobby? He raised his hand and began to gather his power. The air around his hand began to swirl, forming small whirlwinds. Then, a series of other tornadoes formed, roaring around him. 10 arts of the whirlwind slash. The storms of wind blades raged, surrounding Xiao Ma as if to tear him to shreds. He struggled to muster his strength to defend himself. While he was distracted, the heavenly demon suddenly appeared right beside him, unleashing a stormy barrage of fist techniques. Gale of the Yin Demon Fist. The shockwaves from the terrifying punches were so powerful that everything in their path was completely destroyed. Xiao Ma was sent flying into the dust cloud, spinning a few times before landing. Unbelievable. This is too absurd. In that case, I'll just have to get closer to you, he thought. Dragon's Beard Annihilation, the heavenly demon shouted. Razor-sharp winds suddenly formed from thin air, enveloping Xiao Ma and locking down all his escape routes. Seizing the opportunity, the heavenly demon delivered another fatal blow to his chest. Xiao Ma, where are your eyes looking? The dark tornadoes of the black wind palm roared, spinning straight into Xiao Ma's body. But he stood firm like a mountain, completely unshaken. Listen, he said slowly, his voice deepening. I don't know what you're thinking, but this isn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ma closed the distance to the heavenly demon, grabbing his collar with one hand. The heavenly demon, who had never known fear, felt a spark of terror for the first time. Smack! A heaven-sent headbutt knocked the heavenly demon down. Pressing his advantage, Xiao Ma followed up with another punch, slamming his head into the ground. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He delivered a continuous barrage of punches, turning the ground into a deep crater, leaving only the heavenly demon's 2 shins visible above the surface. Xiao Ma stood up, thoughtfully observing his handiwork. Suddenly, the ground shook and rocks and gravel slowly rose up. The heavenly demon's voice, completely devoid of fear, echoed from beneath the earth. I told you. If you're not serious, you'll lose your life before you know it. A crazy, triumphant laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly demon slowly emerged, his entire body without a single scratch. The two powerful beings stood opposite each other, their auras exploding. A stream of blue energy and a stream of golden energy collided, creating a storm of energy that enveloped the entire area. Rumble. The sounds of earth-shattering collisions rang out endlessly. Wherever they passed, trees and houses were pulverized into dust. The entire ghost spirit city trembled as if it were about to collapse. Meanwhile, in a quiet bamboo forest, another battle was taking place. Flashes of swordlight filled the air as Piao Lu and Bai Jiaoyun, two weapon users, clashed with sharp, swift sword strokes. Piao Lu attacked like a storm, but Bai Jiaoyun remained calm, sitting on a rock, using only the invisible swords flying around him to parry the blows. How many hidden swords do you have in total? Piao Lu growled. Bai Jiaoyun's voice did not answer. He just slightly moved his finger, and a few more swords rushed forward, forcing Piao Lu to retreat. Didn't I say I'd give you as many as you want? He said mockingly. Stop joking. Piao Lu shouted. No matter how many you hide, you won't hit me even if you strike 100 times. The taunt worked. Bai Jiaoyun maneuvered dozens more swords to surround Piao Lu. Then let's see you try and strike 100 times. The swords flew forward like a rain of bullets. Piao Lu swung his sword, slashing relentlessly without missing a single one. This technique is light, elegant, and its trajectory is hard to predict. It must be a sword art, Piao Lu thought to himself. But why is he wearing a long saber at his waist? His nickname is Lightning Sword, but I've never seen anyone use a saber to control swords. It's too strange. Whatever. First, I have to force him to use all his hidden swords. After a series of clashes, Piao Lu landed on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. Well, it seems you're getting tired, Bai Jiaoyun said coldly. You. What kind of sword art are you using? Piao Lu panted. Oh. What difference would it make if I told you? The gap in power between us won't be shortened just because of that, Bai Jiaoyun smiled faintly. But since you want to know, I'm willing to teach you. He stood up, and his aura suddenly changed. My martial art originates from the Heidong sect. Its name is the Flying Thunder Saber. Hearing the two words Fai Loi Dao, Fai Lu couldn't help but be astonished. No way, that's clearly the name of a saber technique. Right, it is a saber technique. Bok Chu Van sneered. He skillfully spun the sword in his hand. People often think saber techniques must be large and heavy. But in my hands, it has become a light, strange, and extremely useful martial art. Therefore, a brat like you will never be a match. He flicked his hand lightly. The sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and then reappeared right behind Fai Lu. Sensing the mortal danger, Fai Lu quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. But other invisible swords continued to appear from unpredictable angles, attacking relentlessly. As expected, he was still hiding hidden swords. Fai Lu analyzed while dodging the attacks. He has struck out with 7 swords. Perhaps that's all the hidden swords he has. In that case, he pointed his saber straight at Bok Chu Van. Even if you are a descendant of the Hadong Nyat Mon, I still very much regret it, because today I must strike you down. Bok Chu Van burst into a sarcastic laugh. Hey, stop telling jokes. You haven't even touched the hem of my clothes so far, yet you're already straining your neck to make declarations? If your chi-controlled swordsmanship is only this much, your end will be just like Kung Ma's. Becoming a vengeful spirit under my blade. He burst out laughing again. Listen here. I don't care if you were intentionally provoking me to make me unleash all my hidden swords or not, but I have to say, you've succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, in the space around Bok Chu-van, a series of other swords suddenly appeared, floating in the air, radiating a cold killing intent. 13 Thunder and Lightning, 13 Swords. Witnessing that scene, Fai Lu couldn't hide his horror. Controlling 13 swords with chi at the same time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have believed it in this lifetime. Look at your expression, Bok Chu-van said with amusement. You've probably never seen anyone use 13 swords, have you? Now, whatever ultimate moves you have left, hurry up and use them all. Consider it my granting you one last chance before you go to the underworld. The 13 swords, as if they had souls, rushed towards Fai Lu with a wave of Bok Chu-van's hand, like a pack of hungry wolves, not giving him a single second of rest. His attitude shows that this is the total number of hidden swords. And 13 swords is already too unusual. Then there's no need to wait any longer. Black Dragon Slash! Fai Lu roared. A jet black saber aura exploded, knocking all 13 swords far away. But they immediately regrouped, preparing for the next wave of attack. Fai Lu plunged his saber straight into the ground and channeled his energy. Heaven-shattering dance! A powerful wave of chi radiated out, causing the 13 swords flying in the air to suddenly become heavy and slowly fall. It's useless, Bok Chu-van said with a faint smile. You are just wasting your internal energy. Fai Lu did not reply and continued to swing his saber to defend. I absolutely cannot waste internal energy on this bunch of hidden swords. If he intends to use numbers to wear me down, then before the death god demon saber, even 100 or 1,000 swords are useless. Suddenly, the saber in Fai Lu's hand emitted an aura of death. He swung a horizontal slash. Keng! All 13 of Bok Chu-van's hidden swords were cut in half in just a single slash. Bok Chu-van was stunned. So, his intention was to break all 13 swords. But to do that, his internal energy must also be nearly depleted. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. He channeled his energy. The broken pieces of the 13 swords once again flew up. Returning wind and rain flow 13 swords. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is. It's time to decide the victory. Fai Lu took a stance, the death god demon saber in his hand roaring. A pitch-black vortex, carrying destructive power, began to form around him. Hard Dragon Heaven-shattering saber, the fourth form, Falling Sun saber. Sensing the mortal danger from within the vortex, Bok Chu-van hurriedly recalled all the sword fragments to defend, but it was too late. An invisible saber aura, more powerful than anything he had ever faced, pierced through his defense and completely destroyed what was left of the 13 swords. Fai Lu panted, each heavy breath feeling like it was pulling lead. He looked straight at Bok Chu-van, his voice hoarse. Now you can draw your own saber, can't you? After pondering for a long time, Bok Chu-van's hand finally rested on the hilt of the long saber at his hip. He smiled faintly, a chilling smile that was infuriating. Well, truly, Fai Loi Dao's first stance, flashing wind. Swoosh! Without a word of warning, without any sign, he simply disappeared. And immediately, a slash as fast as lightning cut across Fai Lu's body. If you want to die that badly, I might as well oblige. His voice rang out from behind him. Struck by a fatal blow, but Fai Lu still stood stunned, not collapsing at all. He was still in shock from Bok Chu-van's terrifying speed. This brat moves entirely on instinct. The sharp sword aura from the flashing wind technique just now, yet it couldn't even cut his demon saber. It seems the origin of this saber is anything but ordinary. Bok Chu-van silently assessed. Fai Lu tightened his grip on the death god demon saber. Cold sweat broke out. If it weren't for this demon saber, I probably would have been cut in two just now. But if I take another hit like that, I will definitely die. Bok Chu-van turned around, his eyes full of amusement. Hey, brat. I don't know if your luck is due to your actual strength or because of that saber. How about I test it one more time? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a fierce tiger. Every saber strike he unleashed carried earth-shattering power, fast and ruthless, giving Fai Lu no room to breathe. He leapt high, his face turning ferocious. And even if we assume you're relying on that saber, it's still nothing to me. 4 Flying Thunder Saber, second move, Half Moon. Streams of thunder energy shot out from the blade. Fai Lu's charging form was like heavenly thunder. He could only brace himself to block the weight of the attacks. It caused his 2 feet to sink deep into the ground. After blocking for a long time, Fai Lu knew he couldn't continue like this. He suddenly sprang up, unleashing a saber strike to push back his opponent, then leapt high and turned to flee. Bok Chu Van was stunned for a moment, then sneered and gave chase. Just as Fai Lu landed on a branch of an ancient tree, Bok Chu Van appeared right behind him, not giving him a second to rest. Flying Thunder Saber, third move, Sea Shock. This attack carried a power even more terrifying than before. The massive ancient tree was chopped into tiny fragments, with nothing left behind. Fai Lu took the full force of the aftershock. Just at the moment Bok Chu Van's blade was about to take his life, it suddenly stopped just a few inches from Fai Lu's throat. Fai Lu's eyes had changed by now. They became profoundly tranquil, yet also filled with a murderous aura like that of a demon god. Memories of the hellish days with his master, Dai Hao, came flooding back. Master, you said someone used one saber strike to split that mountain in 2. Is that still the power of a human? I can't believe it. He took a gulp of rice wine, his voice hoarse. Disciple, whether you believe it or not, you must. When the Iron Mountain Saber Emperor, the creator of the Steel Dragon Heaven-Shattering Saber, split this mountain with one strike, the whole world was terrified. If you can master the Steel Dragon Heaven-Shattering Saber to the great completion stage, I swear, there will be few in this world who are your match. His master's voice rang out again, like an awakening bell. You brat. Why do you keep using the most invincible saber technique of all time like it's a sword technique? You must remember clearly, the saber is about dominance. It's about using both hands to unleash its full power. You keep making me repeat myself. Master, if I use 2 hands, won't I lose flexibility? Your disciple has already mastered all the moves. With just practice. Dai Hao interrupted. You will never grasp the essence of the Steel Dragon Heaven-Shattering Saber if you only follow the minor path and abandon the great path. Its true nature is. He vanished and reappeared on the mountaintop. His 2 hands gripped the saber tightly, his face turning fierce. He delivered a single slash straight down. The towering mountain was thus split in 2 before Fai Lu's utter astonishment. Back in reality, Fai Lu's gaze no longer wavered. He no longer used one hand, but gripped the death god demon saber tightly with both hands. A wild, domineering aura erupted from his body. His saber strike and Bok Chu Van's clashed. A horrifying shockwave exploded, leveling everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. The principle of the Steel Dragon Heaven-Shattering Saber, Fai Lu growled, is to use 2 hands. Bok Chu Van dared not be careless. He immediately leapt high into the air to evade the attack. They both landed on 2 opposing tree branches, their eyes locked. So, you were intentionally using only one hand all this time? Bok Chu Van said, his expression having grown somewhat grave. It seems you're not relying entirely on luck. The air between them grew thick, tense to the point of suffocation. Tiu Dung Palace. Bok Thou Nhi slowly regained consciousness. The sharp pain from her neck still lingered. The first image she saw was Li Kuan Niak's worried face. Can you speak? He asked. Thou Nhi quickly sat up, looking around in a panic. Duang Tiu Dung. Where is she? In another garden, Duang Tiu Dung and Gui Gui were facing each other. To be honest, I'm already past 60, Duang Tiu Dung sighed. It's hard to keep my skin like a young maiden's. But you're different. If I remember correctly, you've lived for over a century. Your Thien Sun clan ages so slowly, it's enviable. She narrowed her eyes. Our grudge isn't a matter of a day or two. I just don't understand why you would seek me out right on the eve of the Great War with the martial world. The longer a grudge is left, the heavier the hatred becomes, Gui Gui replied coldly. I believe this is the most suitable time to settle everything. There must be some reason. I came here today to witness the fall of Demon Spirit City at the hands of one person. One person? Could it be that errand boy? Gui Gui just smiled mockingly. Who is he, exactly? Duong Tiu Dung asked, gently blowing a flower petal from her hand. Soon, the entire martial world will know, but you won't need to. Because you will die here, Duong Tiu Dung. Oh my, you haven't changed a bit after all these years, Gui Gui. Don't speak so bluntly, I'm not used to it. Around them, frost and poisonous gas began to spread, turning the beautiful garden into a dead land. Are you planning to use all the secret techniques of the Tang sect? Flying daggers, flying darts, and then the coiling dragon fan and the viper sword needle, Gui Gui asked, her hand lightly touching an old wound. You guessed right. Hundreds of needles as thin as hair flew from Duong Tiu Dung's sleeves, embedding themselves densely into Gui Gui's body. Now what, my beloved elder sister? Moving too slowly. Age truly cannot lie. Gui Gui calmly pulled the needles out of her body one by one. You're mistaken. Suddenly, a shadow of Gui Gui appeared behind Duong Tiu Dung. A hand as cold as ice pierced through her shoulder. So easy. Duong Tiu Dung staggered back, clutching her wound. How dangerous. The human shadow art. If I had been a little more careful. Gui Gui drew her ice-white sword. Duong Tiu Dung also pulled out her rattan whip. How is it? Are the memories you thought you had forgotten slowly returning? They looked at each other, both sharing a mysterious smile. In the past, a young Gui Gui was walking through the forest when she saw a beautiful woman mercilessly dealing with a group of men. When one tried to stab her from behind, an ice shard pierced through him. Duong Tiu Dung turned around, annoyed. You didn't need to interfere. Gui Gui was indifferent. Then don't mind me. Just go your own way. That night by the campfire, two strangers sat together again. The martial world rumored of a wandering ghost with silver hair and white eyes. Could it be you, sister? It seems one cannot trust rumors. On the way back to the Tang residence, a cheerful Tiu Dung tossed Gui Gui a heavy pouch of silver. Consider it a meeting gift, she smiled brightly. I am Duong Tiu Dung, the future head of the Sichuan Tang family. But as they passed through the magnificent gate of the Tang manor, Tiu Dung whispered softly. Actually, I am not yet the family head. My father is gravely ill. To prove my strength, I must eliminate all the 6 forests bandits in the area and behead the 3 leaders, the 6 forests 3 killers, as a test. She pulled Gui Gui's hand inside and went on. Sister, my parents will be very happy to know I brought a friend home. That night, in the study, Tiu Dung's mother, a noble woman with sharp, cold eyes, said to Gui Gui. I know you are the Tianshan Snow Maiden. The Martial Alliance is offering a very high bounty for your head. I will allow you to stay tonight, but please understand the Tang family's situation. This little girl will impose, Gui Gui bowed, accepting the arrangement. Late at night, 3 shadowy figures lurked outside Gui Gui's room. At the same time, Duong Tiu Dung, after a drinking session, staggered over. Gui Gui, sister, let's have a drink. She found the room empty. She ran outside anxiously to search. It's the middle of the night, where could she have gone? The clash of weapons from the back garden caught her attention. She saw Gui Gui being surrounded by 3 masked assailants. Despite her superior martial arts, Gui Gui was still hit. An iron chain had tightly bound her leg. One man raised his saber, intending to finish her. At that moment, Tiu Dung rushed forward like an arrow. "It's the 6 forest's 3 killers," she shouted. Seeing their comrade fall, the other two paused. "You dare to follow me all the way to Sichuan?" Tiu Dung roared, her killing intent erupting. Gui Gui used her ice technique to bind the remaining two's legs. Tiu Dung used her golden needles to finish them. After dealing with the 3 assassins, she realized something was not right with their martial arts. Just then, a dying man suddenly whispered, "The world rumors that the inner core of the Tiantian Snow Maiden is the best spiritual medicine." Tiu Dung was stunned. She trembled as she walked over, pulling off the mask of the one she had just killed. Beneath the mask was a painfully familiar face. "Mother. Mother. Tiu Dung. My dear," the woman said with difficulty. "Why did you let your hands be stained with your mother's blood?" She breathed her last. Tiu Dung stared at her own blood-stained hands, then at her mother's body. She let out a heart-wrenching scream. I killed my own mother." The scream alarmed the entire Tang residence, and everyone rushed over. "What's happening?" "It's assassins." "Wait, that's the martial art of the Tang sect." Like a lost soul, Tiu Dung staggered to the other 2 bodies. She tremblingly removed their masks. It was her 2 twin sisters. That day, her 2 beloved sisters died by her hand. It's Miss Tiu Dung's martial art. Could it be that on that day, the 3 elders of the Tang family, who had taught her since childhood, also died by her hand? That night, the 1,137 lives of the Sichuan Tang family, from masters to servants, it was all a play. A play. A cruel play staged to seize Gui Gui's inner core, and she, Duong Tiu Dung, had become the knife in their hands, personally killing her most beloved ones. "But it's all your fault. Now I can't turn back anymore." The 2 women lunged at each other. A destructive battle began. Where they passed, houses collapsed, trees shattered, flowers and leaves flew chaotically in the air. Countless poison-throwing daggers flew towards Gui Gui, but she had vanished, then reappeared in mid-air, right above Duong Tiu Dung's head. The ice-white sword, carrying a bone-chilling cold energy, swung down. Tiu Dung spun like a dancer, gracefully dodging. The cloud whip in her hand coiled like a venomous snake, piercing straight through Gui Gui's body. She thought she had succeeded, but she had only pierced an ice illusion. Immediately, the real Gui Gui appeared beside her, her eyes full of killing intent, delivering a clean sword stroke through Duong Tiu Dung's shoulder. Injured, Tiu Dung quickly leapt onto a nearby tree branch. Gui Gui stood still, not even bothering to glance at her opponent. "That puppet is really troublesome. You talk too much, Duong Tiu Dung." Tiu Dung swung her whip again. This time, both Gui Gui and her ice puppet charged forward simultaneously. One real, one fake. Which one was the true body? The whip lashed furiously at one of the 2 figures, but Duong Tiu Dung had been deceived. As soon as the ice puppet shattered, the real Gui Gui closed in. The ice-white sword stabbed straight into her left arm. Crack. Tiu Dung gritted her teeth in pain, swinging her whip to break Gui Gui's ice sword. She clutched her wound, laughing savagely. "Now you have no more puppets to use, dear sister." But Gui Gui remained calm. "You can't use your left hand anymore either. Why don't you look down at your feet?" Suddenly, a green python emerged from the ground, sinking its 2 venomous fangs into Gui Gui's leg. By the time she noticed, it was too late. So careless. The snake, having completed its task, vanished into thin air. "Now one of your legs is useless too," Tiu Dung laughed gleefully. "I guess I have a slight advantage. Even if you have a body of extreme yin, being bitten by the green venom serpent, don't dream of getting away unscathed." This is bad. Gui Gui thought to herself, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. First, I have to deal with that troublesome cloud whip. She raised her hand, and an extremely powerful blast of ice energy erupted. A smile envelops the body. Gui Gui rushes towards Thu Dung, swinging a whip to block the way. But a giant ice wall rises in front of her. Gui Gui shatters the wall. Sharp shards of ice fly towards Thu Dung like a rain of blades. She hurriedly uses her whip to block the attack. But the precious dragon tendon whip has been frozen. My dragon tendon whip! Sharp ice blocks rise from the ground again, chasing Thu Dung. What troublesome martial arts! She suddenly stops and spreads her arms. Thousands of poisoned needles fly out from her sleeves, shattering the ice blocks. Not stopping there, they continue to rush towards Gui Gui. She hurriedly creates an ice shield, but it is quickly destroyed. Gui Gui has to swing her arms to knock away the needles. Finally, her breathing has become somewhat ragged. Well, it seems you're not as strong as you used to be. Thu Dung mocked, referring to the effect of the leg injury. Right? But I see you've grown tired. Could it be that the older you get, the faster you age and the faster you lose strength? Duong Thu Dung lightly licks a poisoned needle, her tongue bright red. Her voice was sweet yet cruel. I think I should sew your mouth shut, dear sister. You think you can do that? Gui Gui was not to be outdone. If so, then let's stop with the unnecessary words. Come on and let's end this match. The two women, carrying two opposing forces, charge at each other. The entire forest shakes violently. The battle of illusion and silken threads. Huyan Ma, with a body as fat as a sow, moves at an unbelievable speed. He leaps high, clasps his hands together, and then slams down. The ground is destroyed, creating a deep crater. Oh my! Your movement technique is quite good. He looks towards Nyat Vo Nan, who just dodged the attack. He only just glanced, but immediately attacked with a punch that grazed past, destroying the stone wall behind Vo Nan. He casually picks up a scattered sword nearby. He leaps high and delivers a sky-shattering slash. But the delicate dragon silken thread gently stops the attack. Oh! Huyan Ma is a little surprised. This is the legendary dragon silken thread. Blades and swords can hardly cut it? This divine weapon is also called Dien Bich Sao Nok, right? Are you a new henchman created to capture me? Huyan Ma sneers. Nyat Vo Nan does not reply, only rushing forward to deliver a kick to his fat belly. But the kick was like hitting a cotton ball. It had no effect. It's useless. Huyan Ma thrusts his belly forward forcefully, knocking Nyat Vo Nan away while he is off balance. He swings his blade to slash. Nyat Vo Nan's figure blurs and then disappears. HMPH, what martial art could possibly defeat me, you brat? Huyan Ma rests the blade on his shoulder. He says confidently, so what if you've practiced the chaotic demon art? Nyat Vo Nan remains invisible, observing silently. Suddenly, Huyan Ma spins around, swinging his blade into an empty space. There you are. Swoosh. The blade was stopped by countless fine but strong threads. Dragon silken thread. You can't hide completely. Huyan Ma roars, using his strength to fling Nyat Vo Nan away, slamming him into a stone pillar and causing it to break in half. Now I see you clearly. He swings his blade in a sky-shattering slash downwards, slamming Nyat Vo Nan deep into the ground, creating a large crater. But when the smoke and dust clear, Huyan Ma is astonished. The crater is empty. Nyat Vo Nan has vanished without a trace. It seems you are a descendant of the demon seed. But you haven't even achieved half of his abilities. Nyat Vo Nan's voice echoes from all directions. Demon seed. A faction of the demonic cult? Nyat Vo Nan thought to himself. You are also one of those brainwashed by the 7 kills demonic path, sent to kill me. Huyan Ma continues to scan his surroundings with a scrutinizing gaze. In the martial world, there are 4 great masters of medicine. They are praised by the world as the Eastern Master, Western Poison, Southern Physician, and Northern Immortal. The Eastern Master is a sacred hand of medicine. The Western poison uses poison to treat all illnesses. The Southern physician can use acupuncture to bring people back from the brink of death. And the Northern immortal is one who can control souls. The story goes that about 200 years ago, during the time when the Northern immortal was wandering everywhere, he set foot in Luang Chao. The people rushed into the streets, kneeling and begging. "Please, Lord Northern immortal. Please save my child. Please heal my eyes." He arrived at the Long Kiem noble house, respectfully invited in by the family head. "Lord Northern immortal, I am going to get the medicine." Only a moment later, he returned. A bedridden old man suddenly stood up and walked normally, to everyone's astonishment. I can stand up now." But the Northern immortal's medical skills could make the crippled walk and the blind see. But strangely, wherever he went, children in the area would mysteriously disappear. The head of the Long Kiem noble house, completely unaware, was still wholeheartedly grateful. Thank you, Lord Northern immortal. How can I ever repay this kindness?" He did not know that to achieve immortality using the forbidden technique, the demonic soul-subduing spirit grand method, the Northern immortal needed the bodies and souls of children. During the farewell banquet, the family head sadly said, "My lord, why don't you stay a few more days? There are still many sick people here." As the Northern immortal was about to reply while raising his wine cup, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from outside. A maidservant rushed in frantically, reporting something. The family head's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly left. It seems there was a mistake in the transportation of the medicine. He said to the Northern immortal, "I will compensate you fully." When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them left everyone stunned silent. Inside a shattered medicine jar was the corpse of a child. Next to it, a strange insect was still wriggling. What is this? A cold, killing aura suddenly emanated from the Northern immortal. His eyes became as malevolent as a demon's. How many people are there in this family in total? But the Northern immortal's evil deeds were finally exposed. That night, after slaughtering the entire Long Kiem noble house, he vanished without a trace. That night, a sea of fire engulfed the Long Kiem noble house. 397 people died. Only 7 souls survived. The vengeful spirit of Sun Baktien, the villain, has changed his name and altered his appearance. He began a wandering life, constantly sowing seeds of crime to maintain his despicable existence. The vengeful spirit of Sun Baktien, the pharmacist of the Western Heaven, the yellow-robed one of Hoang Sun, he carries countless identities, but his essence remains that of a frenzied murderer. Huyan Ma, the name that makes the martial world tremble when mentioned. The 7 survivors of the Long Kiem family, they call themselves the Ma Dao 7 Killers. The feud of their clan's annihilation is passed down from one generation to the next, with only one purpose, to kill Huyan Ma. The children born into their bloodline, when they turn 5 years old, are all sent to Long Thien Kok without exception, a living hell on earth. Very few children can survive, and among them, no one could master the honorable the Ma Kong to confront the enemy, except for one person. That person is Nyat Vo Nan. I am your father. I am also your father. We are all your father. Those soulless voices haunted his entire childhood. We raised you, so you are the child of all of us. You don't need to know our faces, don't need to care about the past, or even our deaths. Nyat Vo Nan's eyes were now thick with killing intent. He clenched the 2 black marbles in his hand. My father is the father of my father. He rushed forward and threw the 2 marbles. They burst open into a net, tightly binding Huyan Ma. Then he ran in circles, his afterimages continuously appearing, forming a deadly encirclement. My mother is the mother of my mother. The 397 lives of the Long Kiem family, and the resentment of the 10,000 children who died at your hands. Today, I will use these very hands to wash away this hatred. The 2 Huyan Ma looked at the broken blade in their hands and sighed. Kid, you've been brainwashed by the Ma Dao 7 Killers. You are not their descendant, and they are not your fathers. Wounds began to appear on Huyan Ma's body, but he still tried to explain. Now you intend to use those ridiculous words to persuade me? I don't care, Nyat Vo Non roared. Do you know, Huyan Ma? Nyat Vo Non lunged down from above, but Huyan Ma just leaned back, took a deep breath, and let out a roar. A terrifying sound wave shot out. Nyat Vo Non had vanished, leaving only hundreds of entangled silkworm threads tightly constricting Huyan Ma's body. Today, you will definitely die. Nyat Vo Non used all his strength, tightening the two ends of the silk threads. Hun the Ma Kong, Doi Hun Non Tiem. On the roof of Thu Dung Kung, Li Quan Nhac and Bok Thou Nhi were observing the two earth-shattering battles. Kai Kai and Duong Tiu Dung seemed to have a deep-seated hatred for each other, Li Quan Nhac said. It's simple, Thou Nhi replied, her voice a little weary. Duong Tiu Dung blames Kai Kai, believing that it was because of her that she personally annihilated her own clan. On the other side, streams of blue and yellow light clashed, continuously creating explosions that shook the entire area. But who is that errand boy, anyway? No, I don't know, Thou Nhi replied. I only know that I can trust him. As soon as she finished speaking, she coughed violently. Cough, cough. Bok Thou Nhi, are you okay? Li Quan Nhac asked with concern. She wiped the streak of blood with her hand, her gaze still resolute. It's nothing, I can still endure it. You have completed your mission well. Retreat now. No, Thou Nyi's voice was firm. For me, this is just the beginning. I will use my own hands to end everything, even if I have to trade my own life for it. With that, she dashed off, leaving Li Quan Nhac standing there, stunned. The battle between Nyat Vo Non and Huyan Ma had reached its most intense point. Despite being bound by hundreds of silkworm threads, Huyan Ma appeared calm. Brat, even silkworm threads can't do anything to me. He grabbed dozens of threads with his two hands. A burst of green internal energy exploded. He began to pull back, and the threads stretched as if about to snap. The dragon silkworm threads suddenly tightened. Nyat Vo Non was jerked backwards towards Huyan Ma. The pull was so strong that he flew through the air, slamming hard into the stone wall behind him, sticking fast to it. Huyan Ma grasped the threads and began to swing Nyat Vo Non back and forth like a grasshopper, smashing him into the wall and the floor, again and again. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Nyat Vo Non decided to let go of the dragon's silkworm threads. Damn, it's not as easy as I thought. Huyan Ma took a gulp of wine and sneered. No matter how well you can hide your body, you can't hide your body odor. Let me introduce you to the Thiat Din Ti, zombies harder than steel, with a sense of smell 100 times sharper than a hunting dog. 4 stone coffins burst open. 4 zombies with vacant eyes and foolish but bloodthirsty smiles staggered to their feet. They were like wild beasts just unleashed, roaring in unison as they charged towards Nyat Vo Non. Without a trace of fear, Nyat Vo Non revealed his weapons. 2 sharp, gleaming steel claws were attached to his arms. The battle began. He would take them all on alone. Despite being surrounded, Nyat Vo Non moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing. His sharp claw strikes continuously tore through the iron-like skin of the Thiat Ti. Although it was a bit difficult, it was not impossible to cut them. Suddenly, 2 larger coffins were destroyed from within. And these are the Dak Quang Ti. 2 zombies, fat as sows and wrapped in bandages, lunged forward. They simultaneously threw punches weighing 1,000 pounds, but because they were so fat, their speed was quite slow. Nyat Vo Non gracefully flew up to evade them. Where their punches landed, the ground corroded, emitting a plume of green poisonous smoke. They use poison techniques, and even their bodies are filled with toxins. Truly troublesome opponents. The 2 poison zombies opened their stinking mouths and spewed streams of toxic fluid like waterspouts. Not wanting to get entangled, Nyat Vo Nan decisively rushed forward, slashing them both into pieces. But to his horror, the body parts were still writhing, as if they knew no pain. Seeing this, Huyan Ma opened the largest coffin. Their memories from when they were alive had not been erased after becoming soul-reaping Jiangshi. Their physical bodies and internal energy had doubled. In other words, they could think and act freely. From within the coffin, the Hak Bok Song Kai emerged, their eyes soulless but their killing intent overwhelming. Bok Kai immediately unleashed a move, the continuous soul-stealing sword of the White Ice divine art. Just as Vo Nan dodged the ice sword strikes, the ground beneath his feet swelled and then exploded. It was the thunderous divine palm of the demonic spirit art from Hak Kai. He hastily used his lightness skill to leap into the air, only to find 4 iron Jiangshi blocking his path. Damn this bunch! My concealment technique is useless against them now. Just as the Hak Bok Song Kai rushed forward to finish him off, a loud explosion erupted. Bok Thou Nhi and Li Quan Nhac had arrived in time to provide backup. You just focus on dealing with Huyan Ma. Thou Nhi shouted, leave these small fries to us. The sound of clashes filled the sky. Thanks to his comrades, the burden on Nyat Vo Nan's shoulders lightened considerably. Then I'm counting on you all. Nyat Vo Nan split into dozens of illusions, surrounding Huyan Ma. But Huyan Ma simply took a deep breath and blew. All the illusions were scattered like dandelion seeds. The 2 remaining iron Jiangshi rushed to attack him. Huyan Ma observed and judged, this must be the real body. He launched an attack that pierced through the bodies of both the Jiangshi and Nyat Vo Nan. But he had made a grave mistake. That was still just a clone. The real Nyat Vo Nan had appeared from behind a large pillar. The dragon silkworm silk once again wrapped tightly around Huyan Ma's body. How could I make the same mistake twice? The threads seemed to have a life of their own, wrapping one by one around Huyan Ma's body. Realizing the situation, the 2 began a life-or-death tug of war, pulling like 2 water buffaloes. But Huyan Ma's strength was clearly far superior. What you're doing, he growled, is no different from mutual destruction. If I can kill you, Nyat Vo Nan replied, his voice filled with determination, then what does my own life matter? Because that is my promise to the deceased fathers and the hope and desire of the mothers whom you have harmed. The power born from hatred exploded. Huyan Ma was finally being overpowered. His plump figure was squeezed tight by the dragon silkworm silk, looking like a fatty roll of bon tet, his flesh seeming about to spill out. Nyat Vo Nan roared, his face full of fury, and so, Huyan Ma, today you must die. Seeing their master in danger, the Hak Bok Song Kai rushed to rescue him. But Li Quan Nhac and Bok Thou Nhi blocked their path. Nyat Vo Nan, you know how to end this. Hearing the urgent cry, Vo Nan poured all his internal energy into the dragon silkworm silk. He let out a roar. The threads tightened with a series of cracks. Huyan Ma's puppet body was sliced into pieces as white smoke poured out from it. The giant stone pillar also collapsed. It seemed like everything was over. But from within the shattered puppet shell, a skinny, skeletal figure flew out. It was a frail old man with listless eyes. Huyan Ma floated in the air before slowly landing. The 3 of them couldn't help but shudder at the sight. So that's Huyan Ma's true form? How despicable, to use a soul-returning corpse technique. The Hak Bok Song Kai, now fully Jiangshi, stood flanking him. Li Quan Nhac twirled his staff and sneered, just a bony old man. Let's see how fast you can move now. The staff in his hand suddenly enlarged, becoming a giant iron rod. Great Vajra giant staff. The gleaming golden staff pierced through several layers of walls, destroying an entire corner of the fortress. But Huyan Ma and his 2 puppets dodged it. I never expected the beggar's sect's dog-beating staff to have such a powerful variation. You've lived for 300 years, Li Quan Nhac growled, your life ends here. Suddenly, dozens of stone coffins burst open. Scores of zombies rushed out like hungry tigers. "Get down!" Nyat Vo Nan shouted. He threw a small orb while simultaneously stretching the dragon silkworm silk into a protective net. Boom! A terrible explosion blew away all the zombies and leveled the entire Huyan Ma palace. When the smoke and dust cleared, Huyan Ma and his two puppets had vanished. "Our fated connection ends here," his voice echoed from a distance. Back in the battle between the two women, Duong Tiu Dung and Kai Kai, both were exhausted. They stood opposite each other, panting heavily. "My internal energy is nearly depleted. My poisoned right leg is about to go numb," Kai Kai thought to herself. On the other side, Duong Tiu Dung's left arm hung limp, blood still pouring out. But she still managed a faint smile. "You look exhausted, sister." "Kai Kai, you're about to collapse too." Hearing this, Duong Tiu Dung gritted her teeth and slammed her hand against the base of an ancient plum blossom tree. "Then let's end it here." Her internal energy flowed into the tree trunk, causing it to swell and then suddenly release its breath. Tens of thousands of plum blossom petals were blown into the air, swirling around her like a tornado. "Plum blossom heavenly dance." Duong Tiu Dung smiled triumphantly. "In the future, you won't have the chance to see such a beautiful sight again." Kai Kai was not to be outdone. She poured the last of her strength into her white ice sword. The sword suddenly transformed into a giant ice flower, radiating a biting cold. The blade that covers the sky, chaotic dance of snowflakes. On one side were flowers, on the other was ice. The two ultimate techniques crashed into each other, creating a terrifying tremor. The heavens and earth shook. Countless wounds densely appeared on the bodies of the two women. But on their lips was a smile of satisfaction. Their internal energies, one blue and one red, surged forth, mingling together before exploding. A two-colored pillar of light shot high into the sky, tearing through the night. It was a battle of the gods. As the light faded, the battle also reached its end. Everywhere, flower-shaped ice darts were densely embedded in the withered tree trunks. The sharp ice darts, carrying a bone-chilling cold, had pierced through Duong Tiu Dung's body. She trembled as she pulled one out of her shoulder. The look in her eyes towards Gui Gui was no longer hatred, but a crazed jealousy. So jealous of this ageless skin. If I had it, I would be forever young. In another forest, the battle between Fai Lu and Bok Chu Van had also reached a critical point. Bok Chu Van had the complete upper hand. He moved like a bolt of lightning. The invisible streams of sword energy pressed Fai Lu to the point where he couldn't breathe. Finally, Fai Lu was cornered against the base of an ancient tree with no way to retreat. Tisk, tisk. Bok Chu Van clicked his tongue, his face full of amusement. He raised his hand, a terrifying stream of lightning energy gathering in his palm. Boom! Fai Lu was thrown dozens of meters by the attack, his body bruised and battered. There was no other way, he thought desperately. How can I defeat this monster? There's only one way. I have to risk my life, even if I can only cut off one of his arms. As Bok Chu Van calmly walked over to finish him off, a demonic voice suddenly echoed in Fai Lu's head. Do you want to win that badly? Fai Lu was startled, staring intently at the blade in his hand. The blade was talking. Who are you? Me? Am I not you? The demon blade suddenly tightened its grip on Fai Lu's hand. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. What the hell are you doing? Seeing Fai Lu muttering to himself, Bok Chu Van interrupted. Hey, brat, have you gone crazy from taking too many hits? Who are you babbling to? Didn't you yourself say you wanted to sacrifice your life? The voice in the blade echoed again, full of temptation. HMPH, if you want to take it, then take it. Fai Lu roared. But immediately after, he unexpectedly unleashed a long sword strike towards Bok Chu Van. That is, after you help me defeat this bastard. The surprise attack made Bok Chu Van startle and step back. He narrowed his eyes at Fai Lu, his expression turning serious. Just now, your technique had not a shred of killing intent, yet now your whole body is enveloped in dark energy. You've been possessed by the soul of this demon blade. I don't know what deal you made with it, but I will show you just how great the gap between us is. As soon as he finished speaking, a spray of blood shot out from Bok Chu Van's left shoulder. Fai Lu had appeared beside him at some unknown moment. Is there still a gap now? Being hit for the first time, Bok Chu Van wasn't angry at all. Instead, he seemed incredibly excited. The lightning energy from his body erupted violently. That's right. This is finally getting a little interesting. The two rushed at each other. The ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons rang out. Now I've grasped your movement technique, Bok Chu Van laughed maniacally. You borrowed the blade's power to keep up with my speed, didn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Fai Lu appeared right behind him in a surprise attack. You brat! The battle became incredibly fierce. Fai Lu attacked continuously, not giving Bok Chu Van a second to rest. I don't know what this power is, he thought to himself, but I know I've become much faster and stronger. You've changed a little, Bok Chu Van admitted, his speed also increasing. Wherever they fought, the trees in that area were shattered. I didn't predict this, but if this is the extent of your level, then it won't change anything, Bok Chu Van began to counterattack. Every blow was a fatal strike. He raised his hand to the sky, summoning a giant bolt of lightning. Boom! Fai Lu was struck by the lightning and sent flying straight into a nearby mountainside, creating a deep cave. He struggled to crawl out of the cave, brushing the dust off himself. The demon blade in his hand vibrated, and the mocking voice echoed in his head again. Truly pathetic. The demon blade remained stuck to Fai Lu's hand as if it were a part of his body. You say you're ready to sacrifice yourself, Bok Chu Van taunted, but the way you fight is no different from just throwing your life away. Use your head. Use those techniques you've never used before. But, Fai Lu growled, every muscle fiber trembling, my body can't withstand those techniques. If that's the case, then death is what awaits you, Bok Chu Van shrugged. He looked at him with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Are you going to make me wait again? Fai Lu gripped the blade with both hands. A wild, domineering stream of dark energy erupted, enveloping his body. No. I won't make you wait any longer, because now I have no path of retreat left. It seems you've finally seen the light, Bok Chu Van smiled, a grin full of amusement. He began to channel his power. Dense streams of lightning crackled, enveloping his blade. A memory suddenly flooded back. The day Fai Lu arduously practiced his blade skills in the middle of a thunderstorm. The sky was dark, lightning streaked across it. He roared, swinging his blade. An earth-shattering slash cut through a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. Immediately after, he collapsed, his entire body severely injured from the backlash. Arrogant brat! The seventh form of the heaven-shattering steel dragon blade will destroy your body. I forbade you from using it. I'm warning you again, you must absolutely not use the seventh form. How can your current body possibly withstand it? Back in the present, the speed of the two had surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Only the ear-piercing sound of clashing metal could be heard, and the sparks of lightning that leaked out, tearing through the air. As soon as he executed the move, the backlash of the heaven-shattering steel dragon blade struck. Fai Lu cried out in pain, his entire skeleton aching. I see an opening. Bok Chu Van landed another blow. You brat! Your physical body cannot withstand such a domineering blade technique. Let it end here. He raised his azure saber to the sky. High above, countless lightning bolts converged and condensed into a shape. A giant thunderbird roared fiercely, flying thunder. Saber Chi, final thunderbird. That's right, it's over. Go! Fai Lu shouted, despite his bones all over his body shattering. Steel Dragon breaks the heavens. Seventh Forbidden Blade Technique, Lightning dual severance. The Thunderbird, carrying destructive power, swooped down but was torn apart by an even more domineering slash. The power from Fei Lu's forbidden technique was so terrifying that it split the clouds in the sky, pierced through the distant mountain, and created a bottomless abyss. Fei Lu's entire skeleton was completely shattered. Bai Zhao Yun still stood tall, slowly sheathing his saber. Blade mastery reaching this level is truly something I never imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to crack and fell straight into the abyss. He had failed. Fei Lu smiled, his face full of exhaustion. Finally, I won. Then he too gradually fell, sinking into darkness. The Azure Demon Saber also fell with him. No, I can't die yet. A demonic laugh echoed from the Azure Saber. Heh. Hey kid, how could you die? Your destiny is only just beginning. Returning to the final and most frantic battle. Xiao Ma used one hand to punch Tian Ma straight in the stomach, making him cry out in pain. He flew like a bullet, embedding himself straight into a nearby mountain. Before the enemy could recover, Xiao Ma rushed forward, delivering dozens, hundreds of stormy punches to his face. Boom! The more he fought, the more ferocious Xiao Ma became. He fought with such enthusiasm that the entire mountain behind Tian Ma was punched into complete smithereens. After fighting, Xiao Ma stood panting. Tian Ma staggered to his feet, wiping the trail of blood from his mouth. Truly unbelievable. Beaten so miserably, he was unwilling to accept it. He roared, mustering all his life's strength. A dazzling, pure, and powerful golden internal energy exploded around him, looking just like a Super Saiyan. Unbelievable. He growled, you could actually push me to this extent. He held out his two hands, forming two mini vortexes. The two looked at each other and then rushed forward simultaneously. The two supreme powers collided, creating a terrifying explosion no different from an atomic bomb. Boom! Both were pushed far back. The trash-talking of the strongest began. If we're competing with Qi Gong, what do you have to defeat me? Tian Ma sneered. I don't need to know what I have. Xiao Ma replied, his eyes full of determination. I only know I've never thought I would lose to you. In the sky above Ma Ling City, two colossal streams of internal energy began to take shape. On one side was Tian Ma's majestic white tiger. On the other, Xiao Ma's raging celestial dragon. The two beasts snarled, ready to tear each other apart, creating a stunning scene of a dragon and tiger vying for supremacy. Below were two brash youths using their fists to solve everything. Tian Ma clearly had the upper hand. He threw a punch that sent Xiao Ma flying like a ball, crashing through several layers of city walls and then tumbling across the ground. Watching from a distance, Huan Ma remarked, it looks like a dragon and tiger are evenly matched, but upon closer inspection, Tian Ma's aura is still a notch higher. The battle resumed. A punch thrown, a kick blocked. They fought, forgetting time, forgetting fatigue. If these moves are useless, what about this one, you brat? Tian Ma suddenly grabbed Xiao Ma's neck and launched a thunderous palm strike into his chest. And this one too. Boom! Xiao Ma staggered, a bit exhausted. You were so defiant just now, why do you look so pale now? Tian Ma sneered, throwing him to the ground like a broken toy. All right, let's end this. A series of fists carrying destructive force rained down on Xiao Ma. Tian Ma looked down, his eyes showing some interest. The Void Spirit Body. A constitution that can continuously absorb power from nature. It seems to defeat you, I must use my full strength. Ending it like this, isn't it fun for everyone? Gale of the Demonic Fist. A terrifying vortex pierced through Xiao Ma's body, tearing apart the shirt he had just bought at the market. Suddenly, a faint, unfamiliar voice echoed in his head. Save me. Tian Ma smirked. Let me send you off happily. Gale 13 Thunders. A series of smaller but sharper vortexes pierced through Xiao Ma's body. His bones made gruesome cracking sounds. Please, save us. That voice echoed again, clearer this time. Xiao Ma was bewildered. What sound is that? Clearly, someone is calling for help. This brat. Tian Ma was furious at his opponent's lack of focus. How dare you get distracted while fighting me? He added a dark wind palm strike, sending Xiao Ma flying into a nearby tower. Tian Ma slowly approached. I told you, you can't defeat me. I will never lose to you. Xiao Ma staggered to his feet, ripping off the tattered part of his shirt to reveal a scarred but solid physique. If it's you, you can save us. Who are you? Where are you? Xiao Ma roared in his mind. Your mental strength is so mediocre. Tian Ma mocked. Even with the void spirit body, your stamina and power are nearly depleted. Streams of natural energy once again surged into Xiao Ma's body. I know death is near, but I will absolutely not die by your hands. Xiao Ma poured all his remaining strength into his right arm and charged forward. Boom! The attack was once again blocked by Tian Ma's invisible vortex. Not giving up, Xiao Ma continued to unleash a storm of punches and kicks. Because of this vortex, my fists can't reach him. Damn it! Tian Ma laughed smugly. My martial art has no name. I comprehended it from nature. Have you ever seen a vortex created like this? He gently held out his hand, and a small storm began to form right in his palm. Returning to the past, in an endless desert, a giant sandstorm, ferocious as a wild beast, was swallowing an entire village. Back Thien Voda, Thien Ma's master, only observed coldly. But in the eyes of his young disciple, a crazed greed shone. In that moment, I realized that if I could make this destructive power my own, I would become invincible under the heavens. Above the heavens and below the earth, I alone would be the honored one. I would even surpass Fai Long. Returning to the present, a small whirlwind roared in Thien Ma's palm. He clenched his fist, and the whirlwind dissipated. It's a whirlwind, Tiu Ma exclaimed in astonishment. Complete wind/10 arts. Thien Ma didn't give his opponent a second to compose himself. He waved his hand, and the ground trembled. Sharp stone pillars rose from the ground, forming a cage that tightly encircled Tiu Ma. The way to defeat a whirlwind is to crush it. But first, perhaps I should tear you into 100 pieces. Soul-stealing heavenly demon spear. The stone pillars, under Thien Ma's control, transformed into hundreds of sharp spears and shot towards Tiu Ma like a deadly rain. Although Tiu Ma's speed was extraordinary, the sheer number was too great for him to dodge completely. He rolled on the ground in pain for a few turns. Thien Ma landed gently, his eyes as cold as if looking at an ant. You won't be able to move anymore. Dragon's Whisker Annihilation. Two small whirlwinds formed again from the ground, tightly wrapping around Tiu Ma's legs. If my legs are bound like this, it's not good. He leaned over, mustering all his strength to break free. But from the sky, a giant boulder as large as a small hill was being summoned by Thien Ma, preparing to descend. In that moment between life and death, faint voices echoed again in Tiu Ma's head. Save us. Who are you after all? He screamed in his mind. Please save us. Are you here? How can you still be talking at a time like this? Thien Ma frowned, then brought his hand down. End it. Soul-chasing hot fire spear. The giant boulder plummeted with astonishing speed. Tiu Ma looked up to the sky and let out a final roar. If you are here, then show yourselves. Whether it's 100 or 1,000 of you, I will face you all. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The boulder not only crushed Tiu Ma but also pierced through the ground, creating a deep pit. The shockwave flattened everything around. Thien Ma stood at the edge of the pit, looking down coldly. For the first time, sunlight shone into a dark space below. It was an underground prison. Tiu Ma was lying there, barely breathing amidst the rubble. Help! Get up! The voices urged him on. He slowly opened his eyes. The dim light allowed him to see the figures behind the iron bars. Was that sound you? Save us! A frightened little girl sobbed. Tiu Ma tried to push himself up. Blood continued to flow. I want to help too, but I'm about to collapse. Suddenly, his tired eyes turned to horror. Why? Why are everyone's legs cut off? A man in the prison answered with a bitter voice, "The reason doesn't matter. We were taken hostage for the crime of treason. Just because they were in a bad mood, they cut off our legs and locked us up here. This is hell." So everyone locked up here had their legs cut off, without a single exception. The gloomy prison, after who knows how many years, received sunlight for the first time. To those crippled prisoners, this light was also a light of hope, of liberation. And standing in that halo of light was Tiu Ma. Though his body was covered in injuries, in their eyes, he was a god of war fighting for their freedom. In Tiu Ma's mind, Bok Thou Ni's words echoed again, the image of an emotionless killer, of unforgivable crimes. He looked at the Lion King, then at his subordinates. Isn't victory and defeat already clear? Why must they fight to the death? My old mother and my wife and child have all been taken hostage by Thien Ma. Where did I go wrong? All of them will have to die here today. Their deaths are caused by Thien Ma, not by you. Give me one more day, just one day. I will defeat Thien Ma and rescue your family. Returning to the present, the look in Tiu Ma's eyes towards Thien Ma was no longer mere belligerence but the fury of a judge. He roared, "Thien Ma, today you must die." Hearing this, Thien Ma laughed arrogantly. How ridiculous. Just by you? I know, Tiu Ma cut in, his voice deep and firm. It would be impossible if I were just an errand boy from Harmony Music Valley. I used to think that way too. But he lifted his head, an entirely different aura, both majestic and domineering, began to radiate from him. If I were praised by the entire world as the number one under the heavens, if my true identity is Phi Long, would things be different? Hearing the name Phi Long, the smile on Thien Ma's face froze. He frowned, trying to stay calm. Phi Long? A brat like you dares to call yourself by that name? What nonsense are you spouting? But deep down, he felt something was unusual. Wait a minute, thinking back, this brat's body. He recalled the fatal blows he had delivered, wounds that should have felled anyone, yet Tiu Ma still stood firm. Even if he possesses the Kong Lingzi body, he couldn't possibly recover at such a terrifying speed. Thien Ma's gaze became extremely grave. He uttered a frightening conjecture, could it be? You've eaten the immortal grass? I don't know what that is, Tiu Ma replied. My previous memories are very hazy. But this body, it has always remembered one thing. The martial arts of Phi Long. The martial arts of Phi Long? How ridiculous. I don't know what sins I have committed, but I apologize like this. Only then can I continue to live. Xiao Ma rotated his shoulders. You have also committed sins no less than mine in the past. But what I can do now is defeat you, and return freedom to those people so they can return to their families. Because I have made that promise. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely keep my promise. Xiao Ma roared and threw a punch. Thien Ma hurriedly raised his hand to block the blow, easily neutralizing it. But he didn't expect that it was just a feint. Another punch, faster and stronger, had already rushed forward. Thien Ma's eyes contracted in fear. Danger. Bang! Xiao Ma's attack was too powerful. After a struggle, Thien Ma was finally able to block it. He panted heavily, looking at his opponent in terror. A body full of injuries, where did it get such terrifying strength? Thien Ma was truly scared now. Standing before him was no longer a kid, but the illusion of a colossal, bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted with indignation and disbelief. A heavenly dragon. He couldn't possibly be Phi Long. I will use all my strength to deal with you. He roared, spreading his arms to gather power into two raging whirlwinds. Die! Soul-crushing ram hornfist. Two destructive whirlwinds rushed towards Xiao Ma, but he easily neutralized them with his bare hands. This directly stunned Thien Ma. He didn't even know how strong he himself was. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Thien Ma frantically channeled his power again. He had to drag this out a little longer. He poured all his internal energy into the two whirlwinds, turning them into a spinning ball of energy that looked just like a Rasen shuriken. Great Luo Vajra Wheel? Let's see you block this. He threw out his strongest technique. But with just one hand, Xiao Ma managed to stop it. Crack. The bones in Xiao Ma's right hand shattered, but he had blocked Thien Ma's ultimate move. This proved that his strength had increased astonishingly. My right hand. Xiao Ma frowned. Thien Ma gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. I used the great Luo Vajra wheel and only broke one of his arms? How? Clenching his remaining fist, Xiao Ma slowly spoke, his voice echoing like thunder. You will apologize to them. He shouted, and the final punch was thrown. Thien Ma, unrepentant, screamed in despair. Don't say such ridiculous things. The two destructive powers collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire Three Darknesses prison. Thien Ma continuously threw punches, each carrying the power of a hurricane. Xiao Ma dodged by a hair's breadth but was eventually hit by one blow and sent flying into a cliff wall. Thien Ma raised one hand, and a vortex formed. His arrogant voice echoed. Do you know who I am? I will use my strongest martial art to finish you. Ultimate intense soul-chasing hot fire spear. Xiao Ma was not to be outdone, pouring all his strength into one fist. Infinity Fist. The two ultimate techniques clashed. Golden and blue light collided, roaring and tearing through space. One roared, one shouted. Finally, amidst a world-shaking explosion, Thien Ma's fire spear shattered. Crack. The bones in his arm were crushed. Xiao Ma's punch, carrying an indomitable will, broke through all layers of defense, sending Thien Ma flying far away. He lay there, his eyes still filled with shock. How? How could this be? Xiao Ma pressed his advantage, delivering one final blow. Sometimes I remember the massacres. The deaths of countless people, their suffering, rage, and despair. I don't understand why I feel this way, but from now on, I will search for the answer. Internal energy materialized. A giant, jade-blue heavenly dragon appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed Thien Ma's body. It didn't attack but simply carried him upwards. The dragon broke through the earth, shattered the dark prison, and soared straight into the vast blue sky. The towering fortress was split in two by it. The main gate, made of 10,000-year cold iron, was also easily destroyed. In midair, the heavenly dragon vanished. Thien Ma's body slowly fell. The soldiers looked up in terror. That's Thien Ma. He's been defeated. He has lost consciousness. Silence enveloped the battlefield, then erupted into panic screams. What happened in there? The iron gate was locked. Seeing their cruel ruler lying motionless, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Lord Thien Ma. The words of that bastard came true. The commanding general, after a moment of stunned silence, regained his composure. He drew his sword and shouted, "All of you, retreat. Thien Ma has been eliminated. No more war." No more war? Is it over? What about my wife and children? The soldiers looked at each other in a daze, then joy erupted. They threw down their weapons, screaming in elation, and rushed into the city to find their families. On a distant mountain peak, Huyan Ma and the old monster stood watching. Thien Ma is really dead? Perhaps. Huyan Ma replied, his voice full of regret. I could have taken over his body. A perfect celestial martial body. But, the old man straightened up, his hunched back disappearing as he returned to his true form. There are still many other materials. Although it's a pity, a corpse like this must be brought back for research. Ha ha ha. The old demon burst into ghostly laughter. It was originally just a small, unnamed outpost used to block the northern snow tribe. Under the hands of one man, it developed into a powerful force that even the Martial Alliance had to be wary of. Its master, Thien Ma, the one who killed the Northern Heaven Martial Emperor at only 20 years old. An ambitious man who wanted to swallow the entire world. Today, that ambition has turned into smoke. The person who did that is someone living under the name of the legend Fai Long. He was once called the greatest person under heaven, and now he is living with the name Tiu Ma, the errand boy of Harmony Valley. In Tiu Ma's hazy consciousness, the image of Thien Tuyet Hong suddenly appeared, elegant like a snow lotus. He recalled her instructions after he was subdued. Even though you have lost your memory, with the void spirit body, you will always be full of innate true qi. Your body is always in a state of transformation. Just breathing is enough to recover. When the 5 elements are unlocked, all of your power will return. But remember, becoming the greatest person under heaven is not necessarily a good thing. And regaining your memories is the same. It all depends on your choice. Tiu Ma, what on earth are you doing? Tiu Ma groggily woke up amidst screams and cries. He muttered, "Who am I? No, Phi Long, why am I here?" In the desolate forest after the battle, the figures of Phi Lu and Bok Chu Van slowly appeared. Bok Chu Van had disappeared. Phi Lu glanced towards Great Demon Spirit City, then struggled to stand up using the Azure Demon Blade. He staggered a few steps, then collapsed, able to do nothing but lie there panting, looking up at the endless sky. From the rubble of the battle between Nyat Vo Nan and the illusory demon, another small explosion rang out. Nyat Vo Nan stepped out, his entire body covered in dust, his eyes filled with bitterness. Where is the illusory demon? It seems he has disappeared. Li Quan Nhac replied, his expression no better. Bok Thou Nhi tried to stand up. Are you okay? Of course. She gritted her teeth. This much cannot take me down. I will not fall until I see with my own eyes that heavenly demon die. In the flower garden of the Smiling Face Palace, the early morning mist covered the garden. The sunlight shone through the exquisite ice statue of Duong Tiu Dung, creating a tragic beauty. Kai Kai, her whole body full of injuries, said tiredly, "My part ends here." After saying that, she dissolved into the mist and disappeared. Underground, soldiers and citizens were flooding into the prison. The sounds of sobbing mixed with joyous cheers echoed everywhere. "My dear, father is still alive. Mother." Amidst that chaos, the 2 freaks of Mang Mountain found Tiu Ma. Is this person Phi Long? He just said he might be Phi Long. I heard that Phi Long disappeared a long time ago. The fat one, carrying his master on his back, stared blankly at Tiu Ma. He's been beaten to a pulp. All 365 of his joints are shattered. His internal organs are ruptured. And yet he is still breathing. The old Qi glanced at his disciple. Carry that kid and follow me. Where to? To his hometown. Whose hometown? Who else but Phi Long's hometown? The old man replied irritably. Harmony Valley. Harmony Valley. Is that place the hometown of the greatest person under heaven, Phi Long? The fat one was astonished. That missing Phi Long is there. Old man Qi had no more words to say to his foolish disciple. The battle had finally ended. Nyat Vo Nan walked away quietly, alone. The words of the illusory demon kept ringing in his ears. You are not a descendant of the dragon sword family. You look more like a descendant of the demon seed. You are just one of those who were brainwashed by the 7 killings of the demonic path. He returned to his temporary house, his heart full of confusion. Am I a descendant of the demon seed? On what basis did that illusory demon say such words that I could not refute? Could it be that the person I know is not me? He sat there, immersed in darkness, feeling lost about his own origins for the first time in his life. At the base of the Wulin Alliance, Phi Lu had been brought back. The great physician was carefully examining and bandaging his wounds. The battle was over, but the scars, both physical and mental, would remain for a very long time. Amidst the ruins of Great Demon Spirit City, the air was heavy with a sense of tragedy. A guard approached Phi Lu, his voice low. Reporting, Captain. Out of a total of 999 members of the Special Operations Team, 37 brothers have sacrificed their lives. The total number of remaining members is now 962, including the injured. An older guard, his face deeply etched with the wrinkles of time, comforted him. Captain, please do not grieve too much. If the Great War had truly broken out, this number would not have stopped there. Their sacrifices have saved tens of thousands of other people. Hearing these words, the burden in Fei Lu's heart eased somewhat. He took a deep breath, suppressed his pain, and his voice became stern and sharp. Find the bodies of all the brothers. Organize a truly solemn memorial service. The guards acknowledged the order in unison. Fei Lu did not forget to ask, "How are thou Nhi and that slant-eyed guy?" "Sir, the medic is treating both of them." Inside a temporary tent, Bok Thou Nhi had her wounds carefully bandaged by the female medics. Li Quan Nhac stood outside and called in, "This time, I truly thank you, Bok Thou Nhi. Without your sacrifice, we could not have achieved this result. On behalf of the Woolen Alliance, I solemnly thank you." Bok Thou Nhi slowly sat up, her face devoid of any expression. "There's no need for that. In the end, I was also just struggling to survive. Besides, what are you all planning to do now?" "For now, we will rebuild Demon Spirit City. After that, we must reorganize the entire Woolen Alliance. It will take quite a lot of time. Well, if fate allows, we will meet again." Li Quan Nhac said this and hurriedly left. But after a few steps, he turned back, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Oh, and about that errand boy, what if he really is Fei Long? Then for you, Bok Thou Nhi, wouldn't that be an ill-fated connection?" Bok Thou Nhi fell into deep thought, her gaze distant. If it is an ill-fated connection, then it is indeed the most terrible ill-fated connection of all. At Ghost Soul Valley, Gui Gui dragged her tired and wounded body back. Yaksha was already waiting in the main hall. He looked at her and asked, "You look so battered, the opponent must have been Tang Xiaorong, right?" "I guess so," Gui Gui replied calmly. "You intentionally hit it, didn't you? The truth is that brat is Fei Long. If I had known he was Fei Long, I would have personally." She quickly interrupted, "I wasn't sure either." Yaksha gave a mysterious smile. "Fei Long, huh? This is truly the most terrible ill-fated connection of all." At Harmony Music Valley in Mang Mountain, the two freaks were trying to treat Xiao Ma. The chubby one, while gnawing on a chicken leg, said, "Master, will he wake up? Even if we save him, I'm afraid it's hard to avoid being paralyzed from the waist down." Old Qi glanced at the herbs beside them. "Can't you see?" "See what?" "The fortune and energy of heaven and earth are being absorbed into this kid's body. This flower is Qi licorice, very sensitive to primal energy. It's not even been half a day, and it has already withered." He stroked his long beard and said decisively, "For whatever reason, this kid will not die." In the deep blue sky, a messenger eagle was flying towards the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Inside a solemn study, an elder was reviewing documents when he received an urgent letter. He opened it, read it, and his expression suddenly changed. Without any delay, he burst through the door into the elder's meeting room, his voice trembling with excitement. "Alliance leader, elders, there is urgent news from Deputy General Manager Li Kuan Yu." The entire meeting room fell silent. Deputy General Manager Li Kuan Yu, along with Special Forces Captain Fei Lu, Yi Hua Palace descendant Bai Thou Nhi, the top bounty hunter Yi Wu Hen, and an unknown man named Xiao Ma. The five of them have defeated the heavenly demon and all the city lords under his command. The war has been averted. The meeting room erupted in astonishment. Everyone was gaping, unable to believe what they had just heard. The elder took a deep breath and continued reading the end of the letter, his voice carrying an undisguisable shock. According to the report, the one who directly defeated the heavenly demon was that unknown man, Xiao Ma. And according to the Deputy General Manager's judgment, this Xiao Ma is very likely the long-lost martial arts legend, Fei Long. Bai Thou Nhi stood before the desolate ruins of what was once the magnificent Yi Hua Palace. The chilly autumn wind blew, carrying the rustling of dry leaves like whispers from the past. She stepped onto the rotten wooden bridge, each step bringing back a flood of memories. Over there was where a wild flower once grew, heralding a beautiful sunny day. That was the room where the two sisters once ate together. That large ancient tree over there was where she first mastered the 3,000 fingers. And this collapsed gate was where the fateful battle took place. Her weary legs led her to a simple grave, Yi-Hua Palace Master Bai Ling Fei. She knelt down, the tears she had held back for so long finally streaming down. Mother, your unfilial daughter has only now been able to return. Please don't worry. I swear I will personally take revenge on those who caused the massacre back then. And I promise I will rebuild Yi-Hua Palace to be even more splendid than before. Harmony Music Valley. Day after day, Bai Thou Nhi still wandered everywhere, searching for a familiar figure. Xiao Ma, where on earth did you go? Demon Spirit City. The stronghold had now completely transformed. The suffocating, deadly atmosphere was gone. In its place was the bustling, prosperous energy of a lively market. I never thought Demon Spirit City could be revived like this, Thou Nhi said to Fei Lu. It's like waking up from a nightmare, Fei Lu replied calmly. You came to see me for a reason. Thou Nhi smiled. How did you know? They continued to walk. It's about the massacre of my Yi-Hua Palace. I heard that the Martial Arts Alliance has detailed records of this event. About my mother's death, my older sister's whereabouts, I want to know everything. Deep in the forest, Yi Wu Hen was training frantically, each strike filled with rage. Descendant of the demon sect? That bastard. Don't make me laugh. In the archives of the Martial Arts Alliance, stacks of documents as high as mountains had all been read by Thou Nhi. Demon Sect, Demonic Path, 7 Kills, Blackwood Peak, Yi Mu the Eccentric. A dry leaf floated in with the wind, landing on the page of a book. She looked up out the window, thinking to herself, another autumn has come. Do you not plan to return, Xiao Ma? By a majestic waterfall, Fei Lu was meditating and practicing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A figure swooped down from above. Weak bones, catch this. Come on, eel eyes. The two clashed, fists and feet colliding with a powerful force that split the waterfall in two. Li Kuan Yu landed, his face serious. That blue blade is indeed dangerous. The demon blade of death originally belonged to the white-robed Azure Void Wanderer, Oz Zan, one of the 3 heroes of the martial world back then. Even a great saber master who fought alongside the Iron Mountain martial emperor like him was eventually consumed by the demon blade's soul, becoming a crazed murderer. Weak bones, at your current level, can you control it? Hearing Thou Nyi's question, Fei Lu could only remain silent. He had no answer. The cold winter finally arrived. Snow fell, blanketing all of Harmony Music Valley. Bai Thou Nhi still stood there, at the place where she had said goodbye to Xiao Ma. She exhaled a puff of white breath and continued to pace back and forth among the bustling crowd, her eyes ceaselessly searching. Then spring came again. The peach blossoms bloomed in full. She was still there, day after day, waiting for an errand boy. Just when she thought all hope was lost, a familiar voice, both teasing and warm, rang out from behind her.